Busy, but they're busy right now. Miami, second overall pick.
We're going to
With
see.
the second selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Ronnie Brown, running back, Auburn.
Well, among other things, Nick Saban knows him darn well, having coached in that league for a long, long time. SEC football, he saw these Auburn running backs up front and center.
Really did. You look at a neat area. It was #1 on the Dolphins in terms of a running back. They had to prioritize that. Obviously, moving down could have been in the cards. Were they going to get value for that pick? Obviously, Nick Saban didn't feel it was enough to pass on the second opportunity in the draft to take a Ronnie Brown, who he knows very well, coaching at LSU in the SEC, seeing Ronnie Brown, Cadillac Williams, all those other great players in the SEC. You look at Ronnie Brown. The criticism was, well, he never started. It was all about Cadillac. Cadillac was the guy. Ronnie Brown was complimentary. Go back to 2002. Cadillac was hurt last 6 games with the fibula. In stepped Ronnie Brown. During that season, he put up over 1,000 yards, averaged almost 6 yards a carry, and scored 13 touchdowns for it. This kid proved that year as a full-time back he could get the job done.
And as you know, Nick Saban is well acquainted with Ronnie Brown of Auburn because they played in the same Southeast Conference. And I got to tell you, Nick Saban shows he already understands what the draft is about. The word for the last 3 or 4 days, it's Braylon Edwards, it's Braylon Edwards, it's Braylon Edwards. Why? Because Nick Saban certainly wanted to trade out of that spot if he could get a couple of value picks for him. But where's their greatest need? Yes, they need a quarterback. Yes, they could need a receiver, but it really is at running back, where certainly Ricky Williams is a huge question mark.
Well, not only is it a question mark, it's a pall over the franchise the way it is right now. Not their fault, but a pall over the franchise. You're changing what, okay, they had a big-time back who carried 35 times a game, and now they had nobody that could do that. So Ronnie Brown, now look, he didn't, quote, start. Can he carry the ball 25 times?
That's the question, Chris. That's something he's going to have to answer at the pro level. Can he be the main guy that can carry it 25, 30 times a game? But you're watching a kid here. You look at a kid 6 foot and change, 230 to 235 pounds with 4.45 speed. Look at the ability here to catch the football down the field, not just on screens and swing passes. Look at a kid here that can block. Talking about getting Cadillac and Ronnie Brown on the field at the same time. They were able to do that at Auburn this past season. This is a kid who was very productive when he had the opportunity in a lot of different ways. Running with the football, catching it, adequate blocker. Actually, of the Benson, Cadillac, Ronnie Brown threesome there, that triumvirate, Ronnie Brown probably was the most questionable blocker. That's an area he needs to upgrade a bit. But I think the durability concern is there. Will he be able to hold up? He had some minor nicks at Auburn over the long haul when he's the main guy, Torrey.
Well, he will find out. We will find out quickly. With Saban being familiar with this guy, he will get him the football 20 to 25 times a game.
And the question is, Mort, I want to ask you this. The chart that everybody goes by, you got to get value on the chart. Can you go off the chart at some point and trade down if you get the opportunity?
Well, I think you can if you feel like you're still going to get somebody that you really love. And I will say this much about Ronnie Brown. You know, you talk about his receiving skills. John Gruden, the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, told me he thinks Ronnie Brown has the best hands in this draft, receiver or any other position. So that tells you the totality of
a lot of screens, a lot of work for Ronnie Brown here in the next couple of
The only thing I will say, guys, is when you have 3 backs bunched together and you have the same grade, trading down's got to be enticing when you know you can get one of those 3. Put them on at, pick one, you're going to get a good one. So to take one at 2, obviously those deals and those offers weren't enough for Nick Saban to pull the trigger.
Well, now the Browns have Braylon Edwards, and certainly they are listening to any offers.
Well, look, Ronnie Brown, you said Nick Saban saw him up close and personal. Well, here he is. Here's Auburn against LSU last year. And this is Brown along with Cadillac Williams. And, well, Nick had a tough time getting their hands on him, didn't he, Bill?
A lot of guys had a tough time with Ronnie Brown. We talk about big, with power, and he's not east-west. He doesn't waste time to back. He's north-south. He's a one-hole runner. He doesn't put a lot of pressure on the offensive line. Give him a crease, and he's going to go.
And as a human being, great.
Tremendous.
You're going to learn about him right now. He's in our green room with our Susie Calvert. Suze?
Oh, Ronnie, you spent your entire career at Auburn battling for the #1 spot. What motivated you to come back and play a senior season?
It was a lot of things that motivated me. First of all, I wanted to be a first-round guy. I feel like I had the talent to be capable of being a first-round guy. And graduation and just that love for the game and that atmosphere that college creates, and just get another experience at that and see where I go from there. I was going to go in the offseason. I did everything I could to make sure everything was going to go well for the season as far as workouts and on and off the field. So it definitely paid off for me.
And why did you never gripe about carries?
I think it's just something my parents instilled in me. I just character. I made the decision to go to Auburn, so all the situations that came along with it, I was going to have to deal with. And one of those situations was playing backup, so I was going to have to make the best of the situation.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now let's go to Sal Paolantonio in San Francisco.
Susie, you know the Cleveland Browns are on the clock, and I just want to get you up to date on what I'm hearing behind the scenes here in San Francisco. We heard Mike Nolan say in the interview with me that he would keep Alex Smith, but a source with knowledge of the 49ers' intentions told me a little while ago that they would entertain trade offers from the Cleveland Browns if the Browns wanted to trade for Alex Smith, and then the Niners would go down to 3 and take Aaron Rodgers. But probably that was only the case if Braylon Edwards was taken number 2 by the Miami Dolphins. But still, the Niners would talk to Cleveland if Cleveland wanted to trade for Alex Smith. When I talked to Phil Savage, the GM of the Cleveland Browns, he told me that Braylon Edwards was the #1 guy on his board, that he was an NFL player right now, and then unless a team blew him away with a trade offer, he would take Braylon Edwards at 3. Boomer?
Well, so if that's the case, Sal, everything would remain status quo. Just to clean up, we told you this would be the first time since '01 that a running back went in the top 5. It hasn't been in the top 2 for 10 years. Kajana Carter went #1 overall, the oft-injured Kajana Carter in '95. And somebody Torrey might remember in 1994 with the 2nd overall pick, Indianapolis took Marshall.
Very familiar with that guy. A terrific back, a very good back. And I talk to Marshall all the time, and he tells me about the durability of backs, being able to, prolong your career by taking less hits. So, Marshall Faulk is definitely a good back, and these young guys, Ronnie Brown, Shedrick Bishop, they can definitely learn from a guy like Marshall Faulk.
But you know why I brought those 2 up? And just a reminder to everyone at home, this is never an exact science. And look, every one of these guys are great college players. Every one of these guys charts, they should be great in the pros. But look, the 2 names I mentioned, Marshall Faulk, maybe a Hall of Fame career. Kajana Carter, we hardly knew ye. So, I mean, it just shows you that even up at that level, same thing with the quarterbacks. Peyton Manning 1, Ryan Leaf 2. So now here come the Cleveland Browns, the 3rd team on the clock with a new coach. Romeo Crennel for long in the, let's say, the shadows, but a defensive aide de force to Bill Belichick, a big reason why the New England Patriots on defense have excelled and have won 3 of the last 4 Super Bowls. And, of course, with Bill throughout the years with New England, Jets, Giants, Romeo Crennel, his defensive credentials, extraordinary.
This is a big day for the Cleveland Browns because you start a new era with Romeo Crennel as the head coach, with Phil Savage as the general manager, and this is a franchise, since they gone up and running as an expansion franchise, that has gotten virtually nothing out of their #1 picks. Of course, Kellen Winslow injured last year, but they have to have a big day today, and this has to be the right pick for them.
Well, before we try to understand Romeo Crennel, who is a soft-spoken man anyway, and in that assistant system, you don't hear much from him, but a couple guys who might know something about him are guys with some Super Bowl rings. That will be Mike Vrabel, Rodney Harrison. They're with our Andrea Kramer as part of our roundtable. Good afternoon, Andrea.
Good afternoon, Chris. Yes, we have a great roundtable this year. Once again, John Jansen from the Washington Redskins, Trent Green from the Kansas City Chiefs, and 5 Super Bowl rings between them, Rodney Harrison and Mike Vrabel. Your defensive coordinator, your entire tenure in New England, was Romeo Crennel. Who is this guy? What can you tell us that will give us some insight into who he is as a person?
Well, I think, first of all, you look at a guy with a lot of integrity, and he's a coach that can approach guys differently. He's got to coach me differently than he coaches Rodney, and I think he does a great job at that.
What comes to mind for you when you think of Rack, as you call him?
Well, everyone thinks he's a quiet, laid-back coach, but which is evidence when we played, not evidence when we played against the New York Jets. He got in Willie McGinnis's face, and he really challenged Willie McGinnis, and afterwards they hugged after the game, and it just shows that he's a very intense, fiery coach. He gets kind of swept under the rug because he's been an assistant for so many years, but Cleveland, they got themselves a great coach.
The great thing about the draft is it's always about projection. So let's project Romeo Crennel as a head coach. How will he be handling an entire team, do you think?
Well, it's going to be different. I mean, it's going to be a lot different for him to come in and say, present to a whole team, this is our package for this week. But he's done that with us, and he listens to the players. He's done a good job saying, hey, I'll take your input, and I'll think about it, and we can use it or we won't use it. But, I mean, he's going to take that input.
And I think he's a player's coach. I think he communicates well with his players. The players respect him. I think it's definitely more responsibility dealing with the offense, defense, as well as the special teams. But Romeo, you describe him with one word, preparation. And he's always prepared. He's always ready for the next object that comes along, and he's definitely going to be a great coach.
He's already started to clean house, started to put his imprint on the Cleveland Browns. What kind of players are best suited to play for Romeo Crennel?
Well, I mean, I think you have to be tough, physical. You got to be a competitor. You got to go out there.
Smart.
Yeah, you got to be smart. I mean, he's going to throw a lot at you. You know, it's going to be something different every week. You're not just going to line up and do the same things week in and week out. He's going to present different things to the other team's offense.
Definitely. He's one of those guys that when I came in, he sat down and went over the playbook with me, and I said, oh, my God, how will I be able to learn all this stuff? And he just said, you know, be patient, make sure you study.
All right.
He still don't know it all.
There you go. Well, we do know it all in New York. Let's head back there right now.
Games.
All right, Andrea and Patriots, I thought one of the most poignant moments of last year's Super Bowl was when Bill Belichick, Romeo Crennel, and Charlie Weiss had kind of a hug on the sidelines in the final minute of that game against Philadelphia, kind of for a moment thinking about what they've all accomplished together, and kind of they're all different ways. Charlie with Notre Dame, Romeo with the Cleveland Browns, and you know, he has certainly waited for his chance. And, of course, Belichick forging on with New England. So we heard the type of players that Mike Vrabel and Rodney Harrison said that Romeo would be looking at. Who are they, Mel?
Well, you look at what the Cleveland Browns need, Boom. They need, obviously, a wide receiver. You look at a quarterback. Trent Dilfer's the bridge to the young quarterback. Will they address that at some point? Obviously, wide receiver, skill position, talent, and really talent overall. This is a team was the only National Football League club this past season without one legitimate star player. Everybody else had one or more. Cleveland had none. That's why Phil Savage is outstanding at evaluating personnel, one of the best in the business, and Romeo Crennel are now running the Browns organization. They need more ability. They need more talent, and they're going to get it now in Cleveland, and they need it. Kellen Winslow coming off that injury, he's got to be one of the main guys. They want a focal point to be at wide receiver to help out Winslow. They want to address that young quarterback. Trent will be the guy for now, but that's only for a year or so.
Well, Mel, of all the teams at the top three that I think would cheat the chart, so to speak, in other words, take a little less value than what that chart shows you should get for it, I've always thought it would be the Cleveland Browns, because Phil Savage is the general manager there. He needs a lot of players, needs to rebuild a defense. Yes, he needs a receiver. They had no receiver. They caught at least 60 balls last season. But I really believe that if there's going to be a trade, I thought this would be a spot, because they need a lot of players on both sides of the football.
You know what? The Cleveland Browns have used many a high #1 pick since they became reincarnated, if you will, in the National Football League. And I think Gerard Warren and of course, Courtney Brown, and a #1 pick of somebody else, Dallas, Ebenezer Ekhofa. All these guys are now on Denver. I think every star player the Browns have had since, except Jim Brown and Leroy Kelly, are now on to the Denver Broncos. Since they've come back in the league, Butch Davis following Chris Palmer, they made the playoffs once, but they're a team going backwards, and so hopefully for them, starting back up. And Trent Dilfer right now is going to start their year at quarterback. So, do they look at a quarterback? Do they look at Aaron Rodgers? Are they a candidate to pick a quarterback early in the second round?
I think they are going to select a quarterback sometime today or on Sunday. So I don't think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers here. I don't think they're going to trade for Alex Smith, but I do expect them to take a quarterback. But they are quite comfortable with Trent Dilfer. Remember, Savage was in Baltimore when Dilfer won a Super Bowl there. They're going to go ahead and let him be the guy who passes the torch when they do get that quarterback on board.
We're talking about personnel. It's not just on offense where they were woefully lacking in Cleveland. How about defense? Now a 3-4 scheme. Well, where's the personnel to run it? They added Gary Baxter and Brian Russell. The secondary has been assisted through that process of picking up players that have been in the league and are proven. The front seven on defense is a major problem area that they have to address on the first day of the draft as well.
That's right. We should be ready for surprises, too.
Well, we got about 30 seconds left for the Brother pick is coming in now. They used just about their entire 15 minutes. And why not? And there's still maybe, I don't think it's a tough name to pronounce at the very top. Sometimes the card gets hung up on a pronouncer if Blake Brockermeyer or Carl Yastrzemski or somebody gets drafted like that.
That's exactly right.
But, it's exciting. Just think of these coaches. You think of the day for the players. They've waited all their life. Think of these three coaches.
With the third selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Braylon Edwards, wide receiver, Michigan.
So I hate to say it's gone the way we wrote it down so far, huh? I hate to say it.
Well, when there aren't clearly defined top guys in a draft, you usually have some situation develop where they're not offering enough because there's not those elite players. So who's going to trade up to get them? We always said you have a seller, you need a buyer. And in order to make a deal, it takes two teams to get it done. And teams are reluctant to go more off the chart. I would go off the chart. Teams in the NFL are reluctant to do so.
Well, let's also remember, again, Savage came from the Baltimore Ravens organization. You always stay true to your board with the Ravens, and obviously Braylon Edwards was his top-rated player. He stayed true to that, even though if somebody had offered enough to make a trade, I think they would have taken it. But listen, as I said, no receiver with 60 catches last year. This is certainly a need and a great player.
You looked at Braylon quite a bit, Torrey. What do you think his chances are of coming in and making an impact this year?
I think this is a huge pick for Cleveland. He will get balls right now. They have nobody to get the ball to. So he will get balls right now. I think he'll come in and make a tremendous impact for the Cleveland Browns right away. He's a big, strong kid. He can run. He does a great job of going up for the ball. He can go across the middle. He's big enough to do that. So I think this is a great pick for the Cleveland Browns, and I think he will make an impact right away.
And playing in the Big Ten in Michigan, I mean, he understands what the weather's going to be like in Cleveland and in that division.
No question about it. You look at Braylon Edwards, and it may sound like I've been bashing Bray. It's not the case. I had to separate Mike Williams and Braylon Edwards. It was a hard call. I went with Mike Williams. He's still on the board. Braylon isn't. He's a Cleveland Brown. He's got Kellen Winslow at tight end. Now you add Braylon Edwards to that mix. You look at a kid, 6'3", 210, big, competitive, works hard. He's a great kid. I had a chance to talk to he and his father, Stanley Edwards, here in New York. Loves to play the game, works at it hard. And you talk about some of those drops. It's like a home run hitter. You're going to get strikeouts, but you'll get home runs. You'll get a lot of touchdowns with Braylon. When do those drops occur? Are they drive killers? They drop one in the red zone. Where do they occur? Are they inconsequential drops? Any drop can be inconsequential, but he did have a problem in that area. Ohio State game, huge effort with 10-plus catches, but the key drop when they were getting momentum, Michigan was to get back in the football game around midfield, the drop, then the punt. They never seized the opportunity to get back in that football game. And like, if Braylon can increase the concentration level, it's not about hand-eye coordination. He's phenomenal in that area. It's not about natural pass receiving skills. He is unmatched in that area. It's about concentration, and he knows that. I'll tell you, he's not defensive for you about criticism. He handles criticism well. You bring it up with him, he doesn't challenge and say, no, you're wrong. He says, I know, I got to work on that. It's about concentration. Can a receiver, Torrey, who dropped some catchable balls because of concentration problems in college, improve that at the pro level?
I think so. I think the quarterback, the receiver coach would have to continue to make that a point for Braylon Edwards to work on his consistency of catching the football. And he's a great kid. He likes to learn. He wants to be good. You talk to him, he wants to be the best receiver in the National Football League. He wants to be a Pro Bowler right now. So he's going to make the necessary changes and steps to be that, and he will be a better ball catcher.
Well, I think in terms of everybody says, okay, what about this selection? I myself would take Mike Williams. But I'll say that about every pick from now on because he's number one on my board. So I'm not going to keep bringing up Mike Williams. You know how I feel about him. Phil Savage, who I trust and I defer to Phil, great evaluator. He said Braylon was the best player in this draft. Braylon Edwards, obviously, to this football team with Kellen Winslow, and then you bring in a 6'3", 210-pound Braylon Edwards, and you got Trent Dilfer as the bridge. Is it Luke McCown, Josh Harris, two young quarterbacks in Cleveland, or do they add a quarterback in this draft? Somebody's going to be the heir apparent to Trent Dilfer. As I said, he's just going to get you to that young quarterback. But this year, to get better, they needed talent. They're going to address the front seven on defense down the road, starting in round 2 more than likely.
Again, we're looking at a wonderful picture you just said. These big family portraits. 25. These young men have worked so long for this, and what a proud day for mom, dad, brother, sis. We'll be back.
2005 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Welcome back to New York City. Braylon Edwards, the #1 receiver taken in the 2005 NFL Draft by the Cleveland Browns. What does #1 represent to you?
It means a lot. You know, it's really been a theme of my last 2 years, and you know, to be the first receiver taken means a lot, and definitely to go to a city like Cleveland, organization like the Browns with a new star with Romeo Crennel, and I'm excited.
At Michigan, the goal was to wear that #1 jersey. Why?
Because of what it represents, you know, in terms of Anthony Carter, the things that he did when he was with Michigan. He really represented a great football player, great team guy, and a guy that can get it done at all times. And so I said, if I want to be great, you know, I really would like to wear that number and kind of achieve some of the same things he did.
Compare yourself when you first got to Michigan to the player you are now.
I think when you first get to college, you know, you're young, you don't really know what the game is about. You're not mentally ready to handle what a whole season entails. But as you learn, as you listen, as you humble yourself, you really get a feel for what it's about. And by the time you're a 4th year, 5th year senior, you're really ready to step up to the plate and be everything your team needs.
So what number will you wear in the pros?
I haven't thought about it yet. You know, I'm just happy to be in the pros. I'm definitely happy to be with the Browns, and that's all I can think about now.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Chris?
That's all right. So Braylon Edwards, the first pick of the Cleveland Browns, and the first pick by the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns, and that would be Romeo Crennel, who is joining us now on our Coors Light video conference from Cleveland. And Romeo, so wait a minute, let me get this straight. Defensive coach, wide receiver. So you're a head coach now, huh? What did you see in Braylon that made him special to you?
Chris, one of the things that we saw in him was that he's a big physical receiver, a really competitive attitude. I think that you'll see as he blocks, he's also an aggressive blocker, and he will go get the ball down the field. You know, he's been able to make some big plays going up, taking the ball away from defensive backs. And when the game is on the line and in big games, he produces in big games. So we are all excited about that, and we feel good about having Braylon on our team.
What's the most important thing for you, Romeo, as head coach now of the Cleveland Browns to establish in Cleveland, whether it's through the draft this weekend or in training camp? What's the most important thing for you to get across?
Well, that we're trying to improve the team. We're going to put as many good players on the team as we can, players with a good attitude, good work ethic, and good production. So that's the main thing we want to get out of this draft.
How well, you know, you didn't have a lot of time, and the season went into February with the Patriots. So how much are you still learning what you have here in Cleveland as opposed to, okay, what I need to do in the future? Is it still a learning process of all the personnel that was there?
Sure it is. You know, we haven't been able to put these players on the field yet, so we're going to have to put them on the field and in our system to see exactly how they fit with our system, particularly on the defensive side of the ball more so than the offensive side. But the guys have been in the offseason program. They've been working very hard there. The attitude is great, and we're excited about getting it turned around here.
Well, just like these guys have a chance. You waited a long time for your chance as head coach. Do you pinch yourself sometimes, say, my goodness, the day finally came?
No, not yet. You know, we haven't played a game yet. It's been exciting to this point. Yeah, hey, I'll take it.
Nobody's second guessed is a thing.
That's perfect. It just never stays that way, though.
All right, Romeo Crennel, good luck onward and upward with the Cleveland Browns.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it.
All right, so Romeo, his first pick, Braylon Edwards, a great football guy, finally getting a chance to run his own team. Now it's Chicago on the clock. Running back, Cedric Benson.
Wingo, Merrill, Hajran Jaworski, and Randy Mueller. Guys, with Chicago on the clock, we're looking at a situation where 4 of the next 5 teams could be going running back. Randy, pretty good job you've had drafting running backs, Amon Green, Deuce McAllister. What's your philosophy when you're looking at a running back in the draft?
Well, I think it's a little bit instinctive, to be honest with you, Trey. I think you've got to find a guy that gives you the feeling that an off-tackle 6-yard play can be a 30-yard run at each time. Amon Green gave me that feeling. Deuce McAllister gave me that feeling. I think if a guy gives you the feeling he's going to get a bigger gain than it's designed, that's a pretty good way to go.
With all the backs that are still left on, you got Carnell, you got Cedric Benson. Which one that you guys like you think could be a quarterback's best friend? Is it Benson because he's the guy that's gotten 100 yards a game, 25 carries a game?
Well, studying them both, and you got to take these guys from college to the National Football League. The thing that you've got to be is a horse, and you've got to be able to run everywhere. You got to be on tackle to tackle. You got to get to the perimeter. And can you expand your offensive coordinator's game plan? That means, can he use you in the passing game? I don't know they can use Cedric Benson as much in the passing game as Ronnie Brown is going to be used in Miami, but he's a horse. You can count on him for 20, 25 carries. When you look at Cadillac Williams, I think he's limited where he'll be able to run in the National Football League. Now, in college, he went tackle to tackle on the outside, but in the National Football League, he'll be more of a perimeter runner. That's why I think Chicago will go with Cedric Benson from Texas over Cadillac Williams from Auburn in this one.
Well, when you look at Chicago right now, a quarterback's best friend is a running back, and certainly Rex Grossman would love to have that running back right now. He acquired Muhsin Muhammad in the offseason. That'll give him that explosive, deep threat down the field. And for the Bears, it's all about dimensions. How many dimensions do you have on offense that the defense must stop? Cedric Benson would be the kind of guy that they'd love to have.
But over 1,100 carries in college. Can he keep up that durability in the pros? Chicago is on the clock. Let's go back to Chris Berman in New York. Boom.
All right, Trey and guys, thank you very much. The Bears are about to make their pick, the year 2 of the Lovie Smith era, and well, we'll wait to see if it is Benson. But look, in that weather, I mean, I know they have Thomas Jones, but they have to run the ball. They have to move the ball. Points, worst. Total yards a game on offense last year, the worst. Passing, the worst, because Grossman got hurt and they went through everybody this side of Billy Wade. Sacks, the worst. Offense, their defense is okay with Lovie. They made some very good draft picks last year, but they need to move the chains. And will Rex Grossman be a good quarterback? But that's a discussion for about 30 seconds. The Bears are theoretically off the clock, but the card is in. The Chicago Bears.
With the fourth selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Cedric Benson, running back, Texas.
Now, this has been out there, and why not? Look, can I just, before you show the highlights, Mel, let the folks at home listen to this. 4 years at Texas. Last year, 326 carries. The year before, 258. The year before, 305 as a sophomore. The year before, 223. 1,100 plus carries for 1,800, 1,300, 1,300, 1,000, 5,500 yards. We met him last night. We talked to him a little bit, and I said, man, 1,100 carries, 5,000 yards? He goes, we're just getting started.
Chris, go back to high school. You know how many yards he rushed for in high school? 8,423 yards and 127 touchdowns. Obviously an emotional day. Happy day for Cedric Benson.
Look at him. I mean, as many times as he's carried the ball and has forced that sort of pain and emotion on guys trying to tackle him. This is clearly a young man that, give me the ball, let me show you what I can do. And he's overwhelmed by it. I mean,
the bottom line with the running back.
He has every right to be. I mean, and if I'm Lovie Smith and I see this young man crying, I know I got a passionate football player. I'm going to put the ball in his hands, and I'm going to tell him to carry the load for me. I like to see the tears. I like to see the passion. That's what it's all about, being in New York and actually hearing his name.
And even though we've been saying Bears and Benson, he's had to listen to a lot of critics in the last 2 weeks say he's the third back. He's sliding in this draft. Well, he didn't slide in this draft. He's the fourth pick in it.
Yeah, second running back overall. Morton, you look at Cedric Benson. I talked about the career in high school. We talked about tread on tires. He's taken a lot of hits. I'll tell you what, he's been out there performing in touchdowns. And keep in mind athletic ability. He was drafted in the 12th round coming out of high school by the LA Dodgers. Opted to play football, obviously, at Texas. So a multi-skilled athlete. Touchdowns in the red zone. This kid, the initial defender, never brings him down. Great leg strength. You see it here. The power, 5'10 and a half, 222 pounds, and even stronger. And he plays like he's 240. You watch this kid, you would think he's about 240, 245. I look at touchdowns. As a freshman, 13. Sophomore, 12. Junior, 19. 21. That's over 40. You talk about 40, 50 touchdowns. This kid makes it happen in the red zone. I had one NFL GM that I respect tell me he's the best red zone runner he ever scouted. That says a lot for a running back. Red zone ability, Torrey Holt, how important is it?
The red zone ability to run the football is very, very big, and he will have a lot of opportunities to do that in Chicago.
I had another very well-respected general manager that tell me he was the safest pick in this draft because all those carries, never been hurt, Mort.
That's right, and I think everybody feels that this guy, you knew what you were getting when you took him. And Ron Turner's the new offensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears, and he will pound the ball with this guy and give Rex Grossman some breathing room.
Why wouldn't you?
And the debate here, guys, was wide receiver or running back. You signed Muhsin Muhammad. You spend a lot of money, bring Muhammad in. Who's opposite Muhammad? Is it going to be Justin Gage? He was a disappointment. Will it be Bobby Wade, Bernard Berry? And I think the Bears will have to address wide receiver in round 2. Thomas Jones, serviceable, good. So do you want to improve on that with Benson? You do. You get that upgrade. Keep in mind, Thomas Jones led them with 56 catches. That tells you about wide receiver not being that good, but he'll be the main guy, Benson will, and Thomas Jones will be there to help him out.
And if you're a running back, there's a little history of running backs in Chicago.
Yes, it is.
And I'm sure that's not lost on Cedric Benson, who's with Susie right now. Suze?
Well, Chris, clearly so much emotion. How can you express what you're feeling right now?
I can't, you know. It's been a tough process for me, you know, and I didn't know how things were going to turn out or what was going to happen. You know, I had to deal with a lot of things that I didn't even expect or think I would have to deal with coming into it.
Well, like what?
You know, just the Ricky stuff and background stuff, and you know, it was like such a. I don't know, it just feels so good for it to finally be over. You know, it just feels good It just feels good, you know.
When you say Ricky Williams, why were people so quick to compare the two of you?
Man, you know, same school, same hair, both great athletes, both African-American. You know, just, it was easy for them to do that instead of figuring out the real me, you know, or looking deeper within. It was easy to just say, oh, it's just, you know, whatever. You know?
Well, for people unfamiliar with the look, you had dreadlocks. Why did you cut them off?
I wanted to get a fresh start. I wanted to, you know, just something new. You know, it was becoming more business-like, you know, and you know, it's like a job interview. You know, I wanted to be clean cut, look good for them, and just come out the best I could to put myself in the best position to be where I am. You know?
Who is the real you?
I don't even know.
What did coaches and scouts ask you about?
Oh man, it wasn't really they were asking me things. They were just, you know, degrading me, trying to manipulate me, you know, talking down. You know, I rescheduled an interview one time, and one guy told me, "Am I going to miss practice?" Because, you know, I thought the process was a big slap in the face, you know, for everything I've done and the way I've carried myself and tried to present myself. You know, there's no respect for what you've done, but obviously the Bears believe in me, and we're going to get some things done in Chicago.
How do you feel about the respect now?
I feel a whole lot better, and I'm eager and anxious and ready to go to Chicago and get things done.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Have a great ride.
Appreciate it.
Chris?
Suze, Cedric, he has a chance now to turn that back on opposing tacklers. 1,100 carries, 5,500 yards. Hello. Give me the ball and give it to me again. And that's perfect for Chicago. I think it's a perfect fit. Now, Tampa on the clock next. Is this Aaron Rodgers' time? He's in the green room. We know, as Aaron Wade, it's going to happen quickly. He didn't get worse this week, okay? And by the way, there'll be very quickly a Cadillac pulling out of the garage. It's not so much, the third back. Well, when 3 backs go in the first 6, 7, or 8 picks, they all have chances to be phenomenal. Cadillac Williams soon as well. We'll be back. Darnell Cadillac Williams, the running back from Auburn, watching home Jackson. Will it be his turn, or will it be another Williams? Mike Williams, who had dinner with Bucks folks last night.
Bruce Allen's the general manager, yeah. But I'm always leery when somebody lets you know on the organization that he's having dinner with us tonight. When they start leaking stuff the night before the draft, you just wonder why.
Well, we got to find out if they went to Burns Steakhouse or wherever they went.
That's exactly
Get Bruce on the horn, will you?
Yeah, right, yeah.
And so, Cedric Benson is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 2 years removed from the Super Bowl, and where are they going? The Bucs are picking 5th now overall. We got about 4 minutes left on the clock for the Bucs. Could this be Aaron Rodgers right here? I mean, look, they have Brian Griese, they have Chris Sims at quarterback. Brian has won early with Denver. Chris Sims young. If their fathers are playing, it's a no-brainer. They're all set at quarterback. But is it a no-brainer?
Boomer, here's the thing about this draft. It's a big draft for John Gruden because they are in transition going from older to younger. They do have some quarterbacks on the roster. John Gruden worked out Aaron Rodgers. He really liked Aaron Rodgers. But as their team stands now, I think it's going to be a tough pick for them to go ahead and do this. So, yes, Mike Williams is a possibility here. Certainly Cadillac Williams is a possibility here. But a trade is also a possibility here as well. There are some teams that have been talking to the Bucs about moving up, with the Bucs sliding back a little bit.
And you talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback situation. I thought Brian Griese had a solid year overall. I think he wasn't the problem. I think you look at Chris Sims, developmental young quarterback, should be coming into an area of his career where he presents a challenge. And I think you look at wide receiver, Michael Clayton, great rookie year. You could make the argument if he was in this draft to be the #1 pick. You look at the running back situation, needing help there. So I think those two spots, running back, wide receiver, are a priority for John Gruden in this draft.
So let's very quickly, as the Bucs have 3 minutes to go with their pick, go out to San Francisco. Sal Palantonio has some news on where the Bucs might be looking. Sal?
Well, Boom, everybody expected that Alex Smith would be a guy that John Gruden would be interested in, but I just got off the phone with the Niners draft room. They said they have not gotten a call from Tampa Bay. It is true what Chris Mortensen said that John Gruden likes Aaron Rodgers, but it's also very true that Gruden and the Bucs organization are under a lot of pressure to fill a need because they have Brian Griese there and they have to get a running back and a wide receiver. So I think that's the direction they will go, but they have not been talking to the Niners about trading for Alex Smith, Boomer.
All right, Sal, thank you very much. So 2 Williamses and a Rodgers. Is it, what do we think? What should they do?
You know, Mel should tell you.
Don't ask me because I'm going to bring
he'd say Mike Williams.
If I say Williams, I'm probably in good shape because I like Cadillac and I like Mike. So I'm not going to say Mike Williams again, except the Williams guys, they're good football players. I do think this, when you look at Tampa Bay, I'm a Brian Griese fan in terms of saying he's solid. I don't think you necessarily need to go that route. I know it was discussed about Alex Smith because Alex Smith is so smart. Aaron Rodgers has been in the mix. But I really think when you look at Cadillac Williams, and keep in mind, John Gruden worked with and coached Cadillac Williams all week at the Senior Bowl practices in Mobile. And we have history tells us that the coaches down there usually take a player or two that they work with that week.
Well, I think I'm going to take it back. You know, I think the back will take a lot of pressure off Brian Griese. You have a great receiver out on the outside with Clayton. So Cadillac Williams right now I think will be a great fit. He can get outside. He can run inside a little. He's tough, has a great passion for the game. So I think he can add some toughness and be a great back down in Tampa Bay. And again, take some pressure off Brian Griese to allow him to make some throws down the football team to make them better offensively.
Bucs last year 29th in rushing. They had Pittman. They need more than that, obviously. The Tampa Bay Bucs, who all of a sudden, remember when they were defending Super Bowl champs, it was, well, this division is a walk. And all of a sudden, Carolina jumped up and became very good. Now here's Atlanta, who's at the precipice. All of a sudden, it's tough to make headway in this division.
No, it is, and you've got to run the football in this division. You know, the Buccaneers had only 93 yards rushing per game. So I think that John Gruden, as much as he likes to throw the ball, clearly he knows he's got to get a featured running back.
Well, clearly, pictures do not lie. And so it's time to take the Cadillac out of the garage. I had a feeling there was a cigar maker down in Tampa that kind of gave us a hint at this. I had never a chance to quite light that up, but it's Cadillac Williams, a guy who got his nickname, and I got to like this, a sportscaster in Birmingham, Alabama, looking at this young man play high school football. They migrate and said, look at him. He's running like a Cadillac, and it stuck. Imagine that. Nicknames from a sportscaster. Here's the pick.
Cadillac.
With the 5th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Carnell Williams, running back, Auburn.
And so how about not only 3 running backs in the first 5, which is unheard of, but 2 running backs, same team, first 5. 2 Auburn running backs of the top 5. My goodness. I mean, Auburn should have been in the NFC South.
Hey, Chris, go back in Auburn's history. Remember Joe Cribbs? Remember James Brooks? Bo Jackson? List goes on and on. This is a program exactly that has produced a lot of running backs over the years. Now 2 in the top 5. Cadillac's hero was the late, great Walter Payton. And you see that Walter Payton running style, attacking defenders. And I think he takes great pride in hurting defenders. I tell you what, in the box, between the tackles, he is at his best. Great feet, great vision. And you talk about with that style at 217 pounds, up from about 205, 210. Can he be durable at the pro level? Well, he was durable at Auburn, and the only injury he had was at fibula 2002. Since that time, he's been spectacular. He proved even as a freshman he could carry it 41 times against Georgia. Great improvement as a pass receiver out of the backfield. I thought it was majorly questionable in that area as a junior. Worked on it hard and became better and more reliable as a senior.
That's the only question that I have on Cadillac, is his durability. A guy being 5'10", 217 pounds, can he continuously take that pounding in the National Football League? And I know he did when he was in Auburn, but it's different when Variable and Rodney Harrison is hitting on a consistent basis.
Attacking defenders, Torrey, he won't change that style. Right. Will that lead to some injury problems at the pro?
I think it can. I think it can if he doesn't change his style. I don't want him to get too far away from it because I want him to be aggressive. I want him to be the player that he is. But he has to be able to pick his spots. And I've talked to a lot of great backs. You have to pick your spots in order to stay durable in the National Football League.
Well, and as we said, the first time ever that we've had 3 backs go in the top 5. And one thing you should know is that if you're looking for a position to make an immediate impact, you would say running back as a rookie across the board, except for the durability of playing the 16 games in the preseason. That is where you can make your best mark across the board as a first-year player in the National Football League. And so Miami and Chicago, Tampa Bay are counting on just that. Tennessee is next on the clock, and we have Aaron Rodgers, still a quarterback waiting to happen. He's taking a walk out of the green room a little bit. I don't blame him. Is this a spot that people might come up to move? Does Tennessee start to think, well, how many years left does Steve McNair have, who sat for a couple years before he ever took a snap? We'll be back with the Titans. On our list, you have to go back to 86, like the Florida, and you go to the Southeastern Conference again. One of my favorite players, John L. Williams, drafted by the Seahawks, along with Neil Anderson, who had a nice career with Chicago. And then back in '71, Big John Brockington from Ohio State became a Packer, and the little guy, little Leo Hayden, became Minnesota Viking. And now Ronnie Brown, Miami, Cadillac Williams, Tampa Bay. Doesn't happen often. That's quite a full house backfield. Susie Colbert talking with a happy Cadillac.
You're absolutely right about that, Chris. And we welcome in Carnell Cadillac Williams from Gadsden, Alabama. First off, for everybody who doesn't know, how'd you get the name Cadillac?
Oh, the name Cadillac came from by a guy named Mike Rader. He do high school football down my way. He said I ran smooth like a Cadillac, and you know, it done stuck with me.
Okay, well, you ran smooth, but who's the football hero?
My football hero is Walter Payton. You know, he's a great human being. You know, I mean, he did great things at Chicago. All time was second time leading rusher. So that's my favorite player.
You and Ronnie Brown in constant competition. What was the relationship like?
Oh, man, we had a real good relationship. I mean, we best of friends. Both of us very unselfish. You know, me and Ronnie Brown had a bet going who was going to be taken first. He won the bet, but we got a couple more coming down the road. So, you know, Ronnie, I owe you.
You know, everybody puts on the hat of the team that selected them. So since you're not in New York, how many NFL hats did you have to have in your house?
Actually, I had 2 hats per team. So, therefore, I was hoping the hat came down to Tampa Bay, in which it did. And I want to thank Coach Gruden and his staff for selecting me. You know, I'm looking to do big things down there.
You and Ronnie Brown often had some friendly wagers, most catches, most yards. What about who went first in the draft?
You know, we had a little something on dinner, then a little side bet between me and him, you know, which, of course, you all know that he won. But we got some other things down the road as who had the best year and, you know, a couple more things. So, you know, he might have won the war, but the battle is not over.
Cadillac, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you in Tampa Bay. And speaking of Tampa Bay, through our Coors Light video conferencing, we welcome in the head coach of the Bucs, John Gruden. So, John, what did it take for you to fall in love with Cadillac Williams?
Took about one day at the Senior Bowl. We were fortunate to coach down there in Mobile, and we knew a lot about Cadillac, obviously, from what he got done in college, and he put an exclamation point on that in Mobile. We love this guy. We're going to build a great part of our offense around him. He's unselfish, and he's an electrifying playmaker, and he's something we need here.
3 running backs go in the top 5, but what is it about him that for you really stood out above the others?
Well, I think if you just look at him carefully, he can catch the ball. There have been some real bad rumors about maybe that's not his strength, but he returns punts, kickoffs. He can catch the ball out of the backfield, and in the open air, he's as good as I've seen. We're really excited to have him, and obviously the guys that were picked ahead of him were classy, great football players also.
Since the Super Bowl, there's been so much change. How does a team deal with that?
Well, everybody's changing. Even the teams that were in the Super Bowl last year had change. Hopefully, Cadillac Williams, Michael Clayton will give us 2 building blocks on offense that we can build around. And we've got a lot of draft picks left today, and we're intent on coming back here strong this fall.
Okay, John, we'll see you often throughout the day.
All right, Susie.
Chris, let's go back to you.
All right, Suze, Coach Gruden, not the usual full-blown Tommy Bahama shirt for Coach Gruden, but I'm sure we'll get to that a little bit later on. One thing we do want you folks out there to understand, Cadillac Williams and Ronnie Brown, and you heard Susie talk about it, you heard Cadillac talk about it and Ronnie beforehand, the relationship in which 2 guys share time in a big-time backfield is usually one of jealousy, or let's not say best friends. Mort, Mel, Tor, I mean, for these guys to be, they're more than best friends. I mean, they're tight, and they should understand that these are the type of people that they are.
Chris, I think it helped their draft standing. It showed that they had a selflessness, a team-first type attitude. I know that Eddie Grand, their running back coach, felt that they had that type of character, as well as Tommy Tuberville, their head coach. Yes, it helped them in this draft.
I think it's a great testament to their character and what they brought to the University of Auburn. That's why both of these guys have been selected so early. So it's a great testament to their character. They let that carry over into the National Football League and Tampa Bay. And this bunch has great draft picks with these 2 guys.
Well, now we see Tampa Bay trying to recapture what they had a couple of years ago. They still got a very good defense, but a couple of years removed from a Super Bowl. Tennessee has been a perennial playoff team until last year, when the bottom fell out. Injuries were the primary reason, but all of a sudden, playoff perennial team fell to 5-11. Now, it's interesting. They haven't drafted this high since they were the Houston Oilers, and they used that pick for Steve McNair. McNair will be back. The Titans are on the clock with 3.5 minutes, but, for example, one of the many players that Tennessee lost was Samari Rolle. Do they then pick another Rolle at corner?
I think they would go Pac-Man or Rolle or Rodgers. All 3 of those guys. My top guy was Pac-Man, and John Gruden touched on it with Cadillac Williams. The kick, punt return skills. Also with Adam Pac-Man Jones, who presents that special teams dynamic that gives him versatility to contribute heavily in that area his rookie year. 5'9.5", 186. Hey, he's as tough as they come. He'll support the run. He'll throw that body around. Antrell Rolle ran that 4.49. Not great speed like Pac-Man, but good enough to say he's a true corner. And Carlos Rodgers from Auburn, you could argue he was the most consistent, the most steady and reliable cornerback in the country. Just like those 3 running backs. They all were bunched together. Those 3 cornerbacks throughout this process has been bunched right in that area where picking one out of the 3 and separating those guys has been very difficult.
And probably, like we saw 3 of the first 5 picks are back, maybe 3 of the next 5 picks are these corners. 3 of the next 5 or 6 picks. At Tennessee, the pick is in as they start what they hope is just a short dip down, and under Jeff Fisher, a quick return.
With the 6th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Adam Jones, cornerback, West Virginia.
Well, the Pac-Man. Adam Pac-Man Jones in Atlanta and starred at West Virginia. He got the nickname Pac-Man as a baby, we understand, right? With the way that he just gobbled down the milk out of the bottles and whatever else was put in front of him. I can't believe Pac-Man's been around that long, like that game, huh? So that's about 20 years ago that already Pac-Man was a hit, and that's how he gets the nickname. And now will he gobble up receivers, although of the three guys, he's the shortest.
And he was a hit, and he'll hit, Chris. He'll do it, but I'll tell you what, he'll throw that body around, as I said. He's 5'9", 186, very compact, strong, and very fast. You see him here playing off. You see ball skills with Pac-Man. That's the key. You know, you got to guys have you in coverage, and they'll be on you. Torrey Holt knows this, but the receiver still catches the football. What Pac-Man does, great ball skills, and then you see the ability after the interception to return that football. A turnover results in a touchdown sometimes on the other side with Pac-Man Jones. So a guy that has a defensive mentality, and he gets the interception, and an offensive mentality. Kick, punt, return ability is a plus. You see him there on the blitz. You see an aggressive, an intense run support guy. And in an era where you have rules that allow wide receivers to get the best of those cornerbacks, cornerbacks can't be physical in coverage. You need to recover. You're going to get beaten. You're going to recover. He has 4.3 to 4.35 speed. And Torrey Holt, you're the big-time receiver. You got a guy like this that can make up ground. How tough is Pac-Man going to be in the National Football League?
I think he's going to be a very good player in the National Football League. And the reason why I say that is because he's a tough football player. He will get beat at times off the line of scrimmage by bigger receivers, but the young man can recover. And what makes him that much more dangerous, and Tennessee needs a spark, he can return the football.
And this is a guy, yes, he's 5'9.5", but I know him talking with Jeff Fisher last night, in fact, about the different players. When he started talking about Pac-Man Jones, boy, I got a sense he loves this guy because he said, hey, look, he's going to get better in this league once he figures out the talent level that he's competing against, and he is a leaper. In fact, he once got a technical foul when he played basketball for Westlake High School in the Atlanta area, dunking the basketball and hanging on the rim at 5'9.5". He can jump and get up there, too.
What I like is he's small, and Pac-Man, you're small, but you're tough. You got Allen Iverson heart. Keep that heart, keep that intensity. You'll be a great football player in the National
And on the schedule,
I really like that.
And on the schedule, playing cornerback for the Tennessee Titans twice a year, the Indianapolis Colts. Yes. So he's going to have to go face-to-face with the most feared passing attack in the National Football League. Sorry, Troy, they used to be the Rams. But, of course, Peyton Manning and all the records. Hey, look at this party in Minnesota. 4,000. Can't wait for the Vikes to pick.
Drink variety. Sonic's got it, others don't. Make Sonic your morning drink.
With a pair of first-round picks, and this is the pick in Oakland slot that they got for Randy Moss. And that's something we'll discuss right now. So the Vikings on the clock, and that always makes you nervous when you say the Vikings are on the clock. But this time, they vow to, this is a team that's on the move. They beat Green Bay in the playoffs, and now they lose Moss. Is it then obvious that they should pick a wide receiver here? Mel, here's your board.
This is a good board still. I think you look at Troy Williamson with speed. That's the thing that he brings to the table, is tremendous ability to be a vertical stretch wide receiver. Obviously, you know how much I like Mike Williams. Mark Clayton happens to be our own Torrey Holt's favorite wide receiver in this draft.
And I got a list of reasons why he's my favorite receiver in this draft. I like Mark Clayton. I think the young man can play. He's tough. He's small. He's not a big guy. He's not 6'2", but he's tough. He's smooth. He's elusive. He can run great routes. He can block. Mark Clayton can do a lot of things to help a football team right now.
Yeah, I got to tell you something about the Vikings real quick. They, I think, had as good an offseason as anybody, and that's amazing when you lose a Randy Moss and you actually may have had a better offseason. And I know their attitude going into today was, we can take any player. We don't have to take a receiver. If a receiver is the highest grade, if it's Mike Williams or Troy Williamson, Mike Williams of Southern Cal, Troy Williamson of South Carolina, then they'll take him. But they did not feel compelled to replace Randy Moss with this first pick.
And they have drafted well. You got to give them credit. The Vikings, Bryant McKinney, Kevin Williams. You go back to getting Nate Burleson where they did, Weldy. They've done a good job drafting over the last few years.
They have lately. And here, before we show that trade with Moss, just let me allude to what Mort said in case you missed it. The offseason, no particular order. Cornerback Fred Smoot from the Redskins, now a Viking. Safety Darren Sharper from the Packers, now will play the Packers twice a year as a Viking. Big defensive tackle, nose tackle, Pat Williams from Buffalo, now a Viking. Sam Coward, once upon a time a Pro Bowl linebacker, now a Viking. Napoleon Harris came in a trade, but these are the departures now. This is what's going out the other way. And, of course, by the way, Brad Johnson, the backup quarterback, not Gus Frerotte. Hovan wasn't the player that he was. So I'm going to echo what you said, although it's hard to replace 15 to 20 touchdown catches a year with Randy Moss. But the Minnesota Vikings have a chance, and now with 2 number 1s. And remember, they didn't win the division, but they beat the Packers, the champ of the division, in the playoffs. So kind of they were, if you look at it that way, the team on the up in that black and blue division, in the Norris division. And so the Minnesota Vikings, I think, are a big-time threat the entire NFC to go to the Super Bowl. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think they are certainly a threat. I mean, listen, you can't lose a Randy Moss and say it's not a loss, as you mentioned that. But they are, listen, they're building their defense, which is always a criticism in Minnesota. So if they make a defensive pick here, you go, wow, we do have to pay attention to that defense. But obviously, they can fill their receiver needs here, Mel.
And they pick again. Keep in mind, they pick here, 7. They pick again at 18. They have a second-round pick. I'll tell you, a guy I like in the second round, we're going to jump way ahead, is Mike Nugent, place kicker, Ohio State. He figures to go in round 2, and they have to come out, I believe, out of this first round with a wide receiver, especially when you have Mike Williams and Troy Williamson still on the board. You're getting, the Vikings are always into value. Who drops, who's there, who can make sense at that point. They did it all along throughout the draft process, even with Udeze last year. And they have 2 wide receivers staring them right in the face.
Mel, Mike Williams is your number 1 guy. Now, if they're looking to replace exactly the type of player that Randy Moss is at wideout, you might go to the next receiver, Williamson. But so what? Why do they have to have exactly what? You're not going to have very many. Torrey knows that, exactly like Randy Moss. Should Mike Williams go to the Vikings?
Yes, he should.
Should he go?
This would be a no-brainer right here. This should be a guarantee as far as I'm concerned. If the Vikings agree or disagree, we'll see. But I think we look at Troy Williamson in a run-oriented offense. He's going to transition, but it may take a little longer. He does present great speed. Mike Williams, though, this speed thing is very, very overrated. Williams, and it's a negative. He ran a 4.56. He's 6'5", 230. Ran better than Michael Clayton. Braylon Edwards only ran 4.53 on a track. He's faster than Jerry Rice was coming out of Mississippi Valley State, who I might argue, including myself, he's one of the greatest players ever to play the game. So this notion that Mike Williams can't run and he's slow, forget about it. It's just not accurate.
I think they can take a receiver. And it doesn't have to be Mike Williams. It doesn't have to be Mark Clayton. I think Troy Williams is the better fit for them. If you notice, Minnesota has a vertical game. Dante Pepper likes to throw the ball deep. Troy Williams adds that. He can eat a defensive back's cushion up quicker than I've seen of any of the receivers in this draft. Troy Williams, I think right now for Minnesota would be a very good pick.
Back to the defensive part of the discussion, the folks at the University of Maryland said that the Vikings were paying a lot of attention to their outside linebacker, Sean Merriman, this week. So that's another thing. As I say, the Vikings want to become a dominant defensive team as well.
Look, at 18, you're still going to get a pretty darn good receiver. So I mean, they could pretty much count on that. So we'll see what the Vikings do. But Merrill Hodge joins us now, Haji Sheik, up at our NFL Live studio. And Haji, Mike Williams, I guess everyone disagrees, don't they?
Well, you know what, Boom, it's about this. When you look at Mike Williams and you study him on tape, he is 6'5". When you look at him transitioning to the National Football League, he still lumbers. When studying him on tape in college, he was challenged every time he caught the football. But because he's 6'5", he was able to catch it. When you look at him in the National Football League, he'll have to play on the weak side. A couple things will have to be in place for him to be effective. They'll have to have a dominant wide receiver on the strong side and a dominant running game. When it's 3rd and 5, yes, he can give you 6 yards. When it's 3rd and 15, he is not going to be a threat. And there's no such thing in the National Football League as an uncoverable wide receiver. Mike Williams would be the first. We've already had teams that have passed on something we've never seen before. Mike Williams will be covered in the National Football League and challenged consistently.
Well, Merrill, there's one thing about Mike Williams. How about in red zone? Red zone, now there's a guy, right, with his size and he plays kind of like a power forward at times, right? Isn't he a great red zone receiver?
Well, he is, and I think it gets down to size and speed. If you want the burner is Troy Williams.
Yeah,
no question. He runs in the 4.3s. He's got good size. He averaged 28.9 a catch as a freshman, had a 99-yard touchdown reception, and a run-oriented offense, or his numbers would have been off the charts. Now, I look at Williamson as a guy, if you're looking to say, hey, we have to replace Randy Moss with true speed, you go with Williamson. If you want the best player in this draft, you take Mike Williams.
And the Vikings have been on the phone with Williamson during the time they've been trying to make this pick. Williamson.
Well, and the pick is in.
Good dialogue.
With the 7th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Troy Williamson, wide receiver, South Carolina.
I told you.
Well, you guys outlined the choices. If you want what Moss was, and I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Randy Moss, of course not, but the speed that Torrey and Mel and Moore talked about, this would be the guy who is a burner, what, 6.31. And something to think about. You say in a run-oriented offense, two holds, etc. You know, it took Timmy Brown a year, Rocket Ishmael. Well, let's just go to Timmy Brown a year or two to kind of grasp the pro thing. He grasped it pretty good for the rest of his career.
That's a great point, Boom. I think it's exactly right. Lou Holtz's offense did produce some wide receivers, and Timmy Brown front and center there in that offense. And you look at the scatter-arm quarterbacks, not real accurate. That limited the amount of receptions that Williamson could have. But you're not looking at a smurf. You're not looking at a little guy who can run 4.3. Troy Williamson is 6'1" and change, 202 pounds. He was down at the Senior Boats, hanging out down there watching. Obviously couldn't participate as an underclassman, but a kid who's got a ton of athletic ability. And obviously the Vikings want to replace Randy Moss with speed, and they got big-time vertical stretchability. If, in fact, Torrey, the route running, the preciseness of those routes is something Troy has to work on.
That'll definitely be something that that'll be something all these receivers will have to work on, and Troy will. But now they have a trifecta. They have Troy Williamson now. They got Nate Burleson on the inside. They got Marcus Robinson on the outside. And when you talk red zone, Marcus Robinson, I think, can give them that in the red zone. You want to throw a fade? I think Marcus Robinson is big enough. He's strong enough to go up, attack the football, and help them in the red zone.
Let's remember, when Randy Moss came into this league, he wasn't a route runner. They just sent him vertical. And I had one team tell me that Williamson was the #2 rated player on their board in this draft. And what would have happened had he played for Steve Spurrier at South Carolina? He might have been the first. I mean, he might have been a top 5 pick before Edwards.
With Donnie Culpepper, who this side of Peyton Manning's 49 touchdown passes last year, had 39, and actually threw for more yards if you really want to look at the stats. You know, it's no question what they can and what they want to do. Williamson is the burner. We'll see. Now, Sean Salisbury once upon a time played some quarterback with the Minnesota Vikings. I don't know if it's true that you threw it in the rafters, Sean, but that's where you are right now.
I am in the rafters, and I threw more than a couple of the rafters too, Boomer. And, you know, I love the wide receiver pick. Troy Williamson, it's a pick on speed based on raw potential, because you lose Moss, you get Williamson, and a guy who is a game breaker. And what receiver doesn't know how, doesn't need help on learning how to run routes? I can teach a receiver how to be a crisp route runner. I can't teach speed, and that's what they got. And in response to the Mike Williams, who nobody's picked yet, and Merrill Hodge, I'm not quite sure what tape Merrill's studying, because I've seen Mike Williams make great tough catches. Merrill had him going in the 4th round. Mike Williams is a steal from here on out. Good pick by the Vikings, but anybody that gets Mike Williams is going to get a Pro Bowler and a playmaker who catches the ball with his hands. That's why Merrill likes those factor backs. Tell him to stick to those guys.
All right, Sean. Well, Sean and Merrill teeing it up under 2 hours into the draft. So Troy Williamson becomes the first Gamecock wide receiver since a man we got to know through the years in the 1st round pick, Sterling Sharp. Pretty good pro career. He went back in 1988 to the Green Bay Packers. Arizona is on the clock. Seemingly have their quarterback plans together, but again, you know, Ben Roethlisberger waited till 11. He ended up getting with a team that was much better than 11, the Pittsburgh Steelers, as it turned out. And so, again, wherever Aaron Rodgers goes, maybe he's going to a team that he might have the best season of compared to Alex Smith, certainly, with the 49ers. So Aaron shouldn't get down. He didn't get worse this week. Now, on Arizona, would they look at an Aaron Rodgers? I mean, they have Kurt Warner, who we'll talk about in a moment, but obviously Kurt's not going to play there 8 years.
Oh, and they have looked at Aaron Rodgers, but I think Denny Green feels like he's made a commitment to Kurt Warner, and he doesn't want Kurt to have to go through what he went through last season in New York, bringing in a 1st-round quarterback, and all the speculation starting if he has a couple rough games about, okay, when's the #1 pick coming in? So I don't see a quarterback here. I really believe it'll be somebody, a big corner like Antrell Roll, that fits the style of their defense.
Well, let me ask, Tor, when we're on Warner, we get another question about a running back. But, Torrey, look, Kurt played. The Giants won the first half of the season, but then it was apparent that behind that offensive line that Tom Coughlin made the switch to Eli Manning. Kurt has another chance in Arizona, several years now removed from his Pro Bowl status, his Super Bowl status. You know him better than all of us. How will he do in Arizona? Can he recapture some of what he had?
I think he can. I think Kurt really can recapture with some of the things that he's done in the past couple of years leading up to going to Arizona. If Arizona does a great job of protecting this young man, or protecting Kurt, he has 3 good receivers, I think, on the outside with Fitzgerald, Quan Bolden, and Brian Johnson. So he has the weapons on the outside. I think the key factor for Arizona will be the tight end position with Freddie Jones. If he can get some quick check downs, some easy throws, that again give Kurt that much more confidence. The running game is going, the passing game is going. Now he can do the thing that he liked to do, and that's beat you deep.
From what you saw, Torrey, with the thumb both when he finished up at St. Louis and when he, with the Giants last year, can he, From 99 to 01, you guys won a Super Bowl your rookie year. You played to a field goal game to the Patriots in 01. Since then, obviously not the same. Is it the thumb? Is he not throwing right? Is he?
You know what? Only Kurt knows about the thumb. If you talk to Kurt, Kurt will tell you there's nothing wrong with his thumb. But the numbers don't lie. So we'll see. You know, he'll have another chance in Arizona. Right. Hopefully he can go there and prove that he's worthy of being there and lead that football team to some wins. So, you know, we'll see. But listening and talking to Kurt, he says nothing's wrong with his hand. So we'll see.
Well, let's see. If they can get even close to what it was, it'll be an uptick in Arizona. If not, they have Josh Tears of McCown waiting in the wings. Remember, Denny did a lot of quarterback jumbling last year after a pretty good start for Arizona. It didn't work out that well, but year two for Denny Green, you know they'll improve. Well, Mike Tice has the Minnesota Vikings on the up, despite the fact that the most heralded offseason trade sent Randy Moss out. Suze, you got him on the horn?
Mike Tice waiting in our wings, and that number 7 pick, courtesy of Oakland, where Randy Moss went. Mike, what was it like for you to say goodbye to Randy Moss?
Well, certainly, Randy and I were very close. We had a tremendous relationship. We lost a lot of production when Randy left. We don't think we'll be able to recoup that production, but we have other leaders and other playmakers on our football team that need to step up their game. At the same time, we need to add other playmakers, and we think we added a playmaker in Troy Williamson out of South Carolina, a guy that we fashioned as a faster Nate Burleson. He's got a lot to learn. All young receivers do, and we're real excited about having Troy.
What's the thought process of changing the identity of this offense?
We need to be a tougher football team, period, and I think that's one of the things we need to look at is possibly run the ball a little bit more, but we're not going to run the ball 40 times a game, and being more physical up front. We get Jim Kleinsaucer back and Mike Rosenthal back. That's like adding 2 more free agents to your offense, and certainly Jermaine Wiggins had a big season last year. Our quarterback is as good as anybody in the league, and we have a nice running back core. So we're real excited where we're at offensively. We need to improve on defense, and we think we made steps in that direction with free agency and the good veteran players and leaders that we added.
And another pick coming up in the first round. Mike, thanks. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Susie.
Chris?
All right, Suze, Mike, thank you very much. Arizona, you know, Antrell Roll is also back there in the green room. Maybe it's his turn. The pick is in.
With the 8th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Antrell Roll, cornerback, University of Miami.
Hey, look, there is no question that all 3 of these corners project right, Mel. Pac-Man Jones, Antrell Roll, Carlos Rodgers. I mean, you can't argue with, I know, Mike, but they don't need a receiver.
No, they don't. They go wide receiver a lot the last few years.
So this pick makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think cornerback, you talk about a glaring need. They don't have anything that resembles a #1 corner, and they don't even have really a starting corner on this football team. And guess what? They go with Antrell Roll now. I bet you Denny Green takes another cornerback or 2 in this draft fairly early to mid-round. So he ends up with 3 cornerbacks throughout this process. That position is so weak on paper right now. David Macklin and virtually nothing else. Antrell Roll is going to be asked to come in right away and start for Denny Green. You look at the 3 corners we talked about, not much separating. Pac-Man Jones, he just went to the Tennessee Titans. Now Antrell Roll to Arizona at pick number 8. And the Washington Redskins are sitting there at 9. Fred Smoot's a Viking. They need a corner. And there's Carlos Rodgers from Auburn. So we said the running backs were going to come off in a bunch, and the cornerbacks are coming off in that grouping as well.
And speaking with Dennis Green last night, Mel, the coach of the Arizona Cardinals, he said that Antrell Roll fit his defense perfectly. They have a lot of speed on the outside. They blitz a lot with defensive coordinator Clancy Pendergast, and the blitzing allows a big cornerback to get his hands on a receiver, hold him up while they can get to the quarterback.
And I want to allude to what Amor just said. They do a lot of blitzing. And this young man is strong enough, he's physical enough. He can also run with you to be able to cover up for those blitzes that they're doing. So I think this is a good, and he's a good zone coverage defensive back as well.
And you'll get to see him twice a year.
See him twice a year, and he'll get to see me as well.
Torrey, and I'll tell you what, as you said, blitzing off the edge. You see it with Rondé Barber a lot in Tampa Bay. You see it with Antrell Roll as well. Very effective coming off that edge at that cornerback spot on the blitz. He had 17.5 tackles for loss in his career, 4.5 sacks. Big at 6'5", 6'1", 200 pounds. And everybody said safety or corner. Yeah. Then he ran that 4.49. Now, it's not a 4.39, but 4.49 is effective enough. It's fast enough. At least early in his career, he can be a corner. He's got an attitude. When I talked to Antro a few weeks ago, he said, hey, I shut out Larry Fitzgerald. Guess what? He's going to be a teammate of Larry Fitzgerald's now. Did a great job against Reggie Williams, former early first-round pick last year of the Jaguars. This kid's experience in practice. Miami of Florida always has wide receivers with the Hurricanes that he's matching up with in practice. Tough kid, very good in run support. Obviously, Denny Green needed a corner. 3 good corners in this draft, not much separating him, and all of a sudden, Antrell Rolle will be a starter, guaranteed, as a rookie with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, now, the only concern I heard from teams that were looking at the cornerbacks on Antrell Rolle, they felt that eventually he might have to move inside because it isn't blazing speed. But nevertheless, I've seen Ronnie Lott move inside and do okay. I've seen Rod Woodson move inside and do okay. And I saw
Corey Chavis.
Does Ty Law have blazing speed? He's a great corner. This guy, I think, it fits the mold of someone like Ty Law. He's stocky, he's built, he's strong, he can run, he can jam you. So I don't want to put too much emphasis on the speed. This guy's a football player. Right. That's what Arizona got. They got a football player.
And another family picture up there, and we might as well just put this out there right now, all right? We talked about these 3 corners. So with the 6th pick, Tennessee took Shake, and that would be Pac-Man Jones. With the 9th pick, could Washington take Rattle, which would be Carlos Rodgers. We do know that with that last pick, Arizona took Rolle, Antoine Rolle. Shake, Rattle, and Rolle in the top 10 or 11. And Aaron Rodgers, where will he go? Washington, Detroit, Dallas.
Williams, the wide receiver who hasn't played football in 15 months, is waiting in Tampa Bay. So lots of drama as we send it over to the Cold Pizza Roundtable with Andrea Kramer.
Thanks very much, Susie. Along with John Jansen, with the Redskins having acquired, in addition to this pick, number 25, there was some news that came out that they were interested in Auburn quarterback Jason Campbell. And at that point, the damage control started. How did that information leak out as if they were going to launch an investigation? But how did that potential news that they would want a quarterback, how did that resonate amongst the players?
Well, there's obviously, you know, whenever something like that leaks out, first of all, I don't think anything at this point of time is a secret or an accident. So, you know, there's things that, you know, people mislead different things here and there. But, you know, in the locker room, obviously, at first there was a little bit of shock. We've got 3 good quarterbacks. We've got Patrick, who's coming into his 4th year.
Patrick Ramsey.
And we just, you know, there was a little bit of a shock. But when you sit down and look at it, and the way Patrick handled it was terrific. He said, hey, this is my team. This is my position. I'm going to lead this team to playoffs and great things. I'm not worried about it. If they want to bring somebody in who's going to compete with me, make me better, make our team better, I'm fine with that. And that's how he's handled it, and I think it's going to be a great addition to the team if that happens.
You've been around Redskin Park all the time in the off-season conditioning program. What is the sense as to what they could use at this pick here?
Well, I think, you know, there's a lot of things that we can use. I think one of the things that's really going to help us out is maybe another receiver. We've got some guys, David Patton, Santana Moss, that can really stretch the field. Mike Williams is still on the board. He could really add a lot of size to that position. Obviously, that's what everybody's talking about. In our offense, you know, we need a guy that we can throw and get possession receivers to get first downs. And we'll take whoever they think is the best guy on the board, they're going to probably take. And right now, you know, in my book, he may be the best guy there.
You and I sat here this time last year, and we talked about the expectations with Joe Gibbs coming back and really rebuilding this Redskin team. What happened that you guys were only 6-10?
Well, there was a lot of things that happened. Obviously, injuries. We had LeVar went down. I went down. We had some key guys go down. But another thing too is, you know, the coaches came in. They were working on a 1992 offense, and it's still a great offense. But there was a learning curve as to the things that have changed in the NFL. Different blitzes, different teams doing different things, and it's just, you know, we've put in a lot of different wrinkles this year. We've addressed a lot of things with our offense, and if we can play as well as our defense played, we're in for great things this year, and I really believe that this is going to be a big year for the Washington Redskins.
One player that's sitting out there is Antrell Rolle, the cornerback for Miami. Now, you've got Santana Moss, as you mentioned, also Sean Taylor, 2 Miami guys. There have been some questionable issues with both of them, how they're really fitting in terms of team chemistry. What could happen in terms of bringing in another guy? What effect could that have?
Well, I think, you know, in terms of the 2 guys that are out that we have right now, Santana, you know, that situation is going to take care of itself. I think there's been a little bit of a misconception. There's a contract renegotiation going on, and I really think that'll take care of itself within the next week or 2. In terms of Sean Taylor, you know, we have a lot of guys that are making the effort to be there in the offseason program. We need Sean to be there. We want him to be part of us. We want him to be part of our team. And, you know, obviously it hurts that he's not around. Right now, we're just working on that situation, and we'll take it where it goes.
I don't think we have to worry about Antrel Rolle. I think he was just taken by the Cardinals. Let's head to Chris Berman.
Okay, Andrea, John, thank you very much. So we will discuss the Redskins, who have a little under 4 minutes to go on the clock. The Washington Redskins, who, of course, are one of those teams like the Vikings with 2 first-round picks. But let's go backwards, because he got out in the kitchen and rattled them pots and pans. Antrel Rolle means Susie Culber, 11 straight years, at least one Hurricane from Miami has gone in the first round.
And how about that? 21 Hurricanes since the year 2000. What is it about Miami? What do you learn there that makes you guys so adaptable to the NFL?
I think just that competitive attitude. I mean, we compete at Miami on an everyday basis, no matter what it is. I mean, we're always competing, and we're always guiding each other in the right direction. So, I mean, I really do think that has a lot to do with it.
All right, you say you're a self-professed mama's boy. Part of the reason that from Homestead, Florida, you went to Miami. What's this going to be like now, across the country to Arizona?
I mean, it's going to be great. As long as I'm playing the game, I mean, it's going to be great. I mean, I love to play the game. Doesn't matter where I am. I mean, I can be in Canada. As long as I'm playing the game, I'll be fine. I mean, my parents are going to be there every game. So, I mean, it's going to be something definitely I have to get used to, but, I mean, it's going to be done.
Your mom is known as a draftnik. How does she compare to our Mel Kiper?
I don't know. I mean, there's an article down in Miami says that Mel Kiper can't touch her, so I don't know how that goes.
Well, speaking of can't touch in your division, Torrey Holt, who's here today working for ESPN, how do you plan on defending guys like that, Pro Bowl wide receivers?
Well, I mean, it's going to be very interesting. I mean, I'm going to have to watch a little film with him, try to get his ins and outs, try to steal a few of his weaknesses. But, I mean, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great battle. I'm really looking forward to it.
Already working on Torrey. Chris, back to you.
All right, Suze, Antrel, congratulations. Yeah, Miami Hurricanes, man, we've gotten to know them in the first round, haven't we?
Oh, every year.
Every year.
Not as many this year, though. Antrel's going to be the last of the ones today.
Okay.
So it's not as many. We used to have 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Not today.
Wow. The Washington Redskins have 2 first-round picks. This is a spot that maybe some teams that Washington would like to get out of, and they're certainly going to take all 15 minutes, or they would go down a little bit. Who would someone come up to get? Carlos Rodgers, the last defensive back? Would that be somebody? We can see that the quarterback is not an issue right now. Is there a one guy sitting there that this might be a trade spot for, fellas?
Well, listen, we haven't had any offensive linemen go off the board, and even though Alex Barron, the Florida State left tackle, has been on most boards the highest rated guy. I'm talking about most mock drafts. Jamal Brown of Oklahoma is a right tackle that a lot of teams like, and he's going to be going sometime, I think, in the next 4 or 5 picks. And if somebody's trading up, it might be to take a look at a Jamal.
And the other guy that's been hot, we've been talking about him all week on ESPN.com and everywhere, is DeMarcus Ware, kid out of Troy.
That's right.
Everybody's kind of targeted him for Dallas at 11. Well, if you want to get ahead of Dallas at 11, you got to move up and get him. DeMarcus Ware is that combo hybrid defensive end, outside linebacker out of Troy. You look at the best available players, Mike Williams. I want to say to Aaron Rodgers right now, I remember Dan Marino being the next to last pick in the first round. I remember talking to Boomer Esiason. Boomer, you and I talked to Boomer back in '84.
Yep.
And he was sliding. The Bengals took 3 players in the first round: Ricky Hundley, Pete Koch, and Brian Blados. Then in the second round took Boomer Esiason. The rest is history. Boomer went to a Super Bowl and almost won it. So for Aaron Rodgers, you have to wait a little while. Roethlisberger went 11th overall. He wasn't even off the board yet this time last year.
Seems that Brett Favre was a second-round pick, too, Chris.
How did he turn out?
Not bad.
Pretty good.
Pick is in. Washington, first of 2 in the first round.
That was real quick.
With the 9th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Carlos Rodgers.
That's correct.
Cornerback, Auburn.
That's correct. There's Rattle. We got Shake, we got Roll, now we got Rattle. There's some that say that some have him rated the highest corner on their board.
They do, and I think Mort said, hey, they're drafting for need. Teams now are specifying what we have to have, and they have to have a corner and a wide receiver. And cornerback, obviously, with Fred Smoot now a Minnesota Viking, a priority. You look at Carlos Rodgers, 6 foot and change, 195, ran a 4.44 at the combine, vertical 40.5 inches, and he eliminated. I'll tell you, the Auburn coaches said that there was only about 20% of the pass plays went after Carlos Rodgers. Teams this this year avoided his side of the field because he basically at the college level eliminated half the field and did a heck of a job. You could argue his most steady and most reliable corner in the country this season. He earned the right, after maybe being a second-round pick going into the year, he earned the right to be a top 10 pick. Now 3 cornerbacks off the board. Great opportunity for Rodgers in Washington. Rashawn Springs and no Fred Smoot. Great opportunity to start. Torrey Holt, I want to ask you. Shutdown corner, I say it doesn't exist. I say it's a term nobody should ever use again. Is there any cornerback in the NFL right now that can negate Torrey Holt in any game?
It's tough to hold a receiver nowadays, a good receiver nowadays, to no catches. Shutdown corner, I think we need to just go and sweep that under. With all the formations that these offensive coordinators can create now, the movements, the shifts, it's kind of tough to say I got a shutdown corner on my football team now. Have some good corners. Carlos Rodgers is one. I think he's very tough. And what I like about him, he's strong to the ball as far as hitting, coming up on the run. He reminds me of Antonio Winfield from the Minnesota Vikings.
Just back to Aaron Rodgers, the Cal quarterback, is waiting back in the green room right now. And Mel, you mentioned the NFL is now a need draft. It's become a need draft. And that's because of free agency. And so the days of 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, like it happened in 1983, headed by John Elway, is not going to happen anymore because teams address needs more often than not in today's draft.
So the Redskins have made their first of 2 picks. By the way, they've never had 3 Auburn players go in the first round, period. How about 3 in the first 9? Think they were any good last year? Detroit, Dallas, San Diego. Could it be a defensive run? We'll be back.
Yeah, running down a dream. They're going wherever it leads. Running down a dream.
ESPN pay-per-view boxing presents a night of great fights tonight for only $29.95. Kermit Cintron takes on Antonio.
And Detroit has wasted no time as they have the 10th overall pick. The Detroit Lions have set the card up. Lions on the move. Here's proof. They made the pick in 2 minutes.
With the 10th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Mike Williams, wide receiver, USC.
Whoa! Oh, my God.
Well, 3 straight years, the first pick by the Lions has been, this is the Lions draft party in the stadium where, I mean, maybe the Colts have the second best passing attack. I don't know. I mean, last year, Roy Williams was a stud. Charles Rodgers, who was picked #1 the year before, we'd never really seen him, and he still has injury problems. And now here's Mike Williams, who hasn't played for a year. Now, if you ever get them all on the field at the same time, the excuses are over for Joey Harrington,
That's
okay?
right.
Can I make it clear?
They are definitely over for Joey Harrington, I tell you.
Surprise.
It is, because you had Rodgers, you had Roy Williams, now you go 3 straight years for wideouts, but hey, if I'm picking at 10, I got the #1 player on my board, I'm taking him. And I think you look at Mike Williams, I tell you what, compare Mike Williams to Braylon Edwards. They say, hey, Mike Williams can't run, he can't separate. Mike Williams' career average, when he was 18, 19 years of age at USC, was 14.7 yards. Braylon Edwards at Michigan, 14.1 yards. Brad says, well, Kerry Colbert was great. Mike Williams' average. Kerry Colbert in 2003 had 69 catches and 9 touchdowns. Mike Williams that same year had 95 catches and 16 touchdowns. So I'll tell you what, people have been taking shots at Mike Williams, criticizing Mike Williams. I never saw it. Obviously, Matt Millen and Steve Mariucci felt like value. It's the first time we ever said that word today. Best value pick so far, Mike Williams. Didn't make sense from a need standpoint. They need a defensive end. They need a right tackle more. From a value standpoint, best pick so far.
I mean, look, obviously they stayed true to their board, but remember now, Carlos Rodgers, Roy Williams, and Rodgers, the other wide receiver, they're speed guys, and they also have injury concerns. So he would be a compliment to the speed they've added. And I like what Chris said. Joey Harrington may not have any more excuses.
Does this tell us anything about Charles Rodgers? What type of condition is he in? What do you expect from a durability standpoint?
Well, we'll
Not
see.
great.
We'll see. He with that pick there, this could be his last leg with them bringing in Mike Williams. But if they can get all 3 of those guys on the field at the same time, that's a very tough offensive football team.
Former teammate of yours now may have a little tough time getting the ball, and that's Hakeem. But
yeah, it sends a message out to Hakeem as well. And like you said, boom, Joey Harrington, you better get it done.
Well, and if he doesn't, they have Jeff Garcia, who has won at every level he's been at. You know, and Jeff will get in there if Joey does. So look, the Lions are clearly pushing the envelope on offense. This is clearly a team on the move. They finally won road games last year after 3 straight years of not winning on the road. This is a team that you may see go from the 6 and 10 ranks into the playoffs as a wild card team. But boy, have they stacked it with wide receivers. Suze, let's go back a step with Washington, please.
And through our Coors Light video conferencing, we welcome in the head coach of the Redskins, Joe Gibbs. Joe, what's the second year of the NFL draft like for you as compared to the first? What's the process like?
I think on both of them, you're excited. I think I am. And you're looking for, adding quality players to your football team. Certainly, we think we've done this here. And so I think you're excited as a coach. You're looking for, hey, somebody that can come in and help you get into the playoffs and ways to strengthen your football team. So I get excited about it.
What impressed you about Carlos Rodgers, cornerback from Auburn?
Probably what didn't impress us. I think he's a shutdown corner. We think he's also physical. He's had a great career. He's been super productive, and I think he fits in great for us.
There's another pick coming for you guys in the first round. Defense wasn't really so much an issue last year as offense. What's the plan?
Well, I think we've got a number of players that we think would fit with our football team at that pick, 25, and so we're just going to take the best player that we think fits in for our football team.
Joe, thanks. We'll see you later in the first round.
You bet.
The 2005 NFL Draft rolls on from New York City. They're getting ready in Dallas. Bill Parcells, Jerry Jones, working the phones.
Time is running out to get a John Deere and pay nothing until April 2006. That's zero money down, 0%.
From Maryland, or the big guy, Marcus Spears from LSU, or an unbelievably productive college player at Georgia, the much decorated David Pollock, or DeMarcus Ware and Mel Kiper. Now, I mean, Detroit jumped the gun. I really thought they'd go D. That's going to be one of the more intriguing picks as we go forward, just staying true to your board and a draft philosophy than Mike Williams. But now it's time, maybe, and Dallas has made no bones about it. Let's get bigger on defense. Let's press the issue.
There's 5 hybrids. There's combo defensive end, outside linebackers. Talk about Peter Boulware, Charles Haley. This goes on. Mike Vrabels, guys like that. And I think you look at DeMarcus Ware. Certainly you look at a Dan Cody from Oklahoma, a Sean Merriman from Maryland. Look at a Matt Roth from Iowa and a David Pollock from Georgia. 5 kids who can play on their feet or down. If you pass rush, if you ability like Vrabel and Brewski, defensive lineman, turn linebacker, and another combo guy, only more of a safety as well as an outside backer, Thomas Davis out of Georgia. So a lot of versatile kids figure to come off the board fairly soon.
So Dallas picking now with the 11th pick. Dallas picks with the 20th overall pick. So they one of those 4 teams with 2 picks in the first round. Ed Werder is in Dallas. Good afternoon, Ed.
Hello, Boomer, and I think the Cowboys are going to try to make a coordinated strike here with their 11 and 20 picks. Things could not have gone better for this team with the first 10 choices because no front 7 players on defense are off the board, and that's where the Cowboys intend to concentrate their first-round picks. Bill Parcells wants to get bigger on defense. He wants to get a pass rusher. The question now becomes Marcus Spears, the big defensive end from LSU. He's a better pass rusher, in Parcells' opinion, than those of others around the country. He could play in a 3-4, or he could play in a 4-3. Sean Merriman, outside linebacker at Maryland. They see him as an outside linebacker in a 3-4, and they also see DeMarcus Ware from Troy, one of the leading pass rushers in the country, as a guy who goes from his hand on the ground to outside linebacker. So what you're going to see here, I think the Cowboys are going to pick one of these players, and then they're going to come back from 20 and try and pick up one of the others. The problem for them, Boomer, is they've got a lot of teams picking right behind them, a minefield of teams, San Diego, Houston, Kansas City, and Cincinnati, all of whom could take a pass rusher or a defensive end.
Well, that's their best bet if they're trying to get the 2 is to take Merriman or Ware here and hope that Spears is at 20. Let's see what they do with number 11. The pick is in.
With the 11th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select DeMarcus Ware, defensive end, Troy State.
Well, Troy is an unusual place for a guy picked in the number 11 overall, Mel.
Go back to the New England Patriots when Bill Parcells was a head coach. His first overall pick, I believe 4th in the first round, was Willie McGinnis. And you see DeMarcus Ware, that combo guy like Willie McGinnis was coming out of USC for Parcells up in New England. You look at DeMarcus Ware, he played 2 years of high school football, yet even early on at Troy, he was a sack artist, got so much attention from the offensive line and the blocking scheme, double and triple team, yet he still posted pretty good numbers. 29 quarterback hurries this past season, tall, rangy. And you talk about intangibles for a quarterback. Everybody I talked to in the NFL said, hey, this kid has the work ethic and all the intangibles you want in a defensive end who comes in the league ready to learn, ready to work, and ready to hustle for you. And certainly when you go back to Charles Haley types, and you look at a Willie McGinnis type, that's what DeMarcus Ware gives a Cowboy team who, opposite Greg Ellis, have nobody at that other defensive end spot.
You mentioned tall and rangy. You mentioned Willie McGinnis. You ought to also mention Lawrence Taylor. That was Bill Parcells' greatest player on those 2 Super Bowl champion New York Giants football teams. And all I can tell you is certainly he's thinking about a hybrid guy and that Ware can, in fact, stand up when he needs them to stand up.
Well, one thing that Bill certainly, and he took over and made the playoffs his first year in Dallas, and then last year went back to 6-10 because defensively, yeah, he's a big defensive type guy. They had a small defense, which was very productive when he got there, but you can see from 03 to 04 the difference in defense, and that'll make our one-time compatriot Bill Parcells scratch his head. Aaron Rodgers wondering when his day will come. It's coming soon. I'm going to guess it's not going to be next with San Diego. We'll be back.
Eli, why don't you want to play for the Chargers?
We're not really giving details right now. We just, we've made our decision, and that's what we're sticking to.
First choice in the 2004 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Eli Manning, quarterback, Mississippi.
I guess we hope that another team will trade, me to another team for picks, or I don't know how this all works.
With the 4th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, New York Giants select Phillip Rivers, quarterback, North Carolina State. Chargers and the New York Giants have exchanged their draft picks.
I got a great question to ask.
Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers.
Well, let's take a look at our Kawasaki trade recap because it all happened very fast once the first pick and then the 4th pick were made. And so for the rights to Eli Manning, the Chargers, they got the Phillip Rivers, and then they get this pick right now, the 12th overall, which would have been the Giants' number 1 pick. Hence, the Giants don't have a first-round pick this year. They got a 3, which they used to take a kicker. And then they got a 5, which they used to trade for a starting tackle, Roman Oben. The Chargers were one of the great stories of any year. They picked first last year. Other than LaDainian Tomlinson, they were horrible. They were 4-12. What happened? 12-4. They won the AFC West. Clearly a team not only on the move, on the Kawasaki move. Let's go out to the West Coast. George Smith is with the Chargers. George?
Well, Chris, for the first time in a long time, the Chargers are not desperate to fill any holes. They're sitting in a pretty sweet position with 2 picks in the first round. The conventional wisdom is that they'll go for help on defense, look for someone to help them out with the pass rush. But in talking with Coach Marty Schottenheimer and also GM A.J. Smith, they say they have the luxury of taking the best talent available. But right now, there are a couple of guys looking pretty good.
Well, sometimes George, he's a man of few words, so he wanted to stop there. Look, Aaron Rodgers does know San Diego was never going to be a home for him this year, but He's playing the waiting game, and as Tom Petty once sang, Susie Colbert, the waiting is the hardest part.
Well, you're right. Well, Ben Roethlisberger waited last year, and it turned out pretty good. A couple of weeks ago, Aaron, you were the clear-cut #1. What's changed over that time?
Yeah, I wish I could tell you. I haven't changed anything. I think it's just perceptions of me or maybe needs of the teams at the spots. And I'm just, I'm not too worried. I'm excited about going to a team that wants me and making an impact right away.
What did you expect this day to be like?
Well, I was hoping to talk to you after I gotten picked, but hopefully I get some of that good luck you had with Roethlisberger last year, and maybe somebody will call up and want me.
How are you handling this?
Yeah, it's building character, I think, as we speak. I'm a humble guy, and I know that wherever I go, I'm going to make an impact right away, and I'm going to be excited to play there. And I know that wherever I'm going to get picked is where I'm supposed to be. I'm a firm believer that everything happens for a reason, and whoever picks me is where I'm supposed to be.
What were the feelings when Alex Smith went #1 overall?
I was really happy for him. I've got to know Alex really well, and he's a great guy, a great quarterback, and although I would have loved to be there, obviously, I wish him the best.
Hang in. We'll be with you.
Thanks.
The other player who played the waiting game today is Mike Williams, the receiver out of USC, who hasn't played football in 15 months. He joins us now from his home in Tampa Bay. Mike, last year you tried to enter the NFL draft early. You were declared ineligible. What has this last year been like?
Oh, man, it was rough. It was difficult at times, but, now that I've been drafted, now things have happened, I don't even think about this past year not playing football. I'm focused on what's going to happen.
How did you hone your skills over the last year?
I went up to CES and trained with Chip Smith and went down to Boca and trained with Chris Carter and, really just stay focused. And I have great trainers, and Chris is a great mentor. So I had all the things I needed to be the player I am. What did you learn from Chris? Just the small things, the nuance of the position, and what's going to help me on the next level as far as separation and really just route running. So, I'm just going to carry everything I learned from Chris and take it to the next level. What do you do to simulate real football, hitting, tackling, those kinds of things? I mean, I really didn't do anything like that. I couldn't. I just focused on the things I could do, which is route running and doing things. You're going to have a whole lot of company at wide receiver in Detroit with Carlos Rodgers and Roy Williams. How do you make yourself stand out? It's not about me going out and stand out. It's just me going to be a part of a great group of receivers. And, I think we're going to be a force to reckon with the NFC. All of us are real big guys. We can all run. We can all make big plays. And, Chicago and Tampa and everybody else better look out. Mike, thanks for joining us. Best of luck. All right. Let's go to the NFL Live set now, led by Trey Wingo. Hi, Trey.
Hey, Susie, thank you very much. Welcome in. Couple of questions I want to get to, guys. Jaws, I'll get to you in a minute. First, Merrill, you look at Detroit. I know how you feel about Mike Williams. Let's take that out of the equation. Let's focus on Detroit's organization here. First time ever we've had a team take a wide receiver 3 straight years in the first round. They have needs defensively, 22nd. Why are they going down this road?
Well, it's hard to always explain what Matt Millen is doing there, but, how I feel about Mike Williams is very important in this particular pick because how I felt he would transition into the National Football League, he would have to play on the weak side in a pure West Coast system. That's what Detroit does. He actually fits perfectly inside the system. He's not going to be a dominant player. He's not going to challenge you vertically. But if you put him on the weak side and you have an explosive receiver on the other side, the strong side, which they do in Roy Williams, you've got Jones as a running back that's dominant to the strong side, then your weak side wide receiver, which will be Williams, will be dominant over there. But it'll be shorter routes. It's not going to be explosive routes.
And no question about that. They also got Marcus Pollard, the tight end from Indianapolis, over in free agency. They're loaded offensively. Defense still a question mark there. Let's go now to the situation with Aaron Rodgers, Jaws, sitting there in New York in that green room. It's almost the antithesis of what we had a year ago when Phillip Rivers, there was one team that really had him high on their board, San Diego, and that elevated his status. Once San Francisco passed on Aaron Rodgers, there really isn't another team in that top 15 that is enamored with Aaron, and that's why he's still sitting.
And there really is not a team that has a real demand for a quarterback, so clearly his value has fallen. His talent hasn't changed at all. A lot of people did not have Aaron Rodgers as a top 10 quarterback. That does not mean he's not going to be a terrific quarterback down the road. He has flaws. He has blemishes. The sampling of his throws deep down the field just were not there. That doesn't project well to the National Football League. In the NFL, your corners, linebackers, and safeties can cover man-to-man. They can squat on routes at 10 yards or less from the line of scrimmage. That's where Aaron Rodgers was most effective. He's a talent, but it's going to take some time to get him to get the ball, deep ball, as part of his repertoire.
He could be sitting there at 24 when Green Bay picks the heir apparent possibly to Brett Favre, maybe falling into their lap at 24. That's down the road. Boomer, let's go back to you in New York.
All right, Trey, thank you very much. Well, the San Diego Chargers made that quantum leap, and you say, well, they've got the best running back in football in Tomlinson. Drew Brees had a career year, and he'll be the quarterback next year. What did they do on defense? They stopped the run beautifully. They couldn't defend the pass. But one way you defend the pass is to rush the passer. And, you know, when I came over here this morning to the Javits Center, there was a cab driver with a San Diego hat on. It was powder blue, I might add. They ought to think about that in the future. The greatest uniforms in the history of football or in any sport. And he said, you know, I think I'm in tune at what's going on out there. I think they need a pass rusher. And Sean Merriman, I think that's who it's going to be. So if the Chargers rush the passer, Merriman will be a merry pick for him. Let's see if that cab driver was right. I got a lot of cab drivers, you know.
With the 12th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Sean Merriman, linebacker, Maryland.
That cabbie knew what he was talking about, bro.
I got a change back from the fair, too, by the way.
Boomer,
well, he's like where, right? I mean, A and B, right?
My neck of the woods, College Park, Baltimore, Maryland. You look at Sean Merriman at University of Maryland, and I look at a kid who is 6'4" and change, 273 pounds, had a 41-inch vertical jump. Basketball player in high school as well. Bench presses over 400 and squats over 600. This kid is not just a workout warrior, a computer numbers guy. He's a little stiff, but I tell you what, he was productive at Maryland. And that's all that matters. 8.5 sacks, had a lot of quarterback hurries, could drop back in coverage. Made some big hits at Maryland, and a kid who's got a ton of talent. And for the San Diego Chargers, guys, they're a 3-4 team. Look at a pass rusher like Merriman, who can also hold up at the point at 273 pounds. Jamal Williams had 4 sacks in that 3-4. Their defensive ends, Igor Olszynski and company, combined for 1.5 sacks. Steve Foley had 10 sacks as an outside linebacker. They need somebody to get some heat on a quarterback other than just Foley. And Merriman, obviously, in that 3-4, going to be a pivotal part of the equation where they got absolutely no productivity from the defensive ends. It was all about Jamal Williams and Steve Foley. Now those kids get some help. In terms of this overall selection, Dallas, I thought, look at Merriman. They went for the same type of hybrid in DeMarcus Ware. That's why San Diego ends up with them. Nothing wrong at all with his choice.
When I talked to a few sources, there was a source in St. Louis, and when they talked about Merriman, the intensity, the way he plays the game, running guys down, just relentless, said it reminded him a lot of Willie McGinnis. That says a lot for this young kid coming out of school.
Source wasn't a cab driver, was it?
A lot of cab drivers that know a lot of things. So the San Diego Chargers, remember, they have another first-round pick, their regular first-round pick later on. So Chargers, clearly a team on the move. Houston with the 13th overall selection coming up next.
ESPN pay-per-view boxing presents a night of great fights tonight for only $29.95. Kermit Cintron takes on Antonio Margarito in a welterweight title fight. A resurgent Sugar Shane Mosley versus David Estrada. Plus, heavyweights Brock versus McCline. To order, call your local cable company at 1-877-ONLY-CABLE, DirecTV at 1-800-GET-SPORTS, Dish Network at 1-800-333-DISH, or log on to ESPN.com.
At a dozen picks, starting with Alex Smith, quarterback from Utah by the San Francisco, South Carolina. Control role, replacing perhaps, well, not Samari role, but this was the role for Arizona, and Denny Green, the corner from Miami. Washington took Carlos Rodgers, the corner from Auburn, and then Detroit for the 3rd straight year, that's the eyebrow raiser, took wide receiver 3 straight years, this time Mike Williams, USC. Then 2 off-edge pass rushers went back-to-back. Dallas with DeMarcus Ware, San Diego with Sean Merriman, Houston, Carolina, Kansas City are up. We'll be back. New York, and it took to the 13th pick, and it took almost 3 hours in, but finally a trade here in the first round. Our Kawasaki trade recap is that the New Orleans Saints have moved up from 16 to 13, swapping spots with Houston. In order to do that, it costs a third-round pick next year. So New Orleans moving up, and there are a couple of individual, and you would think that Carolina on the clock next. We were thinking Jamal Brown, the big tackle, so this would be a spot to get in there, or maybe what, Thomas Davis?
Thomas Davies. One of those. Thomas Davis. There's Derek Johnson of Texas, the linebacker, still on the board too. But Thomas Davis, Jamal Brown makes some sense there, but we'll find out in a minute.
This is what we call a Gulf of Mexico trade. Houston and New Orleans, and the pick is already in. So Jim Haslett and the Saints had another curious season last year. Here's who they move up to get.
With the 13th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, just acquired from Houston by trade, the New Orleans Saints select Jamal Brown, tackle from Oklahoma.
Because I think that clearly was Carolina was going to do right below. I think that was the move.
Give Jim Haslett and that organization credit to know how the board was going to flow, because Jamal Brown, late in the week, has been penciled into the Carolina Panthers at 14. They jumped up by giving a third-round pick next year to the Houston Texans, and they get Jamal Brown. You can look at that right tackle spot and say, okay, Jermaine Mayberry comes over from Philadelphia. He was expected to be the right tackle, but he's better inside at guard. Now Mayberry can flow back inside. Now they have their right tackle, kid who's 6'5.5", 315 pounds, did not allow a sack or a hurry this past season for Oklahoma at 130 knockdown blocks, and started 40 games, 40 straight games at Oklahoma. Very durable, a finisher, tough, intense, very focused. They said all along, talk to people in the NFL, that he was one of the most impressive interviews of anybody in this draft was Jamal Brown.
And I've spoke with a lot of offensive line coaches who, they like linemen with attitudes, and usually a left tackle goes before a right tackle. Jamal Brown's a right tackle. Alex Barron of Florida State's a left tackle, but I can tell you, just in terms of attitude, tenaciousness, they liked Jamal Brown. So therefore, the Saints got their man.
Hey, look, offensively, the Saints are dangerous. We know that.
Yeah, Bruce McAllister.
They just got even more. They just got even more dangerous with.
The Saints are one of those teams. They're goofy. When you think they're going to win, they don't play that way. When you think they're going to lose, right? They knocked team out at the end of the year at Carolina. So the New Orleans Saints made the trade to move up, and we'll hear from Houston soon. The Saints at 8-8, so they picked Jamal Brown, and now Carolina has to reshuffle the deck. We'll be back with Carolina Panthers on the clock with the 14th pick in the draft. Stay with us from the Javits Center in New York. 5 years young, Sam Mills lost his 2-year battle with intestinal cancer. Told at 5'9", a linebacker out of Montclair State, you'll never play pro football. He starred at first the USFL, the 9 years with the New Orleans Saints, then as a player and then coach with the Carolina Panthers. That's the memorial service Thursday in Charlotte for Sam Mills. He was the type of guy you want your kids to grow up to be, said General Manager Marty Herney. Said John Fox, as a friend, he made us all better. He'll never play pro football? I don't think so. 5-time Pro Bowler, and he was a clear inspiration. When Carolina went to the Super Bowl a year ago, he'll be laid to rest in Red Bank, New Jersey on Monday. Our hearts go out to his wife, Melanie, his 4 children. Sam Mills passing away this week at the age of 45. Susie, thank you very much. So Carolina now has to reshift gears a little bit. This team, a year removed from the Super Bowl, and obviously it played themselves. Well, they didn't play themselves out of it the first half of the season last year. They won only 1 game in the first half of the year, and then came on like gangbusters, finishing a game out of the playoff situation at 7-9. But clearly, with Atlanta winning the division last year and Carolina, you know, in the Super Bowl the year before, this Carolina-Atlanta little rivalry, or at least this coming year, is maybe 2 of the best home-and-home games that you're going to see, because I don't think there's any question that Carolina is an NFC contender again. Do you all agree with that?
Oh, there's no question about it. And I do believe that John Fox, the head coach there, and Marty Herney, the general manager, they've done it. They have had excellent drafts since they have come together as a GM and coach, and I really believe that they are going to be back in the playoff. Now, just as saying, this is a tough division. I mean, the Buccaneers, who would have thought the Buccaneers a couple of years after winning the Super Bowl would actually be at the bottom of the division, whereas the Panthers, the Saints, and certainly the Falcons are going to battle it out.
Well, being a hometown boy, Carolina is my favorite. But John Fox has this squad ready to play every single week. They've done a great job in the drafts the last 4 years. They lost Mushi Muhammad, but I think Cobra can step up this year and helping them be getting Steve Smith back. In defense, they play with a tremendous amount of confidence. So I think this team is the team to beat in that division. You know, and again, they are my hometown team.
What they have to do, guys, is get Chris Jenkins back healthy. Missed 12 games, and what really impacted that defensive line was the loss of Chris Jenkins' injury, because Mike Rucker is a solid player, had 3.5 sacks. That was the lowest of his career, even dating back to 2000. So having Jenkins next to Rucker really gives that defensive line something they need. And without Jenkins last year, that defensive front productivity really dropped off.
You know what's interesting, too? You know, there's some uncertainty about Mark Fields, whether he's going to come back as a free agent or not. That's why with Derek Johnson, the Texas linebacker here, even though they obviously go a lot of defense, it's still, you just go ahead and take a guy like Derek Johnson when he's there and keep getting that defense stronger. By the way, you do have to chase Michael Vick around twice a year.
You do. And a key part is what Torrey said, Steve Smith, if he's healthy, because he's a game changer. Now, again, we talked about the two different seasons that Carolina really had. And in the beginning, they were 1-7. I mean, in the end, and remember, they lost their last game. They forged their way back into contention, losing at the end. So 1-7 versus 6-2. But here's one thing we all found out last year. You know one of my expressions on NFL Countdown, Mort, you know it very well. 1 is an accident, 2 is a trend. Okay? Jake Delhomme had an unbelievable season leading Carolina to the Super Bowl. Well, he was pretty darn good last year. He was kind of the last man standing. So now 2 really good seasons. I think we can pencil him in as an upper echelon quarterback in the NFL. Is that fair to say? It's my opinion.
It's very fair to say, but and Jake has established himself, but I do believe they are at least having a discussion about Aaron Rodgers, by the way. They probably won't go with the quarterback Aaron Rodgers here, but I'm certain they're having a discussion in their draft room about
Well, because, Mort, you're getting into guys like Alex Barron and Khalif Barnes. And Barron, there's some question marks about Barron. Tons of talent to be maybe the first, second, or third pick overall. Didn't play to the level of that talent. And you look at the defensive front. Do they want to address that with Jenkins coming back and add a security blanket in there? Or do they want to take a quarterback like Rodgers, who should not be there at this point of the first round?
Yeah, Carolina has selected, and again, this is a team, they and Atlanta. You know, if Tampa gets back in the fray, New Orleans, I mean, this once was a walk division. Not anymore. The pick is in. Trust me, it's in.
With the 14th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Thomas Davis, linebacker from Georgia.
Well, that'll help chase the quarterback around a little bit, huh?
Well,
combo guy, Mort, and you look at it and boom, you look at a guy who can play safety if his coverage skills are protected in the right defensive structure, or outside linebacker. And look at a guy who's a striker, one of the best tacklers in this draft, the kid who I think does a heck of a job getting after the quarterback. I know the comparisons out there, and Mort, you know who it was too.
The comparisons with Derek Brooks, I'll talk about that in just a little bit.
And you look at a guy, I'll tell you, as a tackler, when he gets near you, he brings you down. He does not miss tackles. And that's one concern we had with Derek Johnson, not a concern with Thomas Davis. I'll tell you, he's an impact player. It's going to be, like I say, it's interesting to see whether he will be, in fact, the guy you utilize as a safety or have to utilize as a weak side linebacker. All I can say is when I talk to people in the league, they said, just mark him down as a defensive player. We'll figure out where he fits in. He's a football player. A little surprised, I think, when you look at this pick. You can say, okay, you know, is he the player that a lot of teams were targeting at this point? Yes, he was. How is he going to fit into this defensive scheme? If they get Jenkins back, they're okay up front. They still need an offensive tackle. Could use a wide receiver. Thomas Davis, though, was a player that Kansas City, when you look at, was targeting at 15. Interesting that New Orleans jumped ahead of Carolina to get Jamal Brown. And here's Carolina at 14, taking a player the Kansas City Chiefs really had an interest, we all believe, in Thomas Davis. So I think the Chiefs, Carl Peterson, Dick Vermeil, maybe they are a little disappointed right now that Thomas Davis is off the board.
Mel, I think it's noteworthy that they announced that they took Thomas Davis, linebacker from Georgia, even though he played safety. And going back to that story, the comparisons to Derek Brooks, Mark Richt, the head coach at Georgia, I spoke with him last month, and he said that Thomas Davis reminds him of Derek Brooks, and Mark Richt was at Florida State as an assistant coach when Brooks was a player at Florida State. And Jim Haslett, by the way, of the New Orleans Saints, told me that Thomas Davis is the best tackler he's seen come into the draft in a few years.
Don't move him. Please don't move him. He has comparisons of a Derek Brooks. This guy is a safety. He uplifts this defensive secondary right now with him and Mentor and Gamble and Lucas. This defensive secondary is a threat. I will leave him at the safety, and I will let him dominate. And you know what he does? He gives you a physical presence for those receivers like myself lurking across the middle. I like him at the safety. I wouldn't move him. No way.
He's moving.
He's a football player. I'm leaving him at the safety.
You don't know that.
I don't like
Oh, I do.
They didn't ask Torrey yet.
maybe I'll make a call down to Carolina.
They'll listen.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
They'll listen. So we're almost midway through the first round. Kansas City is up next. Here's Aaron's reaction when Thomas Davis picked. Yeah, but it's coming. It's coming, Aaron. Hang with us. It's coming.
Green part of our Players Roundtable. The Chiefs are on the clock. Now let's see. Number one ranked defense, number one ranked offense, 31st ranked defense. That sort of sounds like a big shock where they might go. But look at some of the offseason acquisitions that Dick Vermeil has made. Carlos Hall, Kendrell Bell, Sammy Knight, the safety, and just recently, the big one, Patrick Surtain. I know when I talked to Coach Vermeil, he said that getting Surtain was going to completely affect who they take with the number one pick. What do you think? Which direction do you think they still go?
Well, it definitely does, and you got to give a lot of credit to Coach Vermeil and Carl Peterson because they made that very clear at the end of the season. They were going to make changes on the defensive side of the ball, and like you mentioned, we brought in 4 veteran defensive guys that are going to drastically change the look of our defense. But I still think they're leaning towards defense. I know we've had a lot of problems and injuries at linebacker. Mike Maslowski's coming off a knee surgery. Sean Barber's coming off of a knee surgery. Scott Fajita just recently had ankle surgery. So this may be an area we focus in the first round.
And yet, let's not forget, while you did have such a productive offense, still the oldest offense in the NFL, 2 wide receivers even, 32 and 33 years old. What do you do about just the age of the offense?
Well, you're right. And if we were the oldest offense a year ago, what's that make us?
Because everybody's coming back, right?
We're still the oldest offense. We'll probably only have 1 new starter on the offense, and that'll be at right tackle. There's a couple guys competing for that spot. But it is an area of concern, and it is one that we're going to have to address at some point in time. And maybe this is a time that we start adding some depth and bring in some young guys. And I know they're excited about the wide receiver out of Oklahoma, Mark Clayton. Whether or not we decide to go offense in the first round remains to be seen, but I still think the emphasis will be on defense.
Yeah, it'll be all whether or not you did enough lobbying while you've been there. But it's interesting because Coach Vermeil had told me that one thing that he's concerned about is getting the defense upgraded while the offense is still at the level that it is. Even with these additions that we've talked about on defense, what do you need to do? What do you need to do to get better, to be tighter on defense?
Well, there's a number of different things. First of all, last year was Gunther Cunningham's first year back as defensive coordinator, so there are a lot of people learning a new defensive scheme, and he was very demanding of the guys. And I think just that extra year in the defense, guys will understand it better. I think the fact that the people that we already mentioned, the speed factor, the leadership factor in the secondary with Sammy Knight and Patrick Surtain, those guys are going to bring a leadership, and I think just there's a new excitement around the offseason program because you got a lot of new fresh faces, and guys are really looking forward to coming back and working hard. Like you mentioned, the offense is getting older. There's a couple of guys that have hinted at retirement, and so this is the time for us to get it done.
But Dick Vermeil did tell me that he expects to have Will Shields back, one of the gentlemen that you're referring to. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs are still on the clock. When we return, we will have their pick. Much more to come. 2000 NFL Draft rolls on.
About 3 minutes left to choose. I just want to, we've been at many of these drafts, and I want to tell young Aaron Rodgers a story that he may not remember because he wasn't very old in 1988. When Thurman Thomas, we had a camera on him at his home, and I guess it would have been in Stillwater because he was Oklahoma State. We had a camera in his apartment. And as the day wore on, and we went from the first to the second round, we saw every item in Thurman's refrigerator. There was a can of root beer. There was some mustard. I think there was a ham and cheese sandwich. We saw him fall asleep on the couch waiting to be picked. And midway through the second round, the Buffalo Bills tabbed him when a lot of people said, well, they'll have an okay career. the rest is history. He's going to be going to the Hall of Fame, and he waited a long time for what was the longest day for him. Turned out to be long days for everybody trying to tackle him for the next 10 or 12 years. So I only say that to Aaron Rodgers as experience. And that sets us up for 3 and out presented by Hummer. So now that we're in a bunch of teams that don't, quote, need a quarterback, where, I'm going to ask each one of you guys, where does Aaron Rodgers get picked?
Well, you know, at 24 and 25, you got the Packers and the Washington Redskins, who might take a quarterback in this particular first round, or it could be Tampa Bay at the top of the second round, or somebody trading into the bottom of the first round to get Aaron Rodgers. But just remember, the National Football League invited Aaron Rodgers here because they, too, thought he would be gone by now.
Well, another quarterback in that mix is Jason Campbell from Auburn. You're getting into a territory now, the first round, where if you look at Green Bay and Washington in particular, everybody's targeted Washington. Joe Gibbs, strong interest in Jason Campbell. All of a sudden then, does Jason Campbell become the second quarterback taken?
Very
and
possible.
Aaron drops into the late first, early second, where maybe a John Gruden, who was thinking about Aaron Rodgers at early point at 5, now has 36, so maybe Aaron Rodgers falls in his lap. I go back, and you mentioned Thurman Thomas, Boom. I remember talking to Boomer Esiason in '84 when 3 Bengals went in the first round ahead of Boomer. He was kind of an afterthought in the second round, had a nice career. So I look at Aaron Rodgers, I would not, I know it's hard to go through this process and wait, but some good things happened for some players who were not happy on draft day, but turned out to have great careers.
Aaron Rodgers will have the luxury to go play with Brett Favre in Green Bay. That's where he's going.
Wow.
Well, that'd be a good guy to learn from. And I got another curveball, and I have no inside information on it at all. But who has thrown a curve through the years? Oakland, Gannon retiring, Kerry toward the end. He plays in the backyard. I'm just throwing it out, just a shot. Here's the Chiefs pick.
With the 15th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Derek Johnson, linebacker from Texas.
Unbelievably around the ball, Mel. The only, quote, knock is that he doesn't take on the ball carriers as much as you want. But, boy, did he have production and falling on fumbles, etc. Right?
Exactly, Chris. I think you look at the sideline speed there, jarring the ball loose. A kid who's a gifted athlete. His weight was around 230 as a junior. Now it's 240 plus, 6'3" and change, runs well in the 4.6s, vertical 37.5. So you know he's a gifted athlete. There's no question. Going into this year, I thought Derek Johnson, if you want to throw Mike Williams into that mix, were 1 and 1A as the top overall players going in. The reason he drops down to the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 15 is because he was credited with a lot of tackles, but he missed some as well. And I think that intensity level that you see at times has to be sustained over the course of 60 minutes. Sometimes maybe things come a little too easy for a Derek Johnson, but going through a blocker rather than around him, sometimes you got to be more aggressive and not be as much finesse. But I think Derek Johnson at this point for the Kansas City Chiefs, who may have looked at Thomas Davis, but he unfortunately for them went 1 pick earlier. Maybe they wouldn't have. But the bottom line is Derek Johnson was regarded as maybe the 10th pick for Detroit. The Chiefs get him at 15.
Now, you know what's interesting about this pick? The Chiefs taking Derek Johnson. Their former defensive coordinator, Greg Robinson, who's now the head coach at Syracuse, spent a year last season as the defensive coordinator for the University of Texas. Greg Robinson told me that he's had Marvin Jones with the Jets and John Mobley and Al Wilson with the Broncos. He named a couple other linebackers. He said to him, it's not even close, that Derek Johnson is the best of that bunch, and he would love this pick if he were still the defensive coordinator of the Kansas City Chiefs.
And Mort, when you look at this pick and you say, okay, Derek Johnson, would you have been enamored with Derek at pick 5, 6, 7, maybe even 10? I would not have been at that point. But to get maybe the 8th or 9th best player, at least where I rated the players, and get him at 15, this is a weak area. You look at Fujita, okay. Sean Barber's off in the injury. You had Kendrell Bell, give more of a stout force at middle linebacker if he can stay healthy. Jared Allen, nice rookie year. Good pick by Carl Peterson. 4th round last year, led the Chiefs with 9 sacks. I think this is a kid who will have an opportunity to upgrade a positional need area with the Chiefs. Not a bad choice at this point in the first round.
You know Dick Vermeil loves to move the ball on offense. He was your coach. But sooner or later, right? Sooner or later, Torrey, he can't just say, okay, we need 35.
Right. We have to stop somebody. And I think he's making that a point right now by drafting Derek Johnson to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Houston might surprise.
I think he would definitely lift that defense right away.
Well, we should remind people they signed Patrick Surtain yesterday, all right? So they signed Sammy Knight, who's been a around-the-ball Pro Bowl player with Miami. You mentioned Kendra Bell, Carlos Hall, a pass rusher from Tennessee. So they're addressing defense, and, of course, with this draft pick as well. So last year, really the only change, not the only, was to change coordinators. So Gunther Cunningham let's try some new players. And they're doing that. So one of the prolific offenses in football, I hope it can be okay on defense. And that would be a good move. That's why they go with New Orleans. So they swapped their 13 for 16, got a 3 in the process next year. So Houston's on the clock. Morton.
Houston's also on the phone, Chris, because there are a lot of teams
I can
this
see
is the area of the draft that are starting to call and try to jump up there to take, I would think, some of these defensive linemen or offensive linemen. Certainly, this is the area where the Philadelphia Eagles, with 13 picks in this draft, have looked to jump up and make a offensive lineman or defensive lineman selection.
You are right, Mort. In the trenches, the Houston Texans need a little bit of help. You look at David Carr, amount of sacks. Alex Barron, though, a little inconsistent. Do they take him there, or do they go with the defensive lineman? I think you look at a guy like Alex Barron, a Khalif Barnes. Barnes, you thought maybe later first round. Barron about this area, but there are some defensive linemen. Keep in mind, a Houston Texans defensive line last year. Gary Walker's only had half a sack the last 2 years. Robert Smith, steady, unspectacular. Seth Payne's had injury problems. So you have Travis Johnson, as Morton mentioned, from Florida State. You have Marcus Spears still on the board as well. And you have the 2 offensive linemen, Barron and Barnes, and you have Chris Spencer and David Boss, both of whom figure maybe late first, early second round. Both very versatile. Spencer can play center or guard, and Boss can play center or guard. Both are going to be nice picks early round 2. Not necessarily right here. As we talked about, there are some defensive linemen here that can upgrade the Houston Texans defensive line, which really last year was a major problem.
That's right. And I just wonder if a team like the Cowboys also, as they see Marcus Spears drop a little bit, whether or not they're itching to get up there to take him rather than wait to see if he's going to fall to number 20.
Well, are there teams that perhaps, who's another interested, like maybe Erasmus
Philadelphia, I mentioned.
James.
Erasmus James is
kind of the last of those. We saw Merriman and Ware go right away. He's kind of the last of those first-round baboom pass rushers.
And Erasmus James, guys, would have been probably a top 5, at worst top 10 pick had it not been for some durability concerns. A hip injury, 2003, all season. Erasmus James sidelining. Great start this past year. Then the injury, missed half the year, ankle injury against Purdue. That's why Erasmus James is still on the board. It's not about ability. He's a heck of a pass rusher.
One of the best picks last year in the first round was by Houston. They did have 2 picks last year, but their first one was Dante Robinson, the rookie corner who couldn't do much more as a rookie last year. They're hoping to duplicate that sort of pick. If they keep it, we'll be back.
Here they come, yo. Here they come. Here they come, yo. Here they come.
Intelligence, mental toughness, strength, speed.
That the Jets just don't understand what the draft's all about. The Colts have a storied history of draft day ineptitude, and it continues here today. That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, anyway?
And I have a right to my opinion. He has a right to his.
We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman.
That's why the Colts are the laughing stock of the league year in and year out. Only one can answer this is obviously Mike Ditka. I totally disagree with the pick.
Way to mince words, Mel.
You know what? I was jabbing Tolbert. I was jabbing Tolbert before we went to that.
Threw Mel under the bus.
Why not?
He always does.
You know what? That clip with Tolbert, that's run more than me catching a pass from Doug Williams.
It's great TV,
I think I've seen that more.
It's great TV.
Well, hey, what happened to those jackets that we were wearing in the mid-'80s there in front of that board?
Nowhere to be found.
You can still fit in yours.
No.
Mine I use as a washcloth. All right, on to 2005, Mel. We digress. All right, by your rankings, by your ratings, who are the best that are left?
Well, keep in mind, we're only at pick 16. We're not at pick 35.
Yes.
It may seem like we are because a lot of these kids have been sitting around for hours now, but we're only at pick 16. Jerry Rice went 16, if I'm not mistaken. Emmitt Smith went 17. So these kids should not be disappointed or depressed. Aaron Rodgers is going to be tough to find a spot for a quarterback. Green Bay, Washington, the only 2 in the first round right now that look like possibilities. Mark Clayton is Torrey Holt's favorite wide receiver. And Travis Johnson, interesting because he can play in a 3-4 or a 4-3, as could Marcus Spears. I really think Roddy White's underrated. And Dan Cody is one of those hybrids still on the board.
Roddy White.
The Texans did, in fact, entertain trade offers for this, but I believe they are probably going to go ahead and take their guy. They really like this Travis Johnson kid, the defensive tackle. They got to get stout inside, and that was a temptation for them to move out. I think they probably make the pick here.
So after throwing Mel under the bus, now you're coming back with this?
Cab driver called me. Cabs, taxis, buses.
Tough to get a cab in Houston. Remember from the Super Bowl? The pick is in. We think the pick is in. To the commissioner for the pick with the Houston Texans. 16 overall. the half-moon portion of the first round.
With the 16th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Travis Johnson, defensive tackle from Florida State.
Now, Mort, you got one.
Tell you, you're right, Mort, you called it. No, what? Go ahead.
No, you got one there. Never mind.
Now, you look at Travis Johnson, as we said, 3-4-4-3 didn't matter. Well, this is a 3-4 scheme where the Houston Texans didn't get much out of Gary Walker, really the last 2 seasons. You have Seth Payne with injury problems. You have Robert Smith, okay, not great. They need a boost there in this defensive front. Travis Johnson's a kid who really, you talk about improvement from junior to senior year. He had 3 tackles for loss as a junior, 18 stops behind the line of scrimmage this past season. Also increased that sack total from a half a sack to 3 sacks. Kid who's 6'3.5", 305 pounds. Reminded a lot of defensive line coaches of Kevin Williams when Williams was at Oklahoma State. Now doing a very good job with the Minnesota Vikings. Travis Johnson made the most of his final campaign down in Tallahassee for Bobby Bowden's Florida State Seminoles. Bobby Bowden had to be happy with the way this kid elevated his game from his junior to his senior year.
Well, they played the Buffalo Bills and Pittsburgh Steelers their first 2 games. They need somebody to plug up the hole against those guys.
Yes, they do. Well, they're a team, look, that has made improvement every year, but now maybe the heat's on a little bit. Playoff time, at least the owner and there are some others around Houston are hoping. That's tough in that division, that's for sure, with the Colts sitting there. Meanwhile, a guy that knows what winning divisions is about. A year ago, Dick Vermeil and the Chiefs did that. Let's go over to Susie. Suze?
Thanks, Chris. And through our Coors Light video conferencing, we welcome in Dick Vermeil. Dick, #1 offense, 31st ranked defense. Greg Robinson, your former defensive coordinator, was a defensive coordinator in Texas with Derek Johnson. What did he fine-tune in his game just this past year?
Well, I think he liked playing in Greg's defensive scheme and how they taught him fundamentally to play. They changed his scheme in techniques and how he played within that scheme, and he played well. And we had determined even as early as yesterday morning, if Derek was sitting there and Thomas Davis were together, we would take the guy that was sitting there when it became our 15th pick, and it ended up being Derek Johnson, and a guy with tremendous athletic talent and range and tremendous potential. And it'll take a little while to get him ready, but I think our coaches can get him ready to play.
Well, last year you brought in Gunther Cunningham to coach the defense. Didn't make too many changes in terms of personnel. Why the change in philosophy for this season?
Well, obviously we didn't improve as much as we thought we should. You know, and you can always blame the coaches, and you can, you know, that, and we didn't blame any one person. But I think that we have to upgrade our personnel and get some better leadership over there. And I think Carl Peterson and Lynn Stiles and Bill Koharic and our personnel department, Chuck Cook, have done a real good job of helping us do that.
How would you describe the urgency here in terms of getting the defense on par as the offense ages?
Well, I think the window's open for us to, and if we don't get it done soon, you know, the Will Shields will retire and Willie Rofe will retire, and we won't be as good an offensive line, and we won't be as good offensive coaches.
Dick, thanks.
Thank you.
Let's go back to you, Chris.
Good evening.
All right, Suze, thank you very much. So, Dick Vermeil, he knows he can't be 31st in defense and go anywhere. He knows that much football. That's for darn sure. Chiefs will be much better. Cincinnati, Minnesota, St. Louis coming up.
Donovan McNabb, quarterback, Syracuse University.
The fans are irate over the fact that they didn't take Ricky Williams, but you have to, I hope the fans don't take it out on Donovan McNabb.
No, they better not.
And from 99 to 2005, things worked out pretty well for Donovan McNabb. The Rodgers family can only hope for the same. On the left is Darla Rodgers, Aaron's mom, and she's being consoled by none other than Wilma McNabb. A little sympathy, a little consoling. The business of the NFL learned sooner rather than later for Aaron Rodgers. Now let's join now the NFL Live crew and Trey Wingo.
All right, Susie, thanks. And, of course, Mrs. McNabb, also a soup salesman, and the team mom for the Philadelphia Eagles. So she's got a lot going on right now, which is good for her. Aaron Rodgers, listen, Jaws, when you look at this quarterback, obviously he has skill, obviously he has talent, but there are some things that might concern teams, and one of the reasons he's still around is Cincinnati waits to pick with the 17th overall selection. As you break down Aaron Rodgers, what are the things that jump out at you that might be having teams thinking, wait a second?
Well, actually, when I broke down the quarterbacks, I had Jason Campbell from Auburn as my #2 quarterback and Aaron Rodgers #3. And I studied a lot of tape on Aaron Rodgers. I spoke to a lot of coaches around the league, and I got some of the workout tape on his pro day. And I want to show you this because I saw some things I really liked and a few things I didn't like. I really don't like this ball position because I don't think it gives you enough whip to throw the ball deep down the field on a consistent basis. But I think that will be changed when he gets to the pro level. But I like the drive off the back foot and the weight going forward. Then I like this, the flex knee. That allows the upper body to come through on the throw and create velocity. Now, the shoulders are very important, parallel to the ground. The short to intermediate passing game, you need to have those shoulders parallel to the ground for accurate throwing. That's what he can do. Once again, you see the high ball position. Throwing to the left, you must open your plant foot on a 45-degree angle. That allows your hips to turn, and you could be accurate throwing to your left. You can see he does a great job right there of planting that back foot, 45-degree angle, opens up the hips, and you see the knee flex again, allowing the upper part of the body to come through. The deep ball is where he has struggled, but he's sound mechanically with it. You'll see the back foot plant. Now you have to drive the ball up in the air. So you see the shoulders pointing up more than parallel to the ground on the short pass. And here's what I really like about his deep ball. The wrist supinated. In other words, underneath the football. You must drive the football up and down the field with air under it. He's very fundamentally sound in that area, but he has not been consistent in completing balls down the field. Now, after I looked at tape on Aaron Rodgers' game tape, I didn't see a sampling of a lot of balls deep down the field. But when I got the workout tape, what I saw was a guy that did throw the square in, did throw the deep comeback, did throw the post and the goal pattern very well. That was in the workout with shorts and a T-shirt on. I didn't see enough of that under game conditions. Now, no matter where Aaron Rodgers go, I still believe he projects well in the National Football League.
Well, whenever we talk about Aaron Rodgers, you're going to hear people mention the two words Jeff Tedford. Jeff Tedford, his head coach at Cal, and Jeff Tedford has had a lot of quarterbacks, Merrill, go into the NFL. Akili Smith, Joey Harrington, Kyle Bowler, Trent Dilfer, and David Carr. None of those has become a big breakout star yet, and you hear a lot of people say, well, these guys are system quarterbacks, not pure talent quarterbacks. What's the thought?
I think a lot of it is the system. You know, Tedford's worried about winning in college, not worried about getting quarterbacks prepared to go to the National Football League. When you look at Rodgers, and one of the games that stands out with everybody is the USC game. But when you study that tape, of his 27 attempts, 19 of those 27 never traveled beyond 10 yards. It is a very short passing game. Bubble screens, quick out routes, hitch routes. When you complete those, you're going to have a high % completion rate. But when you do not have that, and you got to go down the field like Jaws is saying, transitioning to the National Football League, that's the roads, the balls that you've got to complete, the ones that are down the field, not the short ones.
And the completions on those long ones in that game were, what, 2 of 8 in that contest?
Yeah,
what you said?
It was a very low number. It was about 70% with the short pass. When you went down the field, that significantly declines.
All right, we shall see as Aaron Rodgers continues to wait and hear his name called. Odds are it will not be in Cincinnati, who have the 17th pick. Carson Palmer's entrenched
He's
there.
good.
Yeah, he has a future. We'll see what happens. Cincinnati maybe thinking defense. Let's go back to New York and back to Chris Berman. Boom.
Okay, thank you, fellas. By the way, though, say what you want. Against USC, the national champs, beat them once, Aaron Rodgers, and should have beat him a second time. So, toughest team they played. I see no problem with that. Cincinnati, Mort, well, the pick is in, I believe, but you're high on this team.
I think if you were picking a sleeper team to end the New England Patriots run to the Super Bowl, the AFC, a sleeper team is the Cincinnati Bengals. They took the Patriots to the mat last December, and Carson Palmer left the game with a knee injury. He had 200 yards and 2 touchdowns. And if they fix this defense, the Bengals fix this defense, watch out this year.
Look, that franchise, and we know it went since 1990 to a winning season. You know, they hadn't had one. 8-8, 2 years in a row under Marvin Lewis. That's huge progress. And they pick us in with the Cincinnati Bengals. We'll see, Mort. Your offense in place.
They go D.
With the 17th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select David Pollock, defensive end from Georgia.
There's a name we heard a lot, Mel, and a lot more this past week. As far as production in college on defense, he won almost every award.
He really did. I think you look at a guy and you talk about even the interest that some teams had that were 3-4 oriented to get him on his feet like a Teddy Bruschi and a Mike Vrabel, and certainly you look at David Pollock. Productivity-wise, it was incredible. The short arms were the concern. Will offensive line be able to get into that body and neutralize that charge? He was knocked around some at the point because he's about 6'2" and change, about 265 to 270. But when you look at all the tackles for loss, the sacks, the hustle, the toughness, the dedication, had a 37-inch vertical jump. The kid's an athlete, ran 4.8 to 25 reps. So I think you look at a kid that you can do a lot of different things with. Marvin Lewis, defensive-minded coach, had Peter Boulware. When Peter Boulware went to Baltimore, said, what are you going to do with Peter Boulware? I'm a combo guy. Well, Marvin Lewis will find a way to maximize the ability of David Pollock if you can overcome the short arms and the fact that he was bouncing around a little bit at the point of attack.
If you rank the elite players in the Southeastern Conference over the last 4 years, David Pollock's name is going to be mentioned, if not first, certainly in the top 2 or 3 or 4 players. And this is a guy who was productive, is athletic, and I know there are some teams heartbroken, hoping he would slip a little bit more. And we also know a team in the top 5 that might have shocked people by taking him.
Did you see that last play?
Oh, yeah.
That's unbelievable.
South Carolina.
That was unbelievable. By the way, so did a lot of folks thought that he was unbelievable with the Lombardi Award winner, which is Best Defensive Lineman. The Maxwell Club gave him the Bednarik Award, Defensive Player of the Year. The Hendricks Award is Defensive End of the Year. And then you see First Team All-American, not to mention SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Now, does that mean that you win the most awards in college? You are Deacon Jones in the National Football League? Not necessarily, but production with a motor.
Production and maybe the best conference in football.
Whoa, and a motor. I'm not knocking him.
You have to have a motor playing at that end. And like Mel said, Marvin Lewis will maximize this young man's potential. He will have a motor for 4 straight quarters that will help that Cincinnati Bengals defense right away.
The 30-inch arms, huh? They don't make shirts for guys that big with 30-inch arms, do they?
No, and I'll tell you what, you look at the Bengals, we were talking as you guys were, and Mort said, hey, they could be a surprise team in contention for a Super Bowl. The areas of concern, cornerback. You look at Torrey James, a career year, Pro Bowl year with all those interceptions. I believe it was about 9. Kewan Ratliff with a young developing kid out of Florida. So if Ratliff improves, he may challenge Delta O'Neal, who gives up too many big plays. Could use an interior offensive lineman. You look at the tight end spot. They better get some productivity at that tight end position. They got nothing last year. That's an area they need to address as well. So Marvin Lewis and that Bengal organization has some work to do from this point on. This draft has to solidify several other areas.
And don't forget, Pittsburgh, Baltimore. Those are heavy teams. Yeah. So, I mean, if you're going to move up, you're moving up to 2 quality ball clubs. That's right. They do get to play Cleveland twice, who's obviously rebuilding. David Pollock, not only productive, but an intriguing and engaging young man. Take a look.
Why do birds suddenly appear? Well, the down is down 13.1 today. You won't have to wait for me to mature. I already have a little bit. I got a long way to go, dog. That's a lie.
ESPN pay-per-view boxing presents a night of great fights tonight for only...
One of the more memorable things that happened with Randy Moss this season, guys, was toward the end of the season. Vikings are playing at Washington. Half is just about over. Randy Moss walks off. Game is just about over. Randy Moss walks off the field. About a play to go. That did not work well. Did not play out well in the Vikings locker room. How did you guys see that? You're there on the sidelines there too, John.
Yeah, I got a chance to see him walk off the field. They had a chance, to get an onside kick, get another play, and possibly win the game. This is a team who's going into the playoffs. It's not like, after this play is over, their season's done. They're going into the playoffs. So what kind of message is he sending by walking off the field, giving up on his team, saying, you know what, we've lost this one, let's just move on, blah, 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 whatever it is. You can't just walk off the field, leave your teammates, leave everybody out there.
Yeah, the fact of the matter remains, Randy Moss does things that a lot of people in the National Football League wish they had the stones to do. He remains the #1 deep threat down the field in the National Football League.
Yeah, but
are you not going to throw to him if he's on your team?
Yeah, you're going to throw to him if he's on your team, but you need somebody you can rely on, somebody you can count on. He's supposed to be in the right spot when you go to throw the ball as a quarterback. If you think he's supposed to be in a certain area and he decides to change the route and throw his hand up and all of a sudden do something different and it costs you an interception, the Minnesota Vikings made a commitment to him financially. Red McCombs stepped up and said, here is all this money. We know you have the off-the-field problems. Here's all this money to be the leader of this team. And time after time, he has done stuff like this to not only show he's not the leader of the team, but to walk out on his teammates.
Dante Culpepper's the leader of that team. Randy Moss
Dante got his contract after
the production.
Randy.
He was the production
You
on that football team.
You of all people should know how team dynamics work. You've been in Super Bowls. You've done those things. You're telling me that if Randy Moss is on your team, obviously he's a great player. He puts up a lot of numbers. But he hasn't won championships. He hasn't been on a team. He hasn't led a team to win championships. Dante Culpepper hasn't either. It's not to say he's not a great player, but he doesn't win ball games when they need to win ball games. And that's what, when you pay a guy that much money, he has to be a leader on your team. He has to be able to make plays in big games.
Peyton Manning has never won a Super Bowl. Michael Vick, Dante Culpepper, all these guys, don't give me Super Bowls. Give me numbers. 16 Sundays, 1,500 yards, 20 touchdowns.
You don't have a problem with him walking off the field?
I don't have a problem. I think that it doesn't sit well, but I'm talking about production.
It sends, yeah, he has. You can have production.
The message is clear. The message is he's the best receiver, deep threat in the NFL.
Right. And it comes down to crunch time. You'd count on him.
He'd be reliable.
Would Randy Moss work on the Patriots?
He may be a front runner, but I would count on him.
If you're winning.
All right, guys, I think we got the pick coming in, so let's see what the Vikings are going to do. Chris, back to you.
Okay, Andrea, guys, thank you very much. So the Mossless Vikings with their second first-round pick. And that's the Minnesota board. Troy Williamson right there. You see that that was their pick up top, and they picked that they obtained from Oakland in essentially the Randy Moss trade. And here we go. This is a team, hey, they're contenders. Make no mistake about that. Let's see what they do this time. Defense.
Spears.
With the 18th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Erasmus James, defensive end, Wisconsin.
Yeah, well, there's some teams directly below that we're looking at him, that's for sure, because he's kind of the last of that sort, at least at this level. Agree with that, Mel?
I'll tell you, look at this defense. They had Pat Williams to go along with Kevin Williams, who was an outstanding early first-round pick a few years ago. Udeze last year in the first round. You have Darian Scott from Ohio State with a third-round pick. Now you had Erasmus James. And I think now you're getting into a situation where you wonder about can he stay healthy, but you have some other options. So if Erasmus James can't be out there all the time, you have some security there as well. But if he would have stayed healthy all year, I really believe, based on the way he started the season, that he would have been a top 5 to 10 pick in the first round. And you're talking about 18 for Minnesota. They already added Troy Williamson. They got the speed wide receiver they wanted. Now to get James at this point to go along with the defensive front that we're already discussing. That's why Minnesota is going to be a very trendy pick to maybe go a long way into the playoffs. I won't say Super Bowl, but go a long way this year.
And you're talking about a team that plays in a dome. You put these guys like on the edge like Udeze and now Erasmus James at home in a dome, and you are putting some heat on the quarterback.
This guy's a real good understanding, Torrey, of how to rush the quarterback from a technique standpoint and a leverage standpoint.
What I see is attack from the offensive side of the football and from the defensive side of the football field. With the moves that they have made in the free agents, who upgrading their defense and bringing in Troy Williamson with Nate Burleson and that bunch, this team will attack.
And now with Williamson and Erasmus James, as you just mentioned, I mean, this is, look, they beat the Packers on the road in the playoffs. They were around with Philly, had a chance. And we've talked about in their earlier pick what they've, and Mel alluded to some, Pat Williams, who's still a very good player they got from the Bills. Harris they got in the Moss trade. Coward is not the player that he once was, but he certainly understands the position. Fred Smoot, Darren Sharper, who certainly knows that division. I think they're the team to beat in that division. And I hate to say it with Brett Favre playing for another team. And I would like to see Culpepper, kind of an unbridled Culpepper as the leader.
Well, he is the leader. I think that was part of Randy Moss being out of there.
Yes, absolutely.
Culpepper's performance when Randy Moss was out of the lineup and even being hurt last year basically convinced the Vikings that they can live. There is life without Randy Moss, and I think that they needed to clearly establish that Dante Culpepper This is his team. He's in charge of this team.
I absolutely agree with it. It all starts at the quarterback position with Dante Culpepper. I think he still has the players around him to be an effective offensive group. We'll see.
Let me, since it's not out of the realm here yet, and we talked Randy Moss some. Randy Moss in a new situation in Oakland, Torrey. I mean, obviously, you as a receiver respect what he is on
absolutely.
the field. Will a change of scenery, you know Randy some, will he be a different guy in Oakland a little bit, you think?
We'll see. We say,
you've been Pro Bowl teammates.
You are who you are. I would like to see him make some adjustments with some of the antics and some of the things that he do. But Randy is Randy. Who am I to judge him?
No, I know.
But I know one thing. They're going to get a guy that's going to stretch the football field. That's going to score a lot of touchdowns for that football team.
No question about that. And speaking of stretching the football field, the St. Louis Rams are on the clock. We're going to take a break, and then no. See, I knew it. I shook off the signal. That's too fast.
Randy Moss and the Raiders.
What do you need, Torrey? What do you need?
I would look for us. I would like to see us bring in a safety. Somebody that can help us with some range. Somebody that can make some plays.
Poole would be a good one.
I like to see Poole.
Rodney Poole of Oklahoma.
Yeah, Rodney Poole, Oklahoma. I like to see him play. I would like to see him come to St. Louis and help us. I think with the system that we run, Coach Marmon, the system that they run, with interchanging our safeties, I think he can come in right now and be a good fit.
You got to look. Yeah, at this stage of the first round, you really have to look at who's going to be there at that point that maybe surprises you. And we discussed, Torrey, Alex Barron, offensive tackle from Florida State. And here's a left tackle who slides this far because he's not consistent, but he's awful talented. When's somebody going to pull the trigger and take Alex Barron?
The pick is in. St. Louis Rams. Torrey, pay attention.
With the 19th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the St. Louis Rams select Alex Barron, tackle from Florida State.
That's it.
Good call, Mel. Good call on the run. And there's Alex Barron in Orlando getting the call. St. Louis are well with the problems of what Kyle Turley and Coach Mike Martz. Now, Kyle said want to play defense, want to put the tackle. Certainly a fit there, huh?
I'll tell you, you look at Barron, and you see a kid who's 6'7" and a quarter, 322 pounds. And you talk about a kid who's got a lot of ability, more finesse, not a guy who drives people and buries people like Jamal Brown does. And in pass protection, this kid did a good job overall. But you see a kid who still is not the dominant force that he should be. And I tell you, he gets beaten by players who are not nearly the caliber of Alex Barron. He should be able to just completely take out of a football game. I look at a kid who needs to step it up several notches. If he does, you got something to work with. To me, it's always been discussed in drafts for the last 30 years, boom or bust. And at this stage of the first round, you're talking about 19. This is where Mike Martz says, hey, we could get a Pro Bowler or we get a guy who falls by the wayside in 3 years. But at this point, for a guy who has top 5 ability, why not see what we can get out of him, see if we can coach him up and motivate him and maximize that ability?
Well, I tell you this, Mel, he can't learn from a better player than Orlando Pace. We just signed Orlando Pace back to a multi-year deal. He can't learn from a better person than Orlando Pace, who's a Pro Bowler. And Orlando is not a rah-rah guy. He's a passer, but he will dominate you. And I think Barron will come in and will see that. I think he will emulate that. He will definitely help us on the outside. And Mark Bowles, if you're sitting at home, I know you're smiling because I'm smiling because we're going to air it out.
It's hey, guys.
Coach Mars, good job.
Torrey, don't you admit that it's clear that it's not Kyle Turley who's going to be teaching Alex Barron? They don't know where Kyle is medically right now. Is he 240 pounds? We know what the fallout was with the coach Mike Martz, and I truly believe they will be cutting Kyle Turley after June 1st when the salary cap is a lot less than cutting him right now.
Well, I think with this pick, this pick kind of solidifies that. We still have to wait and see. But hopefully Kyle can get back. If not, then, we got Alex Barron. We got a guy that they feel comfortable with. So we'll see how this young man fits up. But I think he's going to be a terrific player.
Yeah, because he's a pass protector.
Yes,
you get to catch the ball more.
Well, we understand Alex Barron is with us right now. Now, Torrey, he's only just, well, he hadn't signed yet, but he's part of the St. Louis Rams. You want to talk to, first of all, Alex, congratulations. And we have one of your new teammates right here wants to ask you a question. Torrey Holt.
Congratulations, Alex, man. I want to ask you, man. There's been a lot of talk about you being passive, not being aggressive, being a little tentative. Tell the people out there how dominant you will be once you step on the field out there in St. Louis.
Oh, first of all, I just want to say Thank you for selecting me, and I'm going to be ready to play either way it goes. I'm going to be out there with one of the best offensive tackles Orlando plays. I'm going to learn from them. It's a great offense, and I'm just ready to get out there and show them what I can do.
Right on, and I know that you played some basketball in your career, and what we ask of our tackles to get out on the perimeter, screens, pull in with the sweep toss. I know you can do that. I know you can help us there. I know you're very excited getting to St. Louis. Again, congratulations, man. We're glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be there.
Yes, sir.
Well, hey, Alex, so pass blocking, you know that in St. Louis, there you go. Are you anxious to pass block 45, 50 times a game?
Oh, yeah, they're saying that's what I'm at my best at, so I'm ready to take it to the next level.
You follow the Rams much? Did you have a clue that they were one of the teams that was interested in you here these last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I had heard some different things about them, and that they were interested. But, you know, this decision they made, I'm ready to play.
Well, they got a big bed for you in St. Louis. Good luck up there. Welcome to the NFL.
All right, thank you.
Alex Barron, St. Louis Rams. The Cowboys are on the clock with their second first-round pick. And then Jacksonville, Baltimore, Seattle. Now we get to some teams looking to make some quantum leaps.
Great pick.
5-star crash test rating.
It's the only minivan with stone-go seating, and I got 0% financing.
My 300, 2005 Motor Trend cars a year.
Join over 1 million proud new owners during the Chrysler Spring Sales Event to get the most award-winning vehicles in our history. Get great offers on the roomy PT Convertible, the stylish Sebring, and the powerful Crossfire Roadster. With the widest range of convertibles to choose from, Chrysler's sure to have one that fits your style. Get 0% financing plus an April bonus cash allowance that can save you up to $4,100 on Sebring Convertible.
What's going on? What's going on? Hey, Melissa. Hey, Melissa. I'd love to... No. Melissa, would you... What's going on, Melissa? What's up? Okay.
Can a beer be too refreshing?
Melissa, you told me to call you, so here I am. Hello.
Hello? Ew, you pervert.
Melissa?
Coors Light. Taste the cold.
This Sunday, television's biggest hits are on ABC. First, it's a hot news special that will show you a side of Wisteria Lane
FYI.
like you've never seen before.
Exactly.
The all-new special Desperate Housewives sorting out the dirty laundry. Then, while the surgeons are away, what the hell went wrong? Some of the doctors will play.
You made it! Born mother of destruction.
All new Grey's Anatomy after an all-new Desperate Housewives special Sunday starting at 9/8 Central only on ABC.
ESPN Pay-Per-View Boxing presents 4 great fights on Saturday, April 23rd for only $29.95. Live from Caesars Palace, Las Vegas, Kermit Cintron takes on Antonio Margarito in a welterweight title fight. Sugar Shane Mosley versus David Estrada, plus WBA lightweight champion Juan Diaz versus Ivo Elder, and heavyweights Brock versus McCline. Order with your remote on Channel 123 or go to DirecTV.com.
It's here in New York, financial capital of the world, and home of the 2005 NFL Draft. The opening bell is rung. The hottest prospects have been chosen. But the market is still open, with plenty of futures still on the board. Well, the Dallas Cowboys on the clock in the first round for the second time. There's Coach Parcells. There's the owner, Jerry Jones, in the Cowboy War Room. Certainly, War Room Cam was invented with Dallas years and years and years ago. Ed Werder is in Big D for the latest. Ed?
Well, Boomer, as I told you earlier, they're trying to make a conversion here to a 3-4 if they can use these 2 picks in the first round to get the players that they've targeted, and they have succeeded. They got DeMarcus Ware, the outside pass rusher, who will play outside linebacker in a 3-4 and give them the pressure player they haven't had. And with this pick, they're going to take Marcus Spears. And this is what they were trying to do, is a very calculated gamble as to which guy to take first, which guy might fall down to 20. They were so concerned about getting Spears on the back end with this pick that they've tried 3 or 4 times to move up without success. They stayed where they were. They got the player they wanted. And for the first time in Cowboys history, they'll switch to a 3-4 defense. Boomer, back to you.
All right, Ed, thank you. We all kind of guessed one of those 2 pass rushers and then Spears. It is interesting that what goes around comes around. A year ago, the Buffalo Bills traded with Dallas, this is Buffalo's pick, which is why Dallas is picking here, so they could move up into the first round and take J.P. Lossman. We'll continue that story. Dallas's pick is in, and it's probably the big guy that Ed mentioned, Mr. Spears.
Look at the commission.
With the 20th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marcus Spears, defensive end from LSU.
Well, they got exactly what they needed. Pass rush outside, big guy inside, and rated highest, Mel, at this sort of position. It just, at times, maybe was a puzzle.
Well, I think they had to figure out where was he going to be best suited, Chris, and everybody came to the conclusion after the whole evaluation process was over that, hey, a 3-4 scheme is ideal for Marcus Spears. 6'4", 305. I thought San Diego would be a possibility. With their 3-man front, they opted for Sean Merriman, and here he is for Dallas. And Bill Parcells gets DeMarcus Ware, an attack outside linebacker, that hybrid. Now Marcus Spears, who I tell you, had a heck of a week down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. He was the highest-rated tight end coming out of high school, and Nick Saban at the time said, is he a tight end? Is he a defensive end? Made the move after early on trying the tight end to make the move to permanent status as a defensive end. Good kid, works hard. He's never going to be like a feared sack artist, but in this scheme, at 6'4", 305, he is ideal. This is a nice pick, and what it does, because I'm sure the debate at one point in time had to be, okay, if Spears is gone, maybe Mark Clayton should be our choice. Well, Spears was there. They did a no-choice, no-brainer here for Dallas. They're taking Spears. But Mark Clayton, Baltimore at 22, keeping their fingers crossed that Mark Clayton slid down to them to go along with Derek Mason, Todd Heath, and Jamal Lewis. Give Kyle Fuller what he needs, like they're doing in Detroit with Joey Harrington. Jacksonville probably looking maybe a corner like Fabian Washington. So this sets up nicely. Dallas is ecstatic. Sets up nicely, though, for the Baltimore Ravens with Mark Clayton still on the board.
Well, Ed talked about it. We've talked about it. The defense there, their 2 picks, the outside rush with Ware, the inside, well, the more stay-at-home huge banger in Marcus Spears, and so a 3-4 defense. First-time Dallas, not first-time Bill Parcells.
No, with the New York Giants, 3-4 defense, and certainly with the New England Patriots, New York Jets. But here's the thing about this also. Bill Parcells does believe bigger is better. And you went through defense. When he became the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, that shocked a lot of people. He looked at that defense. He was uncomfortable with it, but statistically, it was a top-ranked defense. And after the first year, he decided to go with it. It remained top-ranked. And then things started to fall apart. And I think, in a way, he kind of regrets that he didn't start this transition a couple of years ago when he first came on board.
Well, the first year it was good. It worked out.
But so
now in 2 years he's made the turnover. I started to stay a story here. What goes around comes around. That was Buffalo's pick. A year ago, Buffalo jumped up so they could draft J.P. Lossman with that spot, the quarterback, who's going to be quarterback this coming year because they've jettisoned Drew Bledsoe. Where? To Dallas. It's amazing how that comes around a year later. So Drew Bledsoe, Vinny last year out, a younger Vinny, if you will, Drew Bledsoe, who with Bill Parcells went to the Super Bowl, the one they lost to the Packers. And Drew Bledsoe, 2 years ago at Buffalo, was very good and very important for them in getting them offensive credibility. But if you can't protect for Drew, you wonder, can Drew Bledsoe refine the magic with Bill Parcells?
Well, this is a controversial trade, bringing Drew Bledsoe in, but Bill Parcells understands Bledsoe. First of all, you get a great defense so that you can get field position. You run the ball with Julius Jones, and you do a lot of play action with the Terry Glenns and Keyshawn Johnson and what have you. But clearly, Bill Parcells believes he understands you have to protect Drew Bledsoe through the running game and obviously with your offensive line. And I think they will work on their offensive line in this draft.
And then let me just complete this story here as you see Cowboy fans about what Buffalo is about to do. Now, of course, they don't have a first-round pick. J.P. Lossman, who, of course, was on the team last year, broken leg, the general manager, Tom Donahoe, and the coach, Mike Mularkey, are about to meet with their media, and they're going to introduce their first-round pick this year, J.P. Lossman. It's hilarious. They're about to do that. A cab driver told me that they're going to trot them all out in front of the podium and answer questions. And here's a scoop. The 7 that Lossman wore infrequently on the field with Buffalo last year, I think he's going to wear it again. There's your scoop. I heard it from a cab. We'll be back as Jacksonville, Baltimore, Seattle, and Green Bay will pick.
NFL Draft presented by Coors Light. Coverage continues today at 5:30 on ESPN2.
Life doesn't stand still, and neither do we. That's why you come to Lowe's for lighting and fans. Not because we have the widest selection, which we have, or because our prices are so low the latest styles are now within everyone's reach, or because nobody works harder to save you money every day, which Lowe's promises to do. You see, at Lowe's, improving home improvement never ends.
Use your Lowe's card and pay nothing for 12 months on all purchases of $2.99 or more.
Red makes them stop and look.
Red is fiery.
Red is romantic. My K-Swiss. K-Swiss is red.
Blue is casual. Blue is zen. Blue is cool. K-Swiss is blue.
Black and white. Like this, like this.
I wear my K-Swiss in pink and white.
I wear my K-Swiss in navy. K-Swiss in colors. Colors, colors, colors. K-Swiss.
We got gas too, man. Chips, $3. Frozen beverage, $2. Gas, $31. Starting a new life together, priceless. Rekindling a fire that never went out. Satisfying a much-needed slushy fix, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For gas stations, there's MasterCard.
Selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Matt Jones, wide receiver, Arkansas.
Wow, now this, Lucy got some explaining to do. Matt Jones, wide receiver / tight end, but you're saying, wait a minute, isn't that Matt Jones the quarterback for the Razorbacks? I know you folks at home are saying, isn't he? Well, Mort,
I can confirm that he is.
You know that Arkansas program better than all of us.
Well, I'll let Mel tell you about Matt Jones first, and I'll follow up.
Well, you know about him, Morty. I thought you had 6'6", 242, 243 pounds. He wowed over the NFL brass at the combine running a 4.3640. That is incredible. That is unbelievable, rare physical and athletic ability with a 40-inch vertical jump. A kid who was in high school basketball star. Forget, in junior year in high school, he caught 22 passes, worked at wide receiver at the Senior Bowl practice. I thought held his own, didn't really wow you over, then made great strides up over the last 2 months, impressing wide receiver coaches who were skeptical and were doubters that he was going to learn the nuances or had learned some of the nuances of playing wide receiver, getting in and out of his cuts, being more natural catching the football. And I think that's why he became, with that rare physical and athletic ability. I had one GM tell me in this draft, Matt Jones was the best athlete overall. Number 1 best athlete in this draft. And Jacksonville, who got nothing out of George Reister, they have a blocker in Brady, want more of an H-back. They had Reggie Williams and Wilford last year. You have Jimmy Smith. You re-signed Edwards. So all of a sudden now, Matt Jones is that combo guy. My question is to use him at H-back or wide receiver.
6'6", 242, and he played right here. You can see on the Arkansas basketball team, so you know what kind of athlete he is. If Jacksonville needs a jumper from the corner, he's their man. He loves to fish. Here he hilarious at the combines with the time in the 40, which wowed everybody, and you see it still then, QB. And they're going, well, wait a minute. Even Joe Gibbs going, I don't the quarterback quite like that. And so now I've seen a wide receiver throw a pass. I've never seen a tight end around throw a pass.
No, and he
Joe Gibbs might have run.
How many 4.37 in the 40 tight ends are there? And if you sit in the stands and watch this guy play every Saturday, like I had the honor of doing this past year, you see a guy who runs away from the elite athletes in the Southeastern Conference. You know, John Gruden had him during the Senior Bowl. John told me this week, you know, Matt Jones can go from 0 to 130 like that. I didn't think people realize that. Hey, he's got a 40-inch vertical. This guy, he goes, has great body control. He has great hang time. And Floyd Reese, the general manager of the Tennessee Titans, told me he thinks he's the best athlete to come into this draft in 6 or 7 years.
Well, Mort, you know Matt Jones very well, and I wanted you to answer this question because everybody says a little lackadaisical. You know, will he put the work? How important is football to Matt Jones? You know the kid very well. How important is this game to Matt Jones?
Here's what I can tell you about Matt Jones. Every time he shows up on game day, he wants to prove he's the best player on the field. Highly productive guy, and he almost always does. He's going to be a guy who wants to be on Chris Berman's NFL primetime show. He's a great competitor. That's what Greg Robinson, when he was with Texas, told me. He said what an ultra competitor he is, and that's a part of him you don't see because he is laid back.
Absolutely. With that size, that speed. Sean Salisbury, let's get you in for a word. Sean?
Hey, Boomer, one of my favorite players in this draft, and I don't think Jack Del Rio has any explaining to do. I think this is a great choice, and I'm not going to tell you about all the measurables, but I am going to tell you why he translates. He won't play a sniff of tight end in this league. What he'll do to dominate defensive backs as a quarterback. Quarterback sees all 22, defense and offense. He understands what it's like to run a route as a wide receiver, what it's like on a curl route to slide if a linebacker's in front of you. So I can teach him that, how to run a route and get out of the cut. What he'll know that a regular wide receiver at times may not is how to go from quarterback to receiver to be able to be on the same page and understand what's going through a quarterback's mind against man and zone. Matt Jones is a great pick. I think this kid's going to be a star in the league. And you know what? He's been competitive in the SEC. Mel, you don't have to worry one bit, or Boomer, or anybody, about how competitive he is. This is a steal at 21. I love this pick by Jack Del Rio. Jack will be in his face and make him a great player.
Well, how long do we think, Sean, thank you, how long do we think you can, well, you heard Sean's opinion, learn the position of wide receiver?
And that's, I'm listening to Sean, and I totally understand he played the quarterback position. He understands offense as well as defense. But at 6'2", 42, I think Matt is going to have to slim down a little bit to be able to use his hips, to be able to get in and out of breaks a little bit more precisely in the National Football League. Corners react differently in the National Football League. So those things he's really going to have to take heed to. And I understand he can catch the football. He's fast.
Hey, his shuttles and three-cone drills were off the charts as well, which that changed the direction.
And that's fine. But I need to see how elusive he is around the core area.
And he's still a projection. I'll say everybody says he's still a projection, which makes it a little risky.
Yeah, that's right. I just don't know much about
interesting
it.
picks are what? Matt Jones, Jacksonville, Mike Williams, Detroit. They're the two most interesting picks so far. And there's Matt. We'll talk with him when we return. Just been drafted by the Jaguars.
Drink variety. Sonic's got it, others don't. Make Sonic your morning drink stop and choose from thousands of different flavor combinations. Start your day with a fresh Sonic Sunrise or come in for our classic cherry limeade. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Fuel economy like a car. Cargo room and versatility like an SUV. The totally new Ford Freestyle. One vehicle, endless possibilities. Ford, built for the road ahead.
Downtown today, temperatures are going to soar into the hundreds. $3.75.
When beer starts out this cold, it ends up this refreshing. Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Time is running out to get a John Deere and pay nothing until April 2006. That's zero money down, 0% interest, and zero payments until April 2006. So why wait? Hurry into your local John Deere dealer today.
It's the first stop-smoking gum that actually tastes like gum. Nicorette Fresh Mint. It's coated, it's softer, and it tastes great, which means you might actually use it, which means this time it could help you quit. Nicorette Fresh Mint. Start chewing, start quitting.
When you work out here, you have to be ready for anything Mother Nature throws at you. And I do mean anything. No matter how unpredictable the weather gets, you can always count on the clothing from Tractor Supply. Gotcha, you little booger.
So, here's the one you saw on Cars.com. It's silver with alloy wheels and a bed liner.
Give me 5, man. Up high. Can you bird it? Can you do the bird? Can you do the bird?
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
Welcome back to the 2005 NFL Draft. Baltimore's pick on the clock. Matt Jones, quarterback from Arkansas, just taken by Jacksonville. There's precedent for college quarterbacks making the transition to wide receiver. Hines Ward is one. What are your thoughts, though, on Matt Jones coming into the league as a wide receiver?
I don't necessarily think it's going to work out. I think he's going to have to show the ability to drop his hips, come in and out of breaks, like Torrey Holt said. And if he plays tight end, I don't know how tough the kid is. I mean, I know he's a competitor. But is he tough? And he's going to have to play special teams while he learns how to play receiver and tight end.
Yeah, so you're right. And he gets to get, we got the pick, and so I got to cut you off, okay, unfortunately, but let's wait till he gets hit by Mike Vrabel also. Boomer, back to you with Baltimore's pick.
And more special teams. All right, Andrea, Mike, thank you very much. So, hey, I mean, we'll see. And who better to know Mike Vrabel? Of course, he doesn't play the tight end that many times, but he has a few touchdown catches in the Super Bowl. Baltimore's picked quickly, and we've all speculated Torrey's favorite player, a wide receiver, Mark Clayton.
With the 22nd selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Mark Clayton.
There it is.
Wide receiver, Oklahoma.
Yeah. And there are coaches and general managers that before even Mel's going to look at the tape, and there they go nuts. Why not? It's the Ravens draft party. There's another team like Minnesota that is stocking the refrigerator. Mark Clayton. So many people said he's my favorite kid in the draft. Not even, favorite player in the draft.
Great kid, works hard. I'll tell you what, Ozzie Newsome, Eric DeCosta's first draft of the Baltimore Ravens, succeeding Phil Savage. This kid is a football player. Bottom line, I thought at the Senior Bowl practices, you go back over the years when LaDainian Tomlinson was there and Steve Hutchinson, even Chad Johnson, who ended up being a second-round steal for the Bengals. This kid was one of the best players on the field, if not the best, in Mobile at the Senior Bowl practice. The ability after the catch is phenomenal with this kid, as it is with Mark Bradley, his teammate, who figures to go early second round. Will be a nice pick at that point. The ability in the open field to make people miss. And I'll tell you what, everybody said, well, he's not that fast, he's not that big. He's 5'10 and a quarter, 191. He ran a 4.43 at the combine. That, I think, turned some heads and was convincing enough to say, hey, I'm legitimate. I am more than just a guy who was productive in college. I can go into the NFL and do the exact same thing, supremely consistent. And when you put him with Derek Mason, you put him with Todd Heath and Jamal Lewis. Hey, you mentioned Joey Harrington. How about Kyle Bowler? If Kyle Bowler steps up and keeps improving with Jim Fossil there and Rick Neuheisel there, all of a sudden Brian Billick's offense, now they have a guy. Torrey Holt said from the get-go, not Braylon Edwards, Mike Williams, Mark Clayton was Torrey Holt's best receiver, favorite receiver in this draft.
Can you zoom in right there? My favorite. I got a list of things about this young man.
Go ahead.
This young man can play the game. He's a good return guy. And what I like most about him and what he showed at the Senior Bowl, he has the ability to work to get open after contact. And that's something that you have to do in the National Football League. And one more thing about it. He's a small, more you said he's small. He's a stocky guy, and he likes to block. And he's going to have to be able to block for the Baltimore Ravens in that run game today.
And you're right. Everybody does love this guy, but the two concerns are his height. There aren't any really short receivers dominating in this league.
Deion Branch.
But dominating in this league.
Well, no, MVP at a Super Bowl.
And the other thing is he has some knee problems. Some teams actually drop them down because there's some arthritis showing up in his knee. But I've also heard people say he'll play for 10 years. He'll be great.
Didn't he save some folks' lives?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Pulled some folks out of a car, right? This is a great kid and a great receiver. And we have a trade now. All right, so Seattle is on had the next pick at 23, but Oakland has moved from 26 to 23. Is it the quarterback? Remember, I just guessed.
Could be Fabian Washington, the corner. They love
yes,
that's the fastest.
That's that who it is?
This kid ran, lights out at the combine, 4.2 plus from 40 speed. We talked about recovery ability, catch-up speed now with rules being so important. A junior came out early, kind of leveled off after his freshman year, but still had a lot of interceptions. And he's kind of the guy right now that you would think the Raiders would need a corner. And they like guys who are athletes and fast. Fabian Washington is probably the Raiders' pick.
So Oakland and Seattle would not have done business, I don't think, when they were in the same division in the AFC West. But, hey, this just in. Seattle's in the NFC. They can do business. Oakland's on the clock. We'll be back. They only got the pick from Seattle a moment ago. They got this pick from the Jets a few days ago when they made the trade for Doug Jolly, the tight end who went to the Jets, and therefore they got the Jet spot. This one, for moving up from 26 to 23, they give Seattle a fourth, which the Seahawks will exercise tomorrow. Seattle's got a couple of guys, both of whom are still staying there. And Oakland, you got to guess one of two things. Aaron Rodgers, I just threw out there, the Cal kid. He plays in the shadows of the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. Or the fastest guy, Fabian Washington, the fastest guy in the whole draft, the defensive back. Remember, they traded Phillip Buchanan, corner, earlier this week. Got to be one of the two. Got to be. We'll find out right now. The pick is up.
Doesn't have to be.
What doesn't have to be? I'm the Schwab. I'm just... I'm 50-50.
With the 23rd choice in the 2005 NFL Draft, acquired from Seattle, the Oakland Raiders select Fabian Washington, cornerback from Nebraska.
Good pick for them.
Speed.
No question, Boomer, you look at a guy who can flat out fly, can recover when he's beaten. I think when you look at Fabian Washington, here was a kid that when you looked at him early on, and you're talking about freshman year, was a starter and did a real good job. So you figure, okay, by the time he's a junior and senior, he's going to be spectacular. I thought he leveled off a bit. I didn't think he took that game from his freshman year to his junior year to the level you expect. And a kid who has the ability to recover, but ball skills. If you're in a position to make a play, sometimes a receiver gets the best of Fabian Washington. But 5'10 and a half, 188, and he ran at the combine in that 4.3 range, 4.27, 4.3, vertical 41 and a half inches, and did 18 reps, so he's a strong kid as well. He has all the measurables, all the computer numbers, except ideal height at 5'10 and a half, and the speed is unbelievable, and they need him. My question is ball skills and not going from his freshman year to his junior year and really going to the point where I thought he would be, which was an early first-round pick. I thought he was a 2, projected then to a 1 after the combine, Tori.
And I like the ball skills, and I like the speed and the ability to recover. But I want to know, will he come up and hit in the run game is what I need to know. I want to know if he can come up and hit somebody in the run game. We know he can cover. We know he can run. But that's the question mark that I have on Fabian Washington is, can he come up and stick somebody in the run game?
But speed and Al Davis. Al Davis always talks about intimidating opponents. Part of intimidation, he believes, is speed. You add Randy Moss with speed on offense, and obviously Fabian Washington could run a little bit on defense.
Well, 4.29, that is speed for sure. Green Bay, then Washington. Susie Colbert, possible spots for Aaron Rodgers, certainly.
Absolutely. Things could get interesting now for Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback out of Cal. I talked to his agent, Mike Sullivan. He said possibly Green Bay looking for a quarterback. No one's really sure how much longer Brett Favre will play, maybe one more season, but it's time for them to look for a successor. And then with Washington, is Joe Gibbs really set with Patrick Ramsey? Not sure. So if there is a possibility, it's probably here at pick number 24 or 25. For a time period, he did step out of the green room, wanted to have a little bit of privacy, but now back in with his agent, Mike Sullivan, and hoping to field a phone call. Well, let's go upstairs to Sean Salisbury. Sean, why do you think he fell so far?
Well, Susie, I'll tell you, at this point, he becomes a major bargain. I think there's a perception about Aaron Rodgers that has to do with the mechanics part of it, Susie, where he holds the ball, and will it make him late at the next level in the offense he played in? But I'm not buying into it other than we can make a slight adjustment on the mechanics with Aaron Rodgers. Holds the ball up here. If he dips it down a little bit, then he won't be late. As you watch it, and he was so productive in school, but the reason why I think a lot of this, Susie, sits in the pocket. Have a look where the ball's held. He's going to have to drop it down a couple inches to get it in position to throw. And in the NFL, guys will intercept it, take it the other way. But here's what makes him great. The accuracy near 70% unbelievable. And he's been productive in a major college program. And another misperception about it is he can't throw the deep ball. That is wrong. And I think that's why. And what happens when one passes, Susie and Boomer, is that the things start to plummet, and now there's no team to take him. I think if Green Bay latches onto him, they got themselves a nice successor. Plus, I think he's going to have a bone to pick after falling this far. Mechanics have been the one knock. I think he overcomes it, Boomer.
Well, Sean, I agree. And now, if it is Green Bay, let me just, so we don't gloss over, because you never hope to say this is going to be Brett Favre's final year. We don't know that. But the fact is, maybe he was drafted in 91 by Atlanta. Nobody remembers that. But he's been starting with Green Bay since 92. Plays every game. This is now the 2005 season. They have Craig Nall behind him now. But, I mean, at some point, even if Brett plays 3 more years and is ageless, at some point it's going to be Brett Favre's swan song. You don't want to say it. But so does Green Bay. I mean, they got to think about a first-day quarterback.
We're year to year with the Brett Favre watch in terms of retirement. And do you take a successor, or do you get him a player that can help him this year as the window is closing, certainly? Ted Thompson is the new general manager of the Packers. He served under the previous general manager, Ron Wolf, and then went to Seattle. If you study what Green Bay did under Ron Wolf, what Seattle did, certainly under Mike Holmgren and Ted Thompson, you always take quarterbacks. You don't have to take them in the first round, but you always take quarterbacks. And I think Ted really doesn't want to say we're drafting a successor to Brett Favre, because you really can't succeed Brett Favre. You just take a quarterback and see how it works out.
Oh, like you couldn't succeed Vince Lombardi, not be the next guy, but you can be the next quarterback there. Bill Cowher succeeded Chuck Nolan, that worked out. So it can. And here's Aaron. I mean, we only because he's, still out there. I mean, 5,000 yards, 64%.
In 2 years.
43 touchdowns. Beat Southern Cal once, should have beat him a second time.
And Jeff Tedford, the Cal coach, is a great head coach. He's a great quarterback coach. I know he's got to be disgusted hearing his talk about Aaron carrying the ball up there, because Jeff really believes it allows you to get the ball out quicker so defensive backs don't break on the passes quickly.
Let me say this more. At Butte Junior College, and I talked to Aaron about this, he did not hold the ball up there. That was changed by Jeff Tedford to get the ball out quick on those shorter routes, and now the cornerback have a chance to break on the football. He can go back to what he said if he has to. He did it at Butte Junior College, where he put up big numbers. This wasn't something that Aaron Rodgers did from high school to college, and he can't really break that habit. He will go back. I think if a quarterback coach says, hey, go back to the old way, a little more fluid, then I think Aaron Rodgers will have that ability. This is a pick you have to make if you're the Packers. I believe either Jason Campbell or Aaron Rodgers, because you look at quarterbacks. Who at 24 thinks a quarterback with this ability, 6th, 7th best player in the draft, is going to be there at this point? Normally they have to move up to get him. I know they have defensive needs at every level, line, linebacker, and secondary, but my opinion is the Packers have to take either Aaron Rodgers or Jason Campbell.
Well, there's a guy that's been in that seat. Our general manager, Randy Mueller, has been general manager in Seattle and same in New Orleans on our NFL Live set. And Randy, you're sitting there in a Green Bay position when you didn't think a guy like Rodgers was available.
Yeah.
You change everything and throw it out the window?
In a way, Boom, it's a nightmare, because they have so many needs on defense. Mike Sherman, in the last year of his contract, he wants to win right now, but everybody knows Brett Favre's not going to be there forever. They've got a tough decision to make. Aaron Rodgers is a good player. I think he'll project to a good player in the NFL, but he can't really help him right now. So you're talking about something similar to Buffalo last year, where they take a quarterback and sit him on the bench and pass at another position where you can have an impact player come in and help you this year.
Well, it's a nightmare in that way, but it is, at the same time, at what level how many picks ago do they start debating this in their room? They could see this coming for the last 8 picks, couldn't they?
Maybe for the last couple days, Boom. They've had to have the discussion, so they know where they're going, but it makes it really tough on everybody, because the timeline for everybody in the organization isn't always the same.
Do you find the next quarterback, Campbell from Auburn, close to Rodgers, or the way you handicapped it, it shouldn't even be a debate, Randy?
No, I think it's debatable, because Campbell's a good player too, and he's got a big arm. He's really progressed in a different scheme. I'm not sure which route I'd go, but I think Jason Campbell's got a lot of NFL teams right now saying that he's the second quarterback.
All right, look, you're going to be GM again one day, but you're going to be GM right now for about 30 seconds, okay?
Yeah.
It's your pick. What do you do?
I'm probably going to take a guy at another position that has an impact right now. I'm going to stay away from this, figure out a way to replace Brett Favre at another time. You're talking about a bad defense. They need players on defense right now.
Well, there it is. Did you like wearing that hat for a minute?
Sure, whatever.
We'll see you later, Randy, who joins us every Sunday in the War Room. We actually have fun. That's the dilemma. That's the real dilemma. Help right now. Huh?
That is their dilemma. I spoke with Jeff Tedford, the Cal coach. I'm telling you, he really believes in this kid. He really believes that you can't say he's the same as all the other Tedford guys. Besides, how many quarterbacks can one coach put into the NFL? Forget about the success rate. But I think we're looking at quarterbacks here. You know, maybe it will be Rodgers and Jason Campbell going back to back here.
Well, listen to what Randy said. What Randy Mueller was saying, I agree with. It is tough. I mean, if you're Mike Sherman, you got defensive needs at every level, whether it's linebacker, or secondary. But let me say this: if you're the Green Bay Packers, where's the difference maker right now on the defensive side of the ball? You have Dan Cody, you have Sean Cody, Mike Patterson, you have corners like Marlon Jackson, Justin Miller. No linebackers of content. Where's the defensive player who's going to upgrade that stop troop significantly? I don't see it right now. That's why I think if I'm picking, it's already up there. It's Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from Cal. I know some like Jason Campbell. I had him third. I would take Aaron Rodgers.
Well, on the phone, and that could be a lot of things.
Yeah, hopefully it's something good.
Here's the throw.
That's in the pocket. That's when he's the best. He's at his best in the pocket. He steps up hard in the pocket. This kid is tough. I mean, he doesn't care about who's coming around him, defensive lineman up the gut. He's stepping up and threw that throw and delivering the football accurately. And when I look at Aaron Rodgers, I think when he's flushed, when he has to move, is when he really comes out of his comfort zone, because when you hold that ball up there, it affects your quickness. And I think that's something that will be tweaked at the pro level. Aaron Rodgers, one thing you can't teach is accuracy. He's pinpoint. He's precise. He's a great kid. He was one of the most poised athletes in the interviews, the way he went about his business there during the combine workout and the interview sessions. I'm surprised he's there at 24. Not shocked, because we know quarterbacks drop for need reasons. But if you're the Packers, I got to take him for it.
And he will be asked to make some plays out of the pocket. And you say that's a concern of yours, and that's something that they can correct with the ball placement, and something that they can practice on a regular basis in practice. But when you look at the 64% completion as a receiver, I like him. You know, because he's going to get me the ball where I need to get the ball and allow me to make plays.
You know, it's interesting because they have taken the responsibilities and shifted them from Mike Sherman, the head coach, to Ted Thompson, as we just mentioned. And, you know, if Mike Sherman were making this decision, and I don't know, I haven't talked to Mike about this, you know, would you take that immediate guy who can help you, or do you go ahead and take the quarterback? Now, it's easier for Ted Thompson because he's looking at the future of the franchise behind Mike Sherman's contract.
I would. Pick him.
Well, we'll see.
Pick him.
Yep. We don't know. But
well, we're going to find out. Pick him. Pick Aaron Rodgers. Be happy. He's going to be a better. Last first-round pick of the quarterback the Packers made was Rich Campbell, 81 from Cal. He'll be better than Rich Campbell, please. Gotta be.
You can only hope, for Aaron's sake.
Let's go. Make the pick. It'll be great. And Brett, I hope you play 5 more years. It's okay. No one's booting him out the door. That's for darn sure. Pick him.
Right.
Let's go.
With the 24th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from California.
There you go.
Good for him. Going to a historic franchise.
And I hope that he goes to Green Bay with a chip on his shoulder. I hope that he does. Because I know he had high expectations coming into this draft.
Who did I mention earlier had fallen to the second round in his draft, although he wasn't projected as Brett Favre.
Yeah.
And Brett Favre was actually rejected by the team that took him in the second round, the Atlanta Falcons. So certainly maybe Aaron can have a few conversations with Brett of what it's like to go prove yourself.
Believe me, Mort, Brett thought he was a first-round pick. He was at the Super Bowl. He had that great career, Southern Miss, orchestrated that big upset over Florida State when he was with the Golden Eagles. And, yeah, he thought he was a first-round pick. He was projected to be more between 20 and, say, 25. He dropped to the second round. Browning Nagel, quarterback Louisville, went to the Jets with 1 pick after Brett Favre that year. Boomer Esiason dropped to the second round. Thankfully, Aaron Rodgers didn't. He's the 24th overall pick to a storied franchise. Brett Favre's still there, so what better quarterback to say, hey, this is how the NFL operates. This is what you have to do to get better, to get to my level as a Hall of Famer. Great situation for Aaron Rodgers to go to. Going to Lambeau, Green Bay Packer organization.
I'll tell you what, yeah. Oh, he won a lot of people in this crowd. They've been rooting for him all day. He should play his home games here at the Javits Center. And you know what? Good for the Packers. And good for him.
Yeah.
No pressure now. Go learn from one of the best ever.
Absolutely.
and bring your thermal underwear.
Well, they don't have that in Berkeley. They'll have to go out and get some.
You know, another thing you can learn from Brett Favre is just to watch the way Brett interacts with his teammates, because obviously Brett is held in high regard by his teammates, but he's not a guy who forces his personality on anybody. He's just Brett, and he's obviously comfortable in his own skin. So Aaron, I think will benefit from seeing that.
Yeah, I think he's fortunate. He's very, very fortunate.
It was a hard day's night for Aaron Rodgers, but in the end, he has a hit record. He's with the Packers. We'll talk to him in a moment.
From him.
Brett is an amazing quarterback, and he's been my favorite quarterback since Joe Montana retired. And I just love his mental and physical toughness and the way he plays, the confidence level he plays at. And I couldn't be more excited about the guy I get to, come in behind and learn from.
All right, what was this day like for you?
Well, it wasn't the easiest day, but yeah, it was a long day. Not a lot of things went the way we thought they'd go, but I'm just so excited about being able to go to a team that wants me and a team that I can just learn from the greatest quarterback of our day right now. And I'm just excited to get out of that green room and get back to the green and gold in Green Bay. 2
years ago, as you were graduating from high school, there were no Division I prospects. What did you think was going to happen then?
I always hoped that I'd be here, someday, but looked kind of dim when I was heading to Butte College in my first season. But I'm just so excited right now. I'm doing something that I've dreamed about doing all my life, and now I get to play with the greatest quarterback, in the game right now and learn from him. So junior college for a year before Jeff Tedford discovered you there. What do you think made the difference? What was it that clicked for you, that got you to this point, a first-round quarterback? I think it's just a confidence level. I started playing at a high level because my confidence was so high. And being able to work with Coach Tedford and learn from him the mental side of the game and the fundamentals that I think are going to carry over and make me successful at this next level really just sets me above. It just made me want to be an NFL player even more and more, and I'm just so happy right now. What do you think in terms of mechanics needs a little work to translate from your success in college to the NFL? I don't think much. Maybe they might want me to bring the ball down a little bit, but I think that the way I hold the ball, my mechanics, my footwork really sets me above the other quarterbacks in this draft. Long day. The crowd went crazy when you were picked. You earned a lot of fans already. I appreciate that. It's been a long day. I appreciate the fact they understand, it's been a little tough on me, but I couldn't be happy with the team that picked me and what next year and the years to come is going to look like being a Packer. Have a good trip to Green Bay. Thanks a lot, Susie. The 2005 NFL Draft continues as we go back to Chris Berman.
All right, Suze. All right, Aaron, thank you very much. So it was a double overtime game, but he won the game in the end. And now with our Coors Light video conferencing, let's welcome in from Green Bay the general manager of the Packers. That would be Ted Thompson. And Ted, take us through today in the war room when it became apparent that, Aaron Rodgers is going to be a very serious choice for the Green Bay Packers.
Well, we'd seen all the mock drafts like you guys do during the course of the last week, and in a few of them we saw where Aaron Rodgers might get down close to us. So we had some conversations about it, but we really didn't think that was going to happen because it just didn't make sense that a player like this would get that far in the draft. But the closer he got, the more serious we got, and then we started making sure that we were going to do what we're going to do. But we are very fortunate, I think, to get a football player of this quality at pick 24.
Ted, was a first-day quarterback always part of the plan, or was that part of your plan today?
Well, not necessarily part of our plan. We want to make sure on the first day we take really good football players, and I know that's a cliche, but it's the honest to God's truth with us. And we felt like at the time when we picked Aaron Rodgers, he was the best football player on the board, and that's the reason we took him. But we didn't go into the day thinking we had to take a quarterback on the first day. No.
What's your favorite part of Aaron Rodgers? What does he bring that's the favorite thing that you just acquired?
Well, I think it's the way he plays the game. He knows what's going on around him. He has a really good feel in the pocket. He gets the ball to the receivers on time. And like I say, I just think he's a really good football player.
Yeah, he is, and he's going to learn from one of the best ever, Brett Favre. Thanks, Ted. Good luck with the rest of the draft.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Thompson, and of course, well, They were thinking about it. Oh, my goodness, it might happen. Should we? Should we? This is one of the best picks he ever makes. First one. When we return, the Redskins
had an excellent career. 21.6-yard average and a 20.5-yard average as a senior. One player you don't see in there is Jason Campbell, quarterback Auburn. He's been discussed a lot for this potential area, whether it was Green Bay or Washington. Washington was second pick. They already got the corner. They wanted Carlos Rodgers. Their other need is wide receiver, but speculation existed. Len Pasquarelli talked about this week, ESPN.com, Jason Campbell. That's why they moved up to Washington. That was the speculation from Lenny, and it looks like that's the direction they may go. I think it gets down to Jason Campbell or Roddy White, and Joe Gibbs, wants to handpick the quarterback of the future. And number 17, you saw Doug Williams. Who did Doug Williams win a Super Bowl for? Joe Gibbs. You see a lot of Doug Williams in Jason Campbell. And he's not a one-year wonder. I even discussed that, when we talked about him the last couple of months. He completed 60.3% of his passes, not 50. So he was already at 60+, and he went to almost 70% completion percentage this past year. Went from about 10 touchdowns to 20. Interception ratio was phenomenal, and that's why Jason Campbell is now in the late first-round mix.
Well, we'll see the Redskins, who have that Underground Railroad all of a sudden working with Denver. Remember Portis and Bailey a year ago? All of a sudden, the trade back and forth. Washington's second first-round pick. The pick is in. Will it be bang and bang, quarterback?
Yes.
Is that all you have to say?
With the 25th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Jason Campbell, quarterback from Auburn.
Well, we do know this. There was a leak.
Yes.
Well,
there was a leak.
Listen, I think it wasn't a leak as much as it was they didn't cover a base. Mel?
Yeah, I think when you look at this particular pick, it is surprising because they want to win now, and Jason Campbell's for the future. So obviously Joe Gibbs isn't thinking about just this season. He says, hey, we had one first-round pick, now we get another. We don't have a lot of picks, gave up picks next year, but he feels this is the right quarterback, and Jason Campbell had a great season and a career where he won 31 games. That's the most ever by an Auburn signal caller. And the thing that's impressive is not just accuracy, completion percentage, but ball placement, putting the ball where the receiver, be it a wideout or a tight end, can keep in stride and maximize that reception with yards after the catch. That's the one area of Jason Campbell's game that was very impressive as the quarterback coach has studied this kid and evaluated this kid and moved him from maybe a third-round pick into the second round and then into the late first round, very late in this process.
But when Len Pasquarelli of ESPN.com reported on Tuesday that they had made this trade targeting Jason Campbell, Joe Gibbs was actually visiting Campbell at Auburn, along with Bill Musgrave, the quarterback coach, and it was after that visit that they consummated the trade in order to get into this slot. And Joe Gibbs was livid about this thing becoming public. Like I say, whether it was a leak or not, no matter what you say, they conducted an in-house investigation. You don't conduct an in-house investigation if it was fiction. It was a heck of a job by Len Pasquarelli.
Well, it's not the first leak that's coming out of Washington.
Well, like I say, I don't think it was leaked from inside their building. But obviously, eventually,
say the Redskins, I said Washington.
Yeah, they're afraid. Green Bay
inside the beltway.
What if Green Bay would have taken Jason Campbell? I mean, because they went with a quarterback. They just happen to like Aaron Rodgers over Jason Campbell. That's why you can't have information flow out and get out there that we're taking this guy. Why we moved in and gave up all that to get a player. You don't want anybody to know why.
However, they got the guy anyway, and in their 2 first-round picks, both Auburn. Carlos Rodgers, Jason Campbell.
Well, Auburn,
it wasn't his first trip down there.
4 first-round picks tells you why Auburn was 13-0. And yes, Southern Cal, USC won the national championship, but it tells you just how good a football team that Tommy Tuberville had down there at Auburn.
And I like, from a player standpoint, is that they have an opportunity to be on the same team together. So now everybody is a little more comfortable. I'm sure they may get a house together. They may be close by to one another, but they get an opportunity to talk. They get an opportunity to push one another to make sure that they both become the best player that they can possibly be. So I like both of those guys being on the same team in Washington.
Well, we have a veteran Tory Redskin working with us, which is John Jansen with Andrea and our cold pizza. Said Andrea Kramer, ask John if he knows how to sing "Hail to the Tiger." Well, never mind.
Yeah, John will learn that new song coming up, Chris. Well, Patrick Ramsey is your best friend on the team, number 1. Number 2, you did have the 30th ranked offense, but a year ago, we're talking about Mark Brunell as Joe Gibbs' handpicked quarterback. So between that and the fact that now he takes Jason Campbell, what does this say about the quarterback situation in Washington?
Well, I think, there's a couple things you can take from it. One, he came in with Mark Brunell last year. He said after training camp, after there was open competition, Mark's my man, he stuck with him as long as he possibly could. He went with Patrick at the end of the year. He liked what he saw.
Ninth game in the season.
He liked what he saw from Patrick. Patrick did a great job at the end of the year. He ended the year by saying, Patrick is my man no matter what next year. So one thing he proved is that he will stick to his word. He will say, you know, he will say what he means, and he's going to stick to it. So I don't think Patrick has any worry about, you know, is this my job? Is it not my job? He told him, this is your team. This is what we're going to do this year. And if this guy's available, he talked to Patrick about it. If this guy's available, we're going to do everything we can to make our team better. I want to push you. I want you to push this guy. We want to win ball games. That's what we're in this for. And there's no doubt about this is Patrick's team. It's his team to lead, and that's what he's going to do.
Well, how does Patrick handle that? You talked to him this week about this very pick, the possibility of this pick.
Before we got a chance to sit down and talk, Patrick was upset. We were all upset. We didn't understand what was going on. But then we got a chance to sit down and say, hey, you know what? You know, Coach Gibb is true to his word. He told you this is your team. And there's no doubt about it that, like I'm going to say from now until the end of next year, it's Patrick's team. He has to step up and be a leader. It's something that, you know, for the first 3 years, it's hard for a quarterback to come in and say, all right, this is my team. I'm doing this, you do this. Now it's his fourth year. It's go time for him. He's got to make a big step forward in leading this team and playing well.
Got a three-headed monster quarterback in Washington. Well, Seattle is on the clock. The NFL draft will continue. Please stay with us.
The NFL Draft presented by Coors Light. Coverage continues today at 5:30 on ESPN2.
They're right behind me.
I see him.
Go south.
Head for the roof.
Wait. I sent the package overnight.
Should be there by 8:30.
Should be there? Trust me, he'll be there.
The most trusted color on Earth. UPS. What can Brown do for you?
How do you plan to protect the president?
Trained sniper, top scores. Urban recon, demolition.
Who the hell am I?
You're the new Triple X.
This Friday, you're going to take the president out.
I'll do whatever it takes.
We need to go to work now.
You know I never miss a party.
Triple X, State of the Union.
Sure you know how to drive this thing?
Somebody better leave a note.
Rated PG-13.
Now, an incredible offer from Gillette. Try Sensor 3 disposable for free. 3 blades on springs that adjust to your face. Now try Gillette's best disposable shave free for a limited time. See your Sunday paper for details.
The rotary-powered Mazda RX-8.
Jack?
The way you feel about sports cars will never be the same.
Scent is the strongest sense tied to memory. How will you be remembered? Introducing Red Zone Body Spray and 4 great scents. Spice things up.
It's an NBA playoffs triple header. Coverage begins tonight at 5:30 on ESPN.
Introducing the 2005 NFL Draft Day Hat featuring stretch mesh technology. Go to NFL Shop on NFL.com to get yours today.
Welcome back. Round 1 of the 2005 NFL Draft. 3/4 of the way complete as we hit the highlights with the Mazda Draft Track. San Francisco, the #1 pick overall, goes with quarterback Alex Smith of Utah. 3 running backs go in the top 5 for the first time ever. Ronnie Brown of Auburn goes to Miami. An emotional Cedric Benson selected by Chicago. Cadillac Williams, another Auburn running back, goes to Tampa Bay. But the big story of the day was the 5-hour wait. Aaron Rodgers, Cal quarterback, selected by Green Bay at number 24. The first wide receiver taken, Braylon Edwards, who will go to the Cleveland Browns. The Randy Moss era is over in Minnesota. They take Troy Williamson, the speedy receiver from South Carolina. And Mike Williams, who's waited a year to be selected, joins a loaded receiving corps in Detroit. In all, 4 Auburn players taken in the top 25. Seattle on the clock with pick number 26. We'll be back.
This is Phil. He's had 2 careers, 10 jobs, not counting his acting stint, 5 different homes, 7 mortgages, 2 marriages, 4 kids, 8 grandkids and counting, 6 dogs, and 1 nagging desire to someday sail across the Atlantic. Reaching retirement is no small achievement. We'll help you make the most of it and make it easier. Introducing the Income Management Account only from Fidelity. Call today for a free consultation at 1-800-FIDELITY.
ESPN Pay-Per-View Boxing presents a night of great fights tonight for only $29.95. Kermit Cintron takes on Antonio Margarito in a welterweight title fight. A resurgent Sugar Shane Mosley versus David Estrada. Plus, heavyweights Brock versus McCline. To order, call your local cable company at 1-877-ONLY-CABLE, DirecTV at 1-800-GET-SPORTS, Dish Network at 1-800-333-DISH, or log on to ESPN.com.
No crunches ever.
Introducing the Ab Lounge, scientifically designed to get you up off the floor, making old-fashioned crunches a thing of the past.
Sculpt your abdominals using the Ab Lounge jackknife, proven in university testing to be better for your body.
It's as easy as a crunch, but the Ab Lounge design makes every move really count, targeting your abs without wasted effort.
Compare the Ab Lounge to an old-fashioned crunch. The advanced Ab Lounge jackknife generates up to 75% more muscle activity in the upper and lower abdominals, and an amazing 268% more in the love handle obliques.
It's a complete lifestyle system, including Ab Lounge toning routine, healthy eating guide, and an aerobic workout designed to maximize results.
I have this one pair of jeans. After just 8 weeks, my fat jeans don't really fit anymore.
Call now to try the Ab Lounge for 30 days for just $14.95. If you don't agree the Ab Lounge is the best way to a sexy stomach, return it within 30 days for a refund of your $14.95.
Call now and say goodbye to crunches forever. Welcome back to the 2005 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
And we're back at the draft in New York with the Seattle Seahawks, who made a trade with Oakland there at the 26th spot. I have a question. I don't know if it's for sure what they're going to do. Roddy White, wide receiver, Alabama, Birmingham. Does he catch most all the balls?
Most. He had 1 key drop against Florida State.
Yeah, but does he catch most of the balls?
Yes.
That's more than...
Seattle ought to think about it, right? Because they're a team. Look, Torrey, you guys personally did them in 3 times last year, including, 3 close, get 1 unbelievable comeback, the playoff game, another comeback. What was the difference of Rams versus Seahawks?
You know, it's always a tough game when we play Seattle, but, you know, what we feel like we can... What we do best is we feel like we can we try to out-mentally tough Seattle. They have a lot of physical talent that can run with us every single play, but we feel we can kind of mentally out-tough them there. And they had some opportunities to make some plays in some games, but it goes back to what you said. They dropped some passes that kind of hurt their football team. So it'd be interesting to see if they bring in a Rudy White to help that ball club out as far as catching the football.
Well, they could do a couple things. Now who are we looking at, Mel? We had the quarterbacks.
Here he is, Roddy White, wide receiver, UAB, with that tremendous average per catch of over 20 yards the last 2 years. And I think if you look at it, you say Heath Miller, like a team that I think would be hoping he's there, is Pittsburgh at 30. And you have the 2 corners, and then you need center guard help. So you talked about you mentioned Chris Spencer from Ole Miss. How about David Boss from Michigan? So 2 versatile guys on the interior, the offensive line, with Chris Spencer and David Boss to go along with Roddy White, the wideout from UAB, as the possibilities for the Seahawks.
Look, Seattle at 9-7 last year. We thought it was a team that really could make a move, at least to the championship game. I know, with all due respect, Torrey, but, you know, perhaps a couple of picks here. They've changed some of their roster a little bit. Maybe they get back on that track. The pick is in. Let's see.
With the 26th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Chris Spencer, center, Mississippi.
They went the other way. So they went the other way. Spencer, a center. He has versatility, right, Mel? Guard, center.
Yeah, that's exactly what Seattle
Bobby
needs.
Tobeck,
on the interior of that offensive line, they have some issues at center and at guard. And I think you look at Spencer, when he came to Ole Miss, it was a recruiting coup. You go back to Eli Manning coming to Oxford to play for the Rebels. Well, when they got Chris Spencer, away from some other schools in the SEC, it said, boy, Ole Miss, what a job recruiting to bring a talented kid like this in who everybody wanted coming out of the prep ranks. He's 6'3", he's 310 pounds, had played both right and left guard, then moved to center. Here's a kid who's a gifted athlete. I think you look at a kid on the offensive line who can really move those feet, good strength, and I'll tell you, when you have a versatile kid who has been proven in the SEC at both center and guard, both on the right side and the left side, for Seattle, this is a typical pick of a need being fulfilled. Now, if you're asking me, I would have probably leaned to Roddy White because they need somebody who can catch the football. Now, Spencer was projected to be late first, early second, as was David Boss, who's a heck of a player out of Michigan who figures in the late first, early second round. I'd have probably opted for the wide receiver like Roddy White based on the way my board has flowed to this point.
Well, again, we've talked about a shift in power. So Tim Rusko, who was the assistant general manager under Rich McKay, both in Tampa and now Atlanta, moved to Seattle in this offseason. He's making the call, and obviously he feels like the receivers are adequate enough. They got to address some basic needs, and that's why, obviously, you have the center here.
Well, and guys at this level who can play, center or both guards along the line. There are other receivers here, second, third round that you can get. You might not get it might be quite a drop at that sort of position. I don't know if guys that can play both center and guard. Atlanta, San Diego coming up. And so the big-time playoff teams when we return to New York in a moment.
What your team needs is a defensive end with a lot of upside.
We a little Abercrombie pose or something?
We're not doing the hitting. Look, see, you're breaking stuff.
And you're watching 2,000.
This Sunday, television's biggest hits are on ABC. First, it's a hot news special that will show you a side of Wisteria Lane
FYI.
like you've never seen before.
Exactly.
The all-new special Desperate Housewives sorting out the dirty laundry. Then, while the surgeons are away,
What the hell went wrong?
some of the doctors will play.
You made it!
Holy Mother of Destruction.
All-new Grey's Anatomy after an all-new Desperate Housewives special, Sunday starting at 9/8 Central, only on ABC.
Morning, Pete. Want to make it to the show? Just enter the code on the Udana Frusion cap at ESPN.com/Frusion. You could win a VIP trip to the Baseball Tonight set at ESPN headquarters. Drink Frusion this morning, win Baseball Tonight.
Second heat of extra time. It's been a grueling match for both teams. Shad chases a ball. Ramos takes a throw. Oh, man!
The longer and harder you exercise, the more severe your hydration needs become, and that can cause you to fall apart. That's why there's new Gatorade Endurance Formula. This unique 5-electrolyte formula puts back more of what your body loses during your most punishing activities. New Gatorade Endurance Formula.
The last half dozen picks coming up now in the National Football League draft here in the first round. But for the first time, ESPNU is with us, and they're taking on the same assignment that we are from the college angle. looking at the draft from the collegiate side. Reese Davis heads our coverage. Let's check in with those guys. Reese, how are you?
I'm doing great, Chris. I'm sure you're holding up quite well. We welcome all of you joining us on ESPN now. We've been covering the draft from ESPNU from a college perspective all day. Mark May, Mike Gottfried, and Bob Davey alongside. And certainly there have been many storylines in the NFL draft from a professional standpoint. From a college standpoint, Auburn might not have had the opportunity to play for the national championship on the field last year, but boy, did they clean up in the draft. 3 of the first 9 picks, first time that's happened since 1995. 4 picks have gone in the first round so far, with Jason Campbell, the quarterback, being chosen by the Redskins. Great day, a prideful day for Auburn coach Tommy Tuberville.
I tell you what 2 great kids. I tell you, Christmas comes early for Tampa Bay. For Carnell Williams to go all the way down to the 5th pick, you know, he's got a heart bigger than Florida, and he is a great young man. He's going to be a great football player. I heard somebody say that he might not be able to carry the ball that many times in the NFL. He carried the ball 43 times in one game as a true freshman against Georgia for 250 yards, and he was ready to go for 40 more. And this is a great kid that's got a lot of ability. And then Ronnie Brown, I mean, he's a complete package. He can catch, he can run, he can block. I've had Deuce McAllister, I've had Rudy Johnson. This kid can really play, and they're both going to be all pros if they stay healthy.
So those 2 running backs both going in the top 5 overall selections. The cornerback Carlos Rodgers going later to Washington. I mentioned Jason Campbell as well. And as great as the running backs are, Mike, only the 3rd time in the common draft that a pair of running backs from the same school have both been chosen in the first round. None higher than Cadillac and Ronnie Brown. But what's the toughest hole that Auburn's going to have to fill next year?
Jason Campbell, losing him. Now, anytime you lose Ronnie Brown, Cadillac Williams, it's going to hurt you. But Jason Campbell was the guy that started everything off for the offense. Brandon Cox is going to be the replacement. He's a left-handed thrower that's very accurate. Many coaches at Auburn say he's more accurate than Jason Campbell. So he doesn't have the playing experience, but they have their first 5 games at home, Reese, so he should be able to get out of the box well.
That first game at home, though, against Georgia Tech might be a little bit tricky.
You wrote that down, April 23rd. I said pick. But the thing that's amazing to me is, Reese, you know, you lose your entire backfield in the first round to the NFL draft. But keep in mind that Auburn finished #1 in the country last year in scoring defense. Not only do they lose their offensive backfield to the NFL draft, finish #1 in total defense, but they lose their defensive coordinator, Gene Chizik, to the University of Texas. So we spent all this time talking about offense, but Auburn also lost their defensive coordinator as well.
I think what's key for Auburn and Tommy Tuberville is how he meshes his team together this year, because the losses of that offensive backfield, you have to go back to that. You rarely or you never see 2 running backs in the top 5 picks of the NFL draft. You can't replace that. This isn't Miami or USC where you just plug in another great player. This is Auburn. He had a tremendous season last year. That's the challenge for Tommy Tuberville this year. How does he replace that dynamic offensive backfield?
But when you put 4 guys in the first round, doesn't that lend itself to giving you a little staying power, a little more prowess on the recruiting trail?
Down the road. Not this year, but down the road, because it's going to help them recruit those high school seniors this year and next year.
They'll win 9 games this year. I'll tell you, Auburn is a very good football team. When you win, it rubs off on your football team. So this
Georgia Tech. Those of you who have DirecTV, you can watch our continuing coverage on channel 609 on DirecTV for ESPN. You got to call that cable operator if you don't have it on your cable system right now. Chris Berman and the guys with continuing coverage of the NFL draft from the Javits Center in New York City. Right now, the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. They've got the 27th overall pick. We'll see in which direction the Falcons.
Middle of the guy, but
it's amazing, really, how even things are.
And American Express donating $100 Australian to the Kids Tennis Foundation for every ace served here on Rod Laver Arena Court. Daily updates. What do we have now? $57,000 donated through day 10.
In a couple of moments. Boxer Shane Mosley lost back in June 2002 to Vernon Forrest, and after that decided
the day. Big moment, you know?
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough. I'm full! Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu. It's the spicy chicken burrito with shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices. To keep your stomach and your wallet full, think outside the barn. The good.
It's time to get going, get out there, and get a grip on your yard work. There's no better time to get into Sears and check out lawn and garden gear. Only Sears has top names like Craftsman. And now's the best time to sharpen up your lawn because all Craftsman line trimmers and edgers are on sale. Make any project a breeze. Craftsman blowers are all on sale too. Show your grass who's boss. Save on Craftsman mowers and tractors. If it's got a motor and got muscle, we've got it. So get fired up, get in here, and get down to business. Sears. Good life, great price.
This is my footprint.
Your footprint's as unique as your fingerprint.
Everyone's is different. It's like me, unique.
I use them to tap. I like to skip. My feet are not your feet.
Nobody has this footprint but me.
That's why Dr. Scholl's created the new Memory Fit insoles, the only insoles with memory foam. It forms the shape of your and only your foot with every step.
It forms right around your feet. Feels like it was made just for me.
It's very cozy.
Soft.
For customized comfort you only get with Memory Fit, see the doctor, Dr. Scholl's.
There he is.
The new Kawasaki Ninja ZX6R. Just try and go unnoticed.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. And in part by Nissan, who invites you to shift your ride. And Dan and Frusion, the real smoothie in a bottle.
Back in New York, will we see these players come off the board very quickly? Roddy White, the wide receiver we spoke about with the Blazers at Alabama Birmingham. Dan Cody, big pass rushing defensive end from Oklahoma. Keith Miller, the tight end from Virginia. We haven't had a tight end go. And Marlon Jackson, defensive back from Michigan. Those would be some of the names you should get acquainted with here as we have the last half dozen picks of the first round and what is steamrolling towards what may be the longest in the history of the draft. Back in 2002, 5 hours and 48 minutes was the record. We have a shot. That's all you can say is we have a shot. Atlanta's pick is in. Let's go up and find out what a Final Four team, the Falcons, were just marvelous in year one under Jim Mora. Let's see what they do.
With the 27th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Roddy White, wide receiver, University of Alabama, Birmingham.
Well, he certainly didn't play ball far from there, and that might signal
San Diego
they
Chargers
can upgrade
are now
in that
on the
area.
clock.
There's no question about it, even though they tried to make moves for that.
They really did. You look at Roddy White. We talked about him on several occasions for Washington, for Seattle, and here he is in Atlanta at pick number 27. Roddy White at 6'1 1/4", 205 pounds. You see the good size there, good hands. As I said, he had the one drop against Florida State. That was the only critical drop I saw all year. The ability after the catch. This kid did run phenomenal 40s, but a lot of people thought maybe 4.4, 4.42. You know, he ran 4.45, but some people said maybe 4.37. Well, he never got to that level, but he's fast enough. And he averaged 21.6 yards a catch as a junior, then 20.5 yards a catch this past season. The kid got it done. I thought all along, going back to August and September, he belonged in the top 25 senior board. I had him on ESPN.com, rated that high. Most had him in the second or third round, but I think late in the process, everybody started to get a little higher on Roddy White, and I think at this point, for the Atlanta Falcons, again, best player probably on the board, Mort.
Well, their leading receiver was their tight end, Algie Crumpler, and, you know, Peerless Price had 45 catches. They did take Michael Jenkins of Ohio State last year in the first round. He didn't really have a big year, but I know that, go back to Ron Wolf, the former general manager of the Packers, his biggest regret, he said, was always not surrounding Brett Favre with enough weapons, and surely Rich McKay is thinking, you put some weapons around Mike Vick, Torrey, and you saw him in the Pro Bowl because Mike Vick can throw the ball.
Mike Vick can throw the ball extremely well, and he scrambles very well. And one of the things that Rudy Wright does a good job of, he can move with Michael Vick when Michael Vick is scrambling to get himself open to catch balls. So I think it would be a great pick. I think he's a great pick for Atlanta. I think he'll challenge Peerless Price. I think he'll bring another dimension to that ball club.
One thing, Boomer, how many wide receivers are state champions wrestlers? State champion wrestler for Roddy White. That's rare.
That is very rare.
He can catch the ball extremely well.
And that's the information that you've brought to us for 22 years, which is a perfect segue into You've Got Mel, which we've had for 22 years, presented by Cars.com. Very simple question, Mel. Who will prove there have been 6 wideouts picked thus far, and we still have some slots left in the first round? Who will prove to be the best wide receiver in the NFL?
Take a guess who I'm going to say.
Matt Jones.
Matt Jones, we got Mark Clayton, we got everybody. I'm going to go with a guy I thought was the #1 player in this draft. He went to the Detroit Lions at pick number 10. A little bit of a surprise when you go Roy Williams and you have Charles Rodgers 2 years ago, but Rodgers coming off an injury in back-to-back years. I think Mike Williams, with his size, will be outstanding. Even Merrill Hodge now is becoming a Mike Williams fan because of the fit in Detroit. Merrill thought he was going to be kind of pigeonholed a little bit and a little limitation there, but I thought overall he's a heck of a player. And as I said, in Detroit, now all of a sudden Joey Harrington with Kevin Jones in the backfield has the weapons now to hopefully pick up his game.
We got a couple minutes left here on ESPN. Just want to tell you what's coming up here at the bottom of the hour. We got NBA basketball. The playoffs start a tripleheader. All this draft moves just one click, hopefully on your dial, over to ESPN 2. If you're going, oh, no, they're going up, don't worry. You're not going to miss a pick at the end of the first round, second round, third round. San Diego is up for the second time here in this first round. Let's go out to the West Coast and join George Smith this time around for the Chargers. Hi, George.
Hey, Boomer. Well, the first thing I should point out is how relaxed the atmosphere is out here compared to last year when the whole Eli Manning saga was going on, a whole different story out here. Now, the big rumor going on yesterday was a possible trade involving Simeon Rice coming over here from the Buccaneers for the number 28 pick. That seems to be a dead issue now that they've satisfied their need by picking Sean Merriman, a guy who's going to help them with that pass rush. So they seem to have satisfied that need. So we're thinking that they'll go to the other side of the ball. They're looking for help on the offensive line, possibly a tackle, and also at wide receiver. So they've got the defense taken care of. Maybe they'll go to the offensive side this time, Boomer.
Well, we'll see. Although defense, I think if everything was equal is what they would do. So just to throw out a couple of names, and it doesn't look like anything's happening, but names at least were inquired about this week. George mentioned one, Simeon Rice. There are a couple teams inquiring. Jason Taylor is a name just might be around. And, of course, we have not seen a Travis Henry trade at this point. There were several suitors for the Buffalo running back who's now been supplanted by McGahee. Maybe we'll see that happen on this day or this weekend. Just some names, not the name drop, but that could happen. San Diego, look, here's a team that have the staying power to stay where they moved. I mean, they made an unbelievable move up the ladder from worst to first in the division.
And I thought they had to get an edge defensive player and a receiver out of this first round, and you just wonder if Roddy White was one of their targets, but now the Falcons obviously have grabbed him.
Yeah, you look at the secondary, free safety maybe, but I think certainly wide receiver.
Well, like we said, we will be on ESPN2 very shortly on a day that began with Alex Smith being selected by the San Francisco 49ers. On ESPN, the regular NBA playoffs tripleheader, Houston versus Dallas. NFL Draft, watch us on ESPN2 until conclusion. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Use your credit card, and this championship hat is also free.
It's here in New York, financial capital of the world, and home of the 2005 NFL Draft. The opening bell is rung. The hottest prospects have been chosen. But the market is still open, with plenty of futures still on the board.
Welcome to ESPN's coverage of the 2005 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
And welcome those of you just joining us on ESPN2. If you've been with us, thanks for turning the dial for just a sec. We're at the Jacob K. Javits Center on the west side of Manhattan, where, along with Chris Mortensen, Mel Kiper, and Torrey Holt, the wide receiver extraordinaire of the St. Louis Rams, and Susie Culver and Sean Salisbury, and a cast of thousands, from Andrew Kramer to a lot of our players, to our gang up in Bristol. I'm Chris Berman. Glad you could be with us. And if you're wondering, well, geez, what did I miss? We didn't even get done with the first round, even though it's been 5.5 hours. We got San Diego, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh, Philly, and New England. And then all the second round, then all the third round before our day is done. We've seen a couple of surprising picks. We've seen Well, Mike Williams going to Detroit, picking wide receiver 3 years in a row. We've seen 2 Auburn running backs go in the first 5. We've seen Matt Jones, a quarterback, be picked as a wide receiver in the first round by Jacksonville. We've seen the saga of Aaron Rodgers waiting 5.5 hours to get selected by the Green Bay Packers, where he can learn from the very best. That would be Brett Favre. Some of the highlights, of course, which began with Alex Smith from the San Francisco 49ers. San Diego is one of 4 teams that has 2 picks. The Chargers earlier drafted Sean Merriman, the big pass-rushing defensive end linebacker, just let him go toward the quarterback. And now San Diego, yes, they could go. Look, last year, Drew Brees, in wondering whether he would even be a Charger, Drew Brees had one of the best seasons of any quarterback in the National Football League. Phillip Rivers sat. Phillip Rivers will sit this year. We go a year at a time. But so now a quarterback who played well, a running back, LaDainian Tomlinson, who's the best in football, breakout year for the tight end, Antonio Gates, and a defense which was staunch against the run and won 12 games. This is a competitive division. With Denver, Kansas City's going to be better. Oakland's going to be better. What do the Chargers have to do to stay on top, and do we expect the same from Drew Brees?
Well, I think this is a telling season. Certainly, they want to see Drew Brees do it again. But look at the Chargers' schedule. Look, they have a grueling road schedule. They're at New England, at Philadelphia, at the Jets, at Indianapolis, at Washington. Heavy East Coast flavor with a lot of 10 a.m. West Coast time in terms of kickoff. So I really believe that they're going to have to step up with the defense, and Drew Brees has to at least match what he did last season.
I think more you look at need areas, free safety, added Balju, but is he going to be an improvement over what they had? They hope he will. Brodney, pulled from Oklahoma, still on the board. A free safety had a real big sophomore year as a junior this past season, fell back a bit. And you look at another kid from Oklahoma, I like wide receiver Mark Bradley. All the speculation was, well, if Mike Williams is there, the Chargers may take him. Here's Mark Bradley still on the board. And a kid at Georgia, who I really liked at the Senior Bowl practices, Reggie Brown. So you have some guys there, positional need areas for the Chargers on the board late in round 1.
You know what I thought made the Chargers? The Chargers were an interesting team dynamic in that they whisked out a lot of players that we've always lost around here. And they made that change in a hurry. I mean, here's the turnaround. You don't go from 4-12 to 12-4 very often. Scoring, about as much points as anybody this side of Kansas City and I guess the Colts. And points allowed, you go to the top third of the league. So, and you win the West. They had a playoff game that they lost at home to the Jets, but for many of them, it was their first entrant into the playoffs. And you know what that's like. First, it can't all be St. Louis, like, hey, we're in here, we've never been in here before, and we win a Super Bowl tour. That's a tough thing to do. And now San Diego may not have as good a record, but in the end, they might have a better team.
I think it's very big that Drew Brees duplicate what he did last year in order to make this football team get back to the point they were last year.
But go ahead, what? But just think about how this franchise has been slammed around, going back to the Ryan Leaf pick and everything that happened there. Even going back to this draft a year ago when Eli Manning rejects them and they take that criticism because he didn't want to play in San Diego. Marty Schottenheimer was getting fired. Now he's got a raise. A.J. Smith, the general manager, was getting fired. I think Dean Spanos, the president of the team, showed a steady hand through all this, but they still have to come back and put together a good year this coming season.
And I wonder if next year, a year from now, they're going to go to those powder blues. I think it's the time.
Can only hope.
I think it's the time. Can't do it this year. You got to petition like 8 years in advance to the league to change the uniforms, but we'll see. We'll see how they change the team. Their second pick here in the first round is in. The Lightning Bolts.
Okay.
Still the upgrade deal.
With the 28th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Luis Castillo, tackle from Northwestern.
Now there is a story here. Luis Castillo, who many thought fell out of the first round. He was quite forthcoming in admission. First, the player, Luis Castillo, before the off the field, well, involved on the field, now from Northwestern.
Well, Marty Schottenheimer, defensive-minded coach, takes Sean Merriman to upgrade the defensive line. We talked what a weak link that was. The guys surrounding Jamal Williams, and all of a sudden now come back with Luis Castillo, a kid who, when you look at Northwestern, played in a lot of football games, 31 consecutive games, battled through some minor injuries, a classic all-out hustler. Then he went to the combine, and he goes and puts up big numbers. You're talking about a kid who's 6'3 1/4, 305, ran a 4.86, did 32 reps, and had a 34.5 vertical. And I think at that point you say, okay, wow, this kid is a physical specimen. But you go back and look at him at Northwestern. I don't think he dominated play at Northwestern like those numbers would indicate. I thought he was a second rounder. Obviously, Marty Schottenheimer disagrees, taking him ahead of two kids from USC, Mike Patterson and Sean Cody.
You know, it's interesting. There were some teams that had late first-round grades on him. I know of one team in particular that knocked him down a full round because Luis Castillo tested positive for steroids at the Indianapolis Scouting Combine. Now, the steroid was Andro, which the NFL now classifies as a steroid. And Luis Castillo was upfront about it in a letter with teams. He said, yes, I took this. I had a painful elbow injury that wasn't healing. I wanted to perform well at the Combine. He took it for 5 days. He tested positive. That's a surprising part because this is one of the smartest players in the draft. But obviously for the San Diego Chargers and many other teams, it was not going to be a problem. In fact, his coach and Lewis provided the medical records from Northwestern that showed he had not tested positive during his stay at Northwestern. And everybody I've talked to says he is a great kid.
So do we think that the Chargers may have gotten, because a lot of other people fell off, would he have been a first-round pick without the question, Mel, or not?
Now you say he probably would have been. If they're going to take him in the first round, San Diego, as I talked to a number of teams that were targeting Luis Castillo early second round. Morton and I talked about that this morning. I thought he might get down to Buffalo in round 2. And certainly after that, you would have said, okay, after what happened at the Combine, maybe, and the word came out, maybe he will drop down to them. Morton, you were debating it with me. You thought maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. To go in the late first round, to me, is a bit of a surprise, considering where teams, like you said, had moved him when they're bored.
There was at least one team picking him from San Diego that did knock him down a full round grade because of the positive steroid test, because they just felt it put some uncertainty into some of that. But at the same time, like I say, he did have a clean testing history at Northwestern, regardless of the fact that we know that even the NFL's testing policy is certainly can be beaten if you want to beat it.
Isn't this the sort of pick you make? Yes. Isn't this the sort of pick you make, though, when you have 2 first-round picks? You take a little bit of a not that it's a big flyer, a little bit of a on-paper flyer with one of your 2 first-round picks. This would be the time that you would do that. And so Merriman with no flyer, they just hope he flies around the tackle to get to the quarterback. And now Castillo. So along the defensive line, along with Jamal Williams, who had such a huge year for them last year, bulking up. Let's go quickly to Susie with Sean Salisbury.
Well, Sean, as the guys are saying, certainly this is a team that has an opportunity to maybe take some chances. Perhaps the only team in the NFL with all of their starters back. But what do you think about Castillo and teams maybe dropping him down because of what happened at the Combine and steroids?
12-4, they got better. I think it's a non-issue, Susie. I really do. As Morton, those guys mentioned, didn't test positive at Northwestern, took some steroids to get himself healthy, got back at it, wrote all the letters. I think he came clean. You take the best football players as long as you don't think there's going to be a long-term issue, and there won't be. They needed help inside with Jamal Williams. Now if Jamal gets double-teamed, Luis Castillo could come in there and take a big body also. I love the pick. They've addressed their needs, and I don't think steroids are an issue here at all. Matter of fact, I think it's highly overrated in the NFL, and I don't think Castillo's got a problem with it. One time only. You won't see it again, Susie.
This is a team that was able to change the whole reflection.
Absolutely.
Just by changing the defensive scheme with Wade Phillips.
Absolutely.
2005 NFL Draft continues from New York City as we look to wrap up the first round. Stay with us.
Downtown today, temperatures are going to soar into the hundreds. $3.75.
When beer starts out this cold, it ends up this refreshing. Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Days Ends, it's not just about the change we put in your pocket, it's about the change we make in your journey.
Why don't you keep on the sunny side?
Time is running out to get a John Deere and pay nothing until April 2006. That's zero money down, 0% interest, and zero payments until April 2006. So why wait? Hurry into your local John Deere dealer today.
We are back in New York. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock, and they've made their pick this quickly.
With the 29th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Marlon Jackson, cornerback from Michigan.
Well, Marlon Jackson was a player that the Colts did not expect, were hoping, but did not expect to still be there. And look, let's face it, they're making improvement in defense, but they'll be the first to tell you, Tony Dungy, a defensive wizard, they got a way to go.
Marlon Jackson's been playing a lot of football at Michigan, going back to his freshman year. He's got good size at over 6 feet tall, 200 pounds. And the question with Marlon Jackson was, since he didn't move to safety in 2003 with the Wolverines and moved back to corner this year with good results, was he going to be an inside presence in safety or a true corner? And then he ran pretty well. He didn't run great, but he ran at least acceptable 40 times at 4.5 to 4.53 to say, okay, he can match up in coverage as a cornerback in this league. Good football player. Look at him, he was a co-captain this year for the Wolverines. Going up against Braylon Edwards every day in practice certainly doesn't hurt your cause. Braylon and Edwards and Marlon Jackson had battles throughout their career every day in practice. That helps. This has those Miami Hurricane kids who had to do that every day in practice down there with that great football team. So I think at this point, we knew Indianapolis had to go defense. The question was more, would it be defensive line or secondary?
Well, Tony Dungy told me that the key to drafting is getting a player who you think fits your system, how he projects into your system. So in this case, you don't need a true fast speed cover guy. You need a guy who can play that corner and that two deep and what have you. And in fact, Jim Irsay, the owner of the Colts, told me, he said, you know, I got a great general manager in Bill Polian. He said that he thinks Tony would make a great general manager one day. He said, I knew I had a great coach when I hired Tony Dungy. I didn't know what a good evaluator he was. And this is the type of player that Tony Dungy is trying to get to build this defense to get past the New England Patriots, obviously.
Who they play again in Week 9 on a Monday night. The Indianapolis, I mean, that's their bugaboo, like the Packers used to try to knock on the door and beat Dallas to try to move on, and they couldn't do it, and then finally Dallas got out of there, and Green Bay went all the way through, and so that's the same thing. Let's go back to San Diego with George Smith with the coach, Marty Schottenheimer. I lied. With the coaches, with George Smith, we just can't show it to you. So before we were interrupted, let's go back to the Indianapolis Colts. Look, they're a team that against everybody but New England, and they're going to have a day when they beat the Patriots, okay? They're going to have a day. Of course, they'd like to get the game at home, which they had once a couple of years ago in that goal line stand by New England. Against New England, but they began and ended last season with the Patriots. The opening Thursday night a loss, and then in a playoff loss, but they're going to have their time. The pick is coming in from Pittsburgh, and we've already suggested.
One last thought on the Colts. Tony Dungy also said, look, he said, just as the Rams, with that great offense, needed to win a low-scoring game against us in that NFC Championship game a few years back, the Colts are going to have to learn how to win some of those low-scoring games. It's not always going to be 40, 50 points a game. Right. And so that's why the defense has to
Tony loves defense. I mean, he knows in order to win championships, in order to move on past the AFC Championship game or the AFC semifinal, they have to play defense. And add Marlon Jackson, I think that gives them some help on the secondary.
And they're not done doing it. Now, here's Pittsburgh, and I got to think with the one tight end there, Heath Miller, that this would be a good guess. We've already suggested it. Let's see.
With the 30th choice in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Heath Miller, tight end from Virginia.
Now, look, even though he has an injury, a pelvic injury, and won't be able to run till May or June, this did not scare Bill Cowher, the Pittsburgh Steelers, at all. They have not had, this is a perfect type of guy for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not only can he catch, but he's also an old-time tight end. He blocks big time, Mel.
Two players really fell to teams that had to keep their fingers crossed. Mark Clayton falling to Baltimore with the pick, you're talking about 22, and all the way down at 30. with the Pittsburgh Steelers, a player that was targeted and looked at as a Steeler 2-3 months ago. And I know that when you look at a kid who can catch the football, adequate blocker, but his ability to find open areas, catch the football at 6'5", 255, presenting that big target for Ben Roethlisberger, who doesn't have Burris anymore. Plaxico Burris gone in the New York Giants organization now. And you look at a guy like Roethlisberger needing another weapon. They got 16 total receptions. That's it from the tight end spot all of last year. And you got Antonio Gates and Todd Heath and Gonzalez, all these tight ends. It's back in vogue. Pittsburgh got virtually nothing at tight end. Guess what? This year, that hernia surgery at the end of the year is the reason why he definitely was going to drop this far. But it's a perfect fit. This is one of the first-round draft choice, you could say, was an ideal placement for a football player.
And losing Plaxico Burris at wide receiver, Ben Roethlisberger needed another target, another big target. And I've been told that if you want to see Heath Miller's highlight tape and Sean Merriman of Maryland's low-light tape, just go watch the Virginia-Maryland game. Heath Miller, even though he may be just an adequate blocker, did a pretty good job in that game.
Pittsburgh doesn't think he's an adequate blocker. They think he's a pretty darn good blocker. Not, kind of, hey, they went back to old Steeler football. He'll fit right in, and he also can catch the ball from Roethlisberger on the short routes with new Steeler football. Philadelphia and New England, these Super Bowl teams, coming up next.
I'm Heath Miller.
Looking inside for his tight end, touchdown Heath Miller.
And you're watching the 2005 NFL Draft on ESPN.
Welcome to the National Football League College Draft.
The NFL Draft, it's where teams are built and tough decisions are made. Each pick must be the right fit for the team. This year, there's an easy pick for you. Introducing the 2005 NFL Draft Day hat, featuring stretch mesh technology. It's one size fits all. So no matter who your favorite team chooses, the Draft Day hat will fit him, and it fits you too. Go to NFL Shop on NFL.com to get yours now.
Follow the curving Irish lanes long enough, and you'll find yourself in the town of Wicklow. And if you arrive on that most special day in Ireland, you'll find the town celebrating their favorite holiday in traditional fashion.
Hey, John, happy Cinco de Mayo.
Before he knew where life would take him, before the world knew his name, one journey defined his life. Order Motorcycle Diaries on pay-per-view. Live the ultimate road trip and experience his journey. Gael Garcia Bernal is Che Guevara. Academy Award winner Motorcycle Diaries. Motorcycle Diaries, now playing on pay-per-view.
We're back in New York. The two Super Bowl teams are ready to pick. Philadelphia, they quickly went in, and knowing Andy Reid, it's going to be offense or defensive side of the line. All things being equal, somewhere along one side of the line of scrimmage or the other. Doesn't matter about size.
With the 31st choice in the first round of the 2005 draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Mike Patterson, defensive tackle, USC.
Well, what did we just say? Size is not determining factor number one. Motor and playing all the time. Mike Patterson, right, Mel, more productive than a guy bigger. I mean, Cody, also going to hear from soon from USC, but Patterson, more productive as a collegiate. Do you agree?
Exactly. Both Codys actually still on the board. Dan Cody, Oklahoma, Sean Cody, USC, still there. And Mike Patterson, 5'11 and a half, 290. You look at a kid who started a lot of football games throughout his career. Third straight year, he was out there every week. So you say, wait, that size. Well, guess what? He held up and he faced double teams on the interior that he caused a disturbance. He had this past year 6 sacks, led the team with 16 stops behind the line of scrimmage. So when you get double teamed and you get all that force from the offensive line and you know they're scheming to neutralize you and Sean Cody and you're putting up those kind of numbers, that speaks volumes of the leverage advantage he gets, the quickness he has, and the sound technique. This is a kid who you would have thought, based on productivity, would be a borderline late first, early second round. So basically, one about where he was projected. I have no problem at all with this choice at the end of the first round.
Looks like Warren Sapp.
You like the pick?
No problem with it. Guy's productive.
I like it a lot.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, he gives you everything he has. He's out there each and every game, 3 straight years. never hurt. What more can you want from a college football player who did it at USC with all those best players in the country?
Can't have enough guys on the defensive line in a rotation. Now we're going to go to our Coors Light video conferencing. We're going to make 2 stops, 2 of the very best teams, certainly in the AFC. We bring in first the coach of the Indianapolis Colts, and that would be Tony Dungy. And Tony, good afternoon to you. Marlon Jackson, you were kind of hoping that he'd still be around, weren't you?
We were. We obviously had our eye on defensive players, and it looked like from about pick 22 on down that we were going to have someone there. And Marlon is a guy that I think fit right into our system. Chris Mortensen mentioned it, just a guy who plays the way we play, and we're excited to get him.
Can you line up a team, and I know you're not doing it here with 1 pick, with somebody like a New England in mind? Not that you change philosophies, but do you stockpile a couple of key players that might help you specifically beat a team, or are we overanalyzing things?
Yeah, you're overanalyzing things. Basically, we just want to get our team better, and we just feel like Marlon Jackson's going to help us. He's going to be a great special teams player. He's going to be a guy who can be very physical in the secondary, and he can intercept passes. So we're happy to get him no matter who we're playing next year.
Why don't we tell everybody, even though some of the most exciting games of the year were played by the Colts, would you just like to play some 13-10 games every now and then? Be honest with me, Tony.
Well, I don't know about 13, but I like that 10 part of it, so that's what we're looking for.
I know. We'll get back to you a little bit later, okay? Thank you, Coach.
Thanks.
All right, Tony Dungy, they just picked Marlon Jackson. And now Bill Cowher joins us on the Coors Light video conferencing from Pittsburgh. And, hey, an old-time tight end, Coach. You were kind of holding your breath today, weren't you?
Well, we really were. I mean, I think when you looked at it, you know, he's a guy that kind of fits what we like to do, Boomer. I mean, he's a guy that can block. He's a guy that can stretch the field, and I think he's a guy that fits our system very well.
Bill, what about the injury that's prevented him from run, the sports hernia? That obviously your doctors had to clear him. Not a concern at all?
No, we've had updates with it. Actually, the same doctor performed the same surgery on Deshae Townsend. He's recovering nicely, so the time frame we feel is we're very comfortable with that. Heath will be ready to go. Maybe not in this mini camp we have coming up, but certainly by training camp. So we're very comfortable with the injury.
You really never have had, I don't say never, but a tight end, a receiving tight end to be a big part potentially of the offense. How do you think he and Ben Roethlisberger will hook up early and often? I mean, this is a new weapon for you with the Steelers a little bit, isn't it?
Well, you know, obviously Eric Green was a big part of our passing game when he was here. But, you know, like I said, Heath gives you a unique combination of a guy that can stretch the field. He's caught a lot of balls. And he gives you a guy that I think even at 255, he can get a lot bigger. He can block the point of attack. And like I said, it's hard to find a guy who has those two qualities. And we just think he's a great fit for what we like to do.
You got the bus back for another season. Was that a little waiting process? Or did you always think that he had a year in him?
No, he's fine. I mean, Jerome needed some time to get away, but he's back here in the offseason program. He's been up here wondering about the draft. Matter of fact, he was up here on Friday talking about the draft. So he's ready to go. Deuce is back. Veron Haynes, Willie Parker. So we really feel good about our running back situation. Again, a guy like Heath, I think this adds to the tight end position with Jeremy Tooman. And we got a lot of guys right there. So we really think we upgraded our football team today.
Well, you had a magical season last year. We'll talk to you after another pick or two. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Boomer.
All right, Bill Cowher. Hard to imagine a more magical ride than the Steelers had last year with a rookie quarterback, Ben Roethlisberger, only picked 11th. That worked out. Let's go quickly to our cold pizza set and Andrew Kramer.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Along with Mike Vrabel with the Patriots on the clock now, Bill Belichick and Scott Pioli, the vice president of player personnel, have made it clear that despite the acquisition of Monty Beisel, inside linebacker, cornerback Dwayne Starks, that their needs have not changed. Linebacker, corner. You got to look at the age of the linebacker. Ted Johnson's 32, Willie McGinnis is 33, and then there's Teddy Bruschi. As valuable as he is on the field, equally off the field. One of your closest friends. What's Teddy's status?
Well, I mean, I think regardless of what happens, Teddy's legacy as a Patriot has been laid. I mean, he's won 3 championships, and he's the poster boy for our defense, and will remain to be. And you know, the only thing I can tell you is that he will do what's in the best interest of his family and himself.
You talk to him all the time. What do you hear from him? What do you hear in his voice? What's going on?
Oh, I mean, we're talking about golf. I mean, when I found out he was okay, you know, that put me at ease. And then it was like, okay, how are the kids? How's everybody else? I know that football has been a big part of his life and what he's been able to do on the football field. So, I think health is first.
What do you think will happen with Teddy Bruschi this season?
What do I think? I think Teddy will do what's in the best interest of Teddy Bruschi.
One of the other issues that is very important, obviously, is who the Patriots take. And there's been many names thrown out. And we know no smoke screens coming out of Foxborough, certainly. But some of the players mentioned have had so-called off-the-field issues. How would a player that does have some issues play in your locker room?
Well, I think, first of all, production is the #1 thing. I mean, I think if you're a good enough football player to come into our system and be one of our guys in the locker room, you're going to have Tom Brady, getting you straight on offense. You're going to have Willie McGinnis, Rodney Harrison, Richard Seymour. You're going to have leaders that aren't going to allow guys to stray.
All right, talking about guys coming in, what about two key guys that you lost? Charlie Weiss, offensive coordinator, Romeo Crennel, defensive coordinator. What impact will that have on the Patriots?
Well, I love both those guys. I mean, Charlie brought me over on the offensive side of the ball. Romeo did a lot with me on defense, but I promise you neither of those two guys will ever take a snap in the National Football League. With that said, Eric Mangini moves in, is going to do a great job, has been there, has been with Bill.
New defensive coordinator, former defensive backs coach.
And is going to do a great job. And, I'm not in to know enough to know who's going to be the offensive coordinator, but whoever it is, I hope they put me in on a goal line.
Well, right now there is no offensive coordinator, and the feeling is that it's going to be Bill Belichick calling plays. How do you think that'll go? As much as
like I said, Bill, just make sure I'm down there on the goal line.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. Right now we're going to head to break. Much more with the New England Patriots on the clock. NFL draft rolls on.
Round in the history of the National Football League draft. Approaching, it's about 6 o'clock here in the East. And the New England Patriots, who in this day and age have won 3 out of the last 4 Super Bowls. In this day and age of player movement, when you change a third to a fourth of your roster every year, to win 3 out of 4 is almost amazing. And so the Patriots, look, they're going to get football players. They don't have enough juice to move this year. They've been so good at that, Bill Belichick, in the draft and to pick us up. So we'll let them do what they do. But you heard Andrea and Mike Vrabel talk about some of the departures like Romeo Crennel that we had on before, and Charlie Weiss as coaches. Of course, Ty Law is departed, hasn't been able to run yet. Roman Pfeiffer, he's departed before and come back, the ageless Roman Candle. Joe Andruzzi signed for pretty good money, did a great job with them, but he signed with Romeo Crennel at Cleveland. David Patton moved along, Skin. So, look, New England loses folks every year. They seem to replace, obviously, and Tori, you know much better than us. When Ty Law's on, there's nobody better than him in the game. You played with one, Aeneas Williams. But we'll get back to that. But they seem to... They're a tree that grows new.
Exactly. As long as they still have Brian Belichick there, Bill Belichick, they're good.
It's going to be a smart football player, whoever this is. Here's the commissioner.
Love this.
With the final choice in the first round of the 2005 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion New England Patriots select Logan Mankins, guard from Fresno State.
Well, he's a football player. He may not be projected as a first-rounder, Mel, right? But it's funny. I had some discussions with them about him in particular.
Well, keep in mind,
who
coached him? Pat Hill. Pat Hill coached him. The connections there. Remember the old Browns organization? Pat Hill said he was the best offensive lineman he ever coached. I thought it'd be a third-round pick for this reason. He had the knee injury. So his junior year, came back as a senior. He was a left tackle. Probably moves inside to guard, but he's a destructive kid at the point. I mean, he just drives defenders off the line of scrimmage. He has that mean streak, that nasty streak, an offensive lineman you like to see. You watch him here. He just battles. He's tough, and he finishes, and he gets after you. And I think that's what you see as a typical New England Patriot, a guy who takes everything to the field, doesn't leave anything behind. And I tell you, I had him down the line a little more. I had Marcus Johnson from Ole Miss. I had Evan Mathis from Alabama, and Scott Young from BYU. 3 other offensive guards rated ahead of Logan Mankins. That doesn't mean I didn't think he could play. So this kid can play. I just thought there were some guys out there that would go a little higher. and projected as true guards more so than left tackles having to move inside. But my attitude is, you can play left tackle, you can certainly play guard in this league.
I talked to a lot of offensive line coaches, and they loved this guy, Logan Mankins. They didn't necessarily see him as a first-round pick, but they thought he would go on the second round. And don't forget, in Joe Andrewsy, you lost a member of your offensive line, but you also lost a tough guy, a blue-collar guy, a lunch pail guy, and that's what Logan Mankins is.
Well, it's obvious with this pick here, he's going to protect Tom Brady. He's going to run the football with this guy's nasty.
Block for Corey Dillon.
And block for Corey Dillon, nasty as this guy looks. So I think that's a good pick for New England. And like you said, a guy can play guard. We don't know. He may play tackle. He might play fullback. Man.
Well, versatility, it's a good point because versatility for New England. Look, Dan Copen drafted a year ago. They moved him all over the place. Center, guard. So versatility is key for New England because, as we saw with Troy Brown playing defensive back against the St. Louis Rams, versatility would be key.
And people automatically assume if you don't have a kid rated as high as well, it's a bad pick, and Kiper's going to bash. No, you don't have to bash a pick or be questioning a pick because you thought he was the fourth guard and he went as the first guard. If he's not a good football player and he doesn't deserve to go that high, you say, no, it's a bad pick, it's a questionable pick. But a third rounder can play, a second rounder can play. We're going to be making a mistake of thinking guys that dropped in the second are just not very good prospects. How many of these guys that go in the second and third round are better than the guys who went in the first? Logan Mankins is a good football player. He was the fourth highest rated guard. If he was questionable, I'd say, hey, that's a reach. It's not, even though he was rated lower in terms of my ratings.
Guy that can play a couple of positions.
Guy that can play a couple of positions. Who are we to question? The New England Patriots.
Nobody.
They're winners.
And so thus ends the second longest. We didn't set a record. I know everybody out there wanted to see a record set, but we missed by 2 minutes. 5 hours and 47 minutes. But, Tori, you almost saw history. The second longest first round ever. The second round, the picks are 10 minutes each, so we're guaranteed to be a little quicker than that. And we're gavel to gavel through the third round today. The first round has ended. 18 offense, 14 defense. We'll be back.
Draft coverage continues here on ESPN2. We are into the second round, 10 minutes between picks. San Francisco back on the clock. Welcome into the NFL Live set. So glad you're back with us. Trey Wingo, Merrill Hodge, and Ron Jaworski. Jaws, Alex Smith taken #1 overall by San Francisco. So much debate. Is he the guy? Would it be Aaron Rodgers? Why is Alex Smith the right guy to go #1?
Well, no question he was the guy. And the delta between Alex Smith and the other quarterbacks, to me, that's correct, was significant. And I look at him and I see a polished college quarterback that projects well the National Football League. Alex Smith could see the field very clearly. I love his anticipation of throws. He was tough. He anticipated people coming after him, had the movement to get out of the way. But when I look at a guy in college, the one thing he must be able to do is understand what the coverage is trying to do and then manipulate that coverage.
Here's Alex Smith in the shotgun, this time with no backs in the backfield. From this spread formation, both slot receivers run whip routes. These three underneath defenders all play the mirrored whip routes. The key is the middle linebacker. Why did he jump the route to his right instead of staying in the middle? The reason was Smith's understanding of how to move and manipulate the defense. Based on my film study of Smith, he shows the absolutely essential ability to recognize and then control defenders with his body and his eyes. By initially eyeing the whip route to his left, Smith baited the middle linebacker to jump it. That opened the passing lane for the easy completion. This ability to see and manipulate the defense really stood out watching Smith on tape. It's one reason I believe Alex Smith projects better to the NFL than Aaron Rodgers.
Many people talked about Alex Smith being in the shotgun predominantly, that would hinder his ascension into the National Football League. Well, I totally disagree with that. I really believe playing in the shotgun will be an advantage. I think the guys that played under center throughout their career have a tougher time adjusting to the shotgun and watching the ball and taking their eyes off the defense.
Well, he's certainly seen the field, no question about it. And, Merrill, don't we have to give the 49ers a little bit of credit because so much was made about the signability factor, and it turns out in the end That didn't matter. The guy they had graded the most was the guy they took, even though they hadn't gotten him signed.
And I think specifically we have to give that credit to Mike Nolan, who I believe is the face of this organization. Because if you talk about a head coach coming here and putting his stamp on and what he wants his players to do and the direction they're going to go, really that's got to come from the head coach, and that's where it's coming from. It's come from Mike Nolan. Obviously, he's putting that trust in Smith as well by going out and drafting him, but it's Mike Nolan who's put the face on this organization.
Jaws, any concerns about the few number of passes that Alex Smith has thrown in the collegiate level? Only Michael Vick has come out with fewer passes thrown in college.
Yeah, I think when people talk about Michael Vick, 313 balls he threw in college, I really don't have a problem with that. You know, in the course of a season, an NFL quarterback is going to throw about 36,000 passes, so clearly he's going to catch up real quick.
Fair enough.
You know, the one little thing I think that separates Alex Smith, too, in people being comfortable because he wasn't under center, he's a great athlete. And that's what's helped Mike Vick. If you got guys, young guys, that are athletes that can move, they just keep yourself alive a little longer in the first couple of years and allows them to create plays and do things.
And he's pretty smart, graduated from Utah in 2 years, which makes all of us on the 6-year plan really feel bad about that.
Come on.
Because we were enjoying these for at least
6
4
for
and a
you.
half. All right, San Francisco back on the clock. Where do they go? Clearly, they have lots of other needs. Let's send it back to New York and Chris Berman. Boomer.
All right, Trey, gang, thank you very much. Do you miss us up there, Merrill, Jaws? A very nice story now, if you like the history of the National Football League. The second-round picks are announced by Gene Washington, the commissioner that has left the building, along with Elvis. Gene Washington, vice president of the league, was a very good wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers, coached by Dick Nolan. So the first pick that he gets to announce just a moment ago is by Dick Nolan's son, Mike Nolan. Find it symmetrical. Here it was.
With the first pick in the second round, number 33 overall, San Francisco has selected from the University of Michigan offensive guard Davis Voss.
And Voss with center and guard. Hamel, I mean, look at the face. You already know what kind of player he is. Look at it.
They played guard the majority of his career, and then, of course, after the start of this season, early on, they moved to the center for the last 9 games, and he did a real good job. And I'll tell you, this is a kid who played a lot of football at Michigan, 6'4", 318 pounds. Not tremendously athletic, but I think he surprised some people during workouts in terms of his ability in that area. And for Alex Smith, you draft a young quarterback, number 1. Now here's a guy who can snap him the football and has the versatility to play guard. So you go quarterback, then you go center guard. First pick in the second round with David Voss, a guy that a lot of people early second round were hoping would be there. So this is the kind of guy, when you talk about where he was projected to go, this is pinpointed. This is exactly where he was thought to be. Anywhere between where Chris Spencer went, late first round. Chris Spencer, the first round pick of the Seattle Seahawks at pick number 26. And here's David Voss, first pick in round 2, selection number 33 for the 49ers.
Well, they have a holdover at center, Newberry, who's still a good player. One of the holdovers from when they last were good, really, with Steve Mariucci. But I like, you mentioned it. Okay, we got the snap down. One day, we get the guy snapping it, we got the guy getting the snap. Now it's you other 51 guys. We got to concentrate on you. But Mike Nolan's going to do one thing here, and they have 12 picks.
Yep.
Going to make this a tougher and a more hard-nosed football team. I know that's just something we're saying, but you can guarantee that that's his goal. They may not have all the best times, but that's the goal of Mike Nolan. And in Voss, as you identify, clearly a tough, look at the face, a tough hombre. Cleveland on the clock when we return. Rushing defensive end, Oklahoma. Justin Miller, DB, Clemson. And first time we take a quick look at Matt Roth, defensive end from Iowa. So, Mel, now that we get to early second round and Cleveland on the clock, and by the way, Philadelphia picking next, give us some other names.
Well, I think you look at Cody as a guy, he's perfect for a 3-4 as well. He can play on his feet. Oklahoma utilized him in that way throughout the season. Matt Ross, same thing. He is kind of a hybrid as well. Khalif Barnes, a left tackle, and Sean Cody has played end and tackle. Justin Miller's a versatile kid, helps out on special teams. A lot of versatility with these players still on the board.
All right, and so the pick is in. Romeo Cordell in the first round, pick running back Ronnie Brown. Him and Phil Savage, the GM. What will Cleveland do? Excuse me, they picked Braylon Edwards the first time, wide receiver from Michigan. Duh. See, it was a long first round. What will they do this time? Maybe somebody to cover him in practice.
Yeah, I could use it.
With pick number 34, Cleveland has selected from Oklahoma defensive back Rodney Poole.
Rodney Poole. Whoa.
Safety.
Safety.
And the first true one to go, right, Mel?
His name came up late first round. We talked about a kid coming out early who didn't have a great year, had actually a better year as a sophomore and would have been wise, I think, to go back. And if he had, I think teams said that I talked to last night, said, hey, he may have been a top 10 pick next season. Now he goes early second round to the Cleveland Browns. He had 7 interceptions back in 2003 as a sophomore. This year, not as many big plays, but he had to protect some of his teammates. He had an injury to Antonio Perkins, a senior cornerback. He missed time. Chijoke Anyana-Getcha was a JUCO kid, came in. He struggled a bit. Dante Nicholson, the strong safety, his forte wasn't pass covered. So Rodney really had to pick up for the teammates. A lot of times we're beating, let wide receivers get behind that secondary. We saw it against USC. That was not Rodney Poole's best performance. And that was one of the reasons why, instead of the late first, he probably dropped into the early second. But this is a kid, like I say, had he gone back to Norman for another year, may have been a top 10 to 15 pick next year. I'm sure Phil Savage is sitting there saying, hey, early second round, why not? Let's hope he reverts back to the form he showed back 2 years ago.
Well, I like this pick because I've played against him in his defense, and they like to run a lot of cover two, a lot of two-man, and he puts a lot of demands, a lot of stress on his safety. So this kid here shows range. He shows ability to make plays. So I think this is a real good pick for the Cleveland Browns.
And so here are the two, like we said, Braylon Edwards, Rodney Poole. If you begin with BR, you have a chance to play for Romeo Cornell. That's apparent. And so, again, two highly productive college players from big-time programs. And Romeo Cornell and Phil Savage. And now, well, here's Philadelphia. What a deal this was when they traded a year ago A.J. Feely, quarterback, for a second for Miami. Miami was a playoff team, or almost at that time. Now they're one of the worst records. So they moved up 25 spots.
Don't remind Nick Saban.
Well, got him pick number 35. Philadelphia has selected from the University of Georgia wide receiver Reggie Brown.
Whoa. Oh, great pick.
Well, Chris, you know they need wide receivers. You have Freddie Mitchell situation there. Look at T.O. as the main entity, and they need some guys who can play that position and be consistent. And Reggie Brown had size, was productive, became kind of a hot commodity late in this process. Basically, after the Senior Bowl week down in Mobile, he looked good. And he was a borderline late first-round pick. We mentioned his name late in round 1 as well. Had the ACL surgery earlier in his career, came back, never showed any ill effects. There's David Green, their quarterback, the lefty. He could be a second or third round pick, throwing to Reggie Brown, working opposite Fred Gibson. Here against Travis Daniels, a corner who could be a second-round draft choice. There, Reggie Brown got the best of Travis Daniels, a cornerback from LSU. So when you look at Reggie Brown, one of those guys that does a terrific job as a blocker. When you talk about guys like Braylon Edwards who will block, Mike Williams certainly will, you have to be able to do that as a wide receiver, Corey, and Reggie Brown can get it done in that area.
And he's going to be asked to block on the perimeter for the Philadelphia Eagles. But what it does, it takes a tremendous amount of pressure off of Terrell Owens, who doesn't feel like he has to make all the plays on the wide receiver position. This guy can line up at the X. He's strong enough. He's smooth enough off the line of scrimmage, and he will go get the football. I think this was a very, very good pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. It just gives Donovan Nabb that many more weapons.
Now, the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be busy here these 2 days with 13 pick, 2 2s, 2 3s, 3 5s, 3 7s, for a total of 13 picks, which is the most. And we will go back and discuss Philadelphia's situation, but now with our Coors Light video teleconferencing, we bring in the coach of the New England Patriots, the Super Bowl champion New England Patriots, who beat the Eagles. That'd be Bill Belichick. And Bill, it's unaccustomed, even though you're picking down at the bottom, no movement for the Patriots, but it's hard when you don't have ammo. You're pretty much not resigned, but planning to just sit where you are. Tough to move this year, isn't it?
Well, I think it is today, Boomer. The third-round pick is a compensatory pick, and that's not tradable. So there isn't really too much to work with there in that in the first day. But we have more picks tomorrow, and there may be some movement on those.
Tell me about Logan Mankins here. He's a football player like you like. And he's versatile, too, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's the best description of him. He's a good football player, played left tackle at Fresno State. I think he has some position flexibility. He's been in a good system. He's been in a real good program. And, he has a lot of the things that we like in our offensive linemen. And I think that he'll be a good addition to our group.
What's your goal on the first day here of the draft, picking, like we say, at the bottom of these rounds? You can't go in saying, I need X, Y, and Z, but do you have some sort of goal?
Well, I think we'll just let the board come to us here in the second round. Again, I don't expect a lot of movement. We'll probably just see what's there, take the best football player, the guy that we feel like that can help our team the most, both looking at the short term and the long term.
Bill, I think fans all across America, not only New England, of course, Teddy Bruschi. Is there a timetable? How is Teddy doing? I know you've seen him. He's been at the complex. What's the thought on Teddy right now here in late April?
Right, and he was with us on the trip to Washington last week. I think he's covered the situation himself. I really don't have too much to add to it. It'll be his situation. He'll make any decisions and obviously any comments on his situations. I'll just leave that to him.
Yeah, and who knows? That's a situation that can change by the month, and we certainly all are glad to see Teddy up and around. That's the best sign.
Right, we sure are. We're behind him 100%, and however it goes, we support Teddy Bruschi and appreciate everything that he has done and will do for us.
Yeah, that could be this year, could be next year, and it could be not playing. Just support the Patriots. Bill, Eric Mangini, you've talked about the young man you've known for a long time, your defensive coordinator. How is the offense, as you see it here late April, going to work? I know you've always been involved with Tom Brady and the quarterbacks a lot anyway. How will the play get from the start out into the huddle? How do you see that happening this fall?
Well, you're right. I have been working with Tom the last 4 years, along with Charlie and Josh McDaniels, our quarterback coach. Our offensive staff, I think, is a very experienced group. They work well together. And, I feel like that the game plans will be in conjunction with Tom and what we've been doing offensively in our system for the last few years. We'll continue to do that. I'm sure that I'll be involved in it, and we'll work that out so we can have an efficient operation on game day.
So there won't be necessarily an official offensive coordinator, at least not at this point.
Yeah, there definitely won't be one officially, no.
Okay. Well, you would be the one to make it official. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you a little bit later.
Okay, Boomer, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks for the time. Okay, so the New England Patriots getting a football player with Logan Mankins. Tampa Bay is, we'll talk with Bill a little bit later. Tampa Bay, then Tennessee, then Oakland, as we are the early reaches of round at number 2.
The choice is yours.
You can get with 2005 NFL Draft. Trey Wingo here with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski on the NFL Live set. Look, 2004 was supposed to be the year of the wide receivers in the first round. 7 taken, but if you take a look at 2005, not too far behind, we have had 6 wide receivers taken in the first round, starting with Braylon Edwards, then Troy Williamson, and then Mel Kiper's All-Star Hall of Famer, Mike Williams, going 10th to Detroit. They have so many receivers, they don't know what to do. Matt Jones, he's a quarterback, he's a wide receiver. Hey, kids, he's both. Baltimore gets Mark Clayton, which absolutely falls into their lap. And then you have Roddy White going to help out Michael Vick. And then Reggie Brown of Georgia going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Of course, the Philadelphia Eagles made a splash about this time a year ago, Jaws, when they picked up one Terrell Owens. He delivered on the field, and he's delivering off the field as well. We'll get to that first or later, but first tell us he is a special talent when it comes to playing between the lines.
He is a very, very special talent. Mel may have had Mike Williams as his #1 player in this draft. Well, I think quite arguably the best receiver in the National Football League right now is Terrell Owens. What makes him so special is the ability to get off the bump and run as a big player and get the ball deep down the field. Also, he can give you the possession catch, and in the red zone, he's almost unstoppable.
Here's Terrell Owens. He's matched against Anthony Henry, now with the Dallas Cowboys, so get used to this matchup. Owens uses agility to beat the jam, then separates from Henry with speed. T.O. is 6'3", 228 pounds, yet possesses the kind of sudden acceleration normally associated with smaller wideouts. Watch this play against Baltimore. That's Owens split wide at the top. This shows both his strength and his agility. At the same time that he breaks free from Gary Baxter's tackle, he changes direction and eludes the tackle of Ed Reed, the best safety in the NFL. Owens is the most complete receiver in the league, the NFL prototype. Add mental toughness to his outstanding physical attributes, and there is no one better.
From a football perspective, Terrell Owens brought Donovan McNabb exactly what he wanted. Bigger windows to throw into. Donovan's completion percentage went up about 8% last year because of the holes that he was throwing into because of T.O.
Yeah, that was the great thing in Philadelphia. He delivered on the field, got them to the Super Bowl or in a position
well,
for
isn't
them
that what
to
it's
get
all
to the
about?
Super
Isn't that
Bowl
what it's all about?
without them. Sometimes.
Okay.
There is a secondary issue with Terrell Owens. He signed a 7-year, $48 million contract right after he got traded to Philadelphia, and then this offseason is campaigning for a new contract, saying, I've got to feed my family. He's got $20 million in guarantees. This is exactly what you have to expect when you sign a Terrell Owens, isn't it?
The Eagles are getting exactly what they deserve. I mean, because if you think for a second that you're going to take T.O. and you're going to bring him to Philadelphia and you're going to change him, it's not going to happen. I know you have to evaluate T.O. two different ways, inside the white lines and outside the white lines, but you do have to account for both. And I think the Eagles thought, well, if he comes here, we'll straighten him out, we'll win, we'll give him the football, and we won't have those problems. Well, guess what? Now they're seeing the problems. This is the real T.O. It is the T.O. that anybody's going to get regardless where he goes. And for the Eagles to think that wasn't going to happen, it was a big mistake.
But from the Eagles' perspective, this is the winningest team in the National Football League over the last 5 years. And when you look at what the Eagles do, they do not renegotiate contracts. They believe the sanctity of the contract. Okay. I don't think anything will happen no matter how hard T.O. wants.
Hold on.
They won't.
Let me ask you a more specific question, not only about the Eagles organization, but the city of Philadelphia. It is a tough city. It is a blue-collar, bring-your-lunch-pail, go-to-work city. They loved T.O. last year. This contract stuff, have they already turned against him?
Yeah, after the Super Bowl and what T.O. accomplished in the Super Bowl by coming back after suffering the broken leg, the way he performed in the Super Bowl, he could have been the mayor of Philadelphia. Clearly, when you look at Philadelphia, it is a blue-collar town. And when you start talking about the money that T.O. is making, put into context of, you know, it's hard to subsidize your family, things like that, the guy making $6, $7 an hour doesn't buy into that. I think he's hurt his feelings.
The guy that makes $300,000 a year doesn't buy into that. I mean, don't sit there and say you can't feed your family on $6 million. Say,
it was
I'm
a
the
mistake.
best wide receiver in football.
I
agree with paid as the best wide receiver in football, but don't cry that you can't feed your family.
There are two separate issues there, and there was an interview where he was very tearful about things that had gone on in his family, and those were hardships. Yeah. But he's a full-grown man now.
Nobody else has had any of these hardships.
At what point do you just stop playing that card and just worry about where you are right now?
Well, you know, knowing Andy Reid like I do, I just think that, you know, Andy Reid is the face of that organization. He has made some hard decisions in the past. Jeremiah Trotter being one of those. Jeremiah Trotter came back, obviously, and I think if Andy Reid's forced to, then he'll let T.O. go.
Well, that's the next issue. Randy Moss proved there's nobody that's untradeable in this league.
Well,
at what point will Andy Reid, who has said already, hey, he's not rocking this boat. He's already made that statement. At what point will Andy Reid, hey, love what you did, got through the playoffs without you, we'll be okay?
Let me add one thing, though. I mean, sometimes it's hard to, based on how much money you've already got invested to him. You just can't cut a guy because now you're married to him financially. Because
they've already given him the big signing bonus. His salary this year is only a little over $3 million.
They are going to be forced to stay with him for a couple of years, no matter how far his antics go.
And as Andy Reid said when they signed the contract, hey, you said you weren't going to give us any of these problems, yet here we are 1 year into the deal.
Bringing Andy into it may have hurt him more than the other demands. Andy likes to keep things kind of quiet.
And bringing Donovan McNabb into it by saying, hey, I wasn't the guy that got tired on Super Sunday. That's another thing you can't do in the city of Philadelphia.
Locker room, stays in the locker room.
Well, guess what? That didn't happen. All right, stay with us. Lots more coming on ESPN2's continuing coverage of the draft. What's going to happen next? Oakland is on the clock. Welcome back to the NFL Live set as we continue to work our way through round 2 of the draft. Trey Wingo here with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. Big day for running backs. For the first time since LaDainian Tomlinson in 2001, we have a running back. 3 of them actually go in the top 10, 2 from the same school. Ronnie Brown and Carnell Williams go 2 and 5. In between them, Cedric Benson, 5 to Chicago. Merrill, I know you feel very strongly about this, that one of those 3 players is the best player in the draft, and that's Ronnie Brown. What about him do you like so much at the next level?
Well, without a question, because he is complete in every phase of the game. And when I say complete, Ronnie Brown can run a 4.4, and he's about 240 pounds, but he has the ability to create with his feet. He has agility, and he has versatility. When you have versatility in this offense, in the National Football League, your offensive coordinator can add a lot to his playbook. playbook from the backfield. But studying Ronnie, the thing that separates him is his agility and creativity because he's such a big man. A smaller guy like Cadillac, I think it's a given it should be like that. But look at the options. Ability to create with your feet, outside, in that lane, or backside. Watch the feet, the ability to stop and start and get back into it. Then to finish the run, the power that he possesses. The power is one thing I thought he separated himself from a lot of the other backs. Here's the power I'm talking about. Down in the red zone, when you must score touchdowns, not get to the one, not get to
baby, man,
that's what Chuck Noll would call same foot, same shoulder, and you finish the run. That is how you must run in the National Football League to be a powerful back. And then I've already heard people question his blocking. I will show you this, and I will see this repeatedly. What does he do when he doesn't have the ball?
Watch him finish.
This is how you block down the field and in the passing game. I talked about the versatility. He is the only back coming out in the top 4 guys that could do this from the backfield. Out of the backfield, down the field. This is one of the hardest balls to catch.
What a great throw!
Back or a wide receiver, and you're exactly right there.
Points
all
in
of
the
the
versatility.
versatility, correct. The hands that he has, that comes down to your offensive coordinator. When he gets Ronnie Brown, he's like, wow. There is nothing I can't do. I can run inside. I can run outside. I can create matchups on linebackers and safeties. And if you're a defensive coordinator, you're very concerned about Ronnie Brown, how you'll match up on the first and second
Boy, 6.5 hours into this draft, you're finally smiling. We got the factor back, and he's all excited.
Because that baby was the best player in the draft, in my eyes, about what he brings to an entire team.
What he will also bring is a positive attitude to the offensive line of the Miami Dolphins. It was a group that was much maligned last year when Ricky Williams left. When you get a back that can create his own space, I'll tell you what, the offensive line, they'll have a smile on their face.
5 years from now, no question he's the best player in this draft?
No question.
All right, fair
and
enough.
Maybe in 2 years.
I disagree.
2 years.
That's another point.
Well, we can, believe me, this is what they do. They do disagree. You know, one of the questions that everybody's going to ask in Miami is how come he didn't start at Auburn if he was the best player in the draft? Earlier, Hank Goldberg had a chance to talk with Ronnie Brown's new head coach, Nick Saban.
Standing with a smiling Coach Nick Saban, obviously happy with his pick. And, Coach, how does this impact on the Ricky Williams situation that you would take the running back with the first pick?
Well, I don't think it has any impact at all because this guy has proven that he can play with another outstanding running back. He has the diversity as a receiver, as a blocker, to do many things, and I think that's the thing that we liked about Ronnie Brown. He was the fastest, most powerful, best receiver, best versatile player as a running back in this draft, and he would fit very well with another significant player as he did in college.
So you will continue to talk with Ricky when he comes back?
Well, Ricky Williams has value to our organization, and we'd like to have him on our team.
Coach, talking about Ronnie Brown, you told me yesterday that you were going to go with the best player in the spot, the best long-term value to the organization. How does he fit that requirement from you?
Well, because, you know, we thought he was the best player. We've always liked Ronnie Brown. We played against Ronnie Brown. He's the only player that we played against each year that put half of our defensive team in the training room for the next week. And he's a very physical player. He's a dominating player. He's a great competitor. And probably one of the most significant things, I think he's an outstanding person. And I think he'll represent this organization very well for a long, long time.
All right, Nick, Hank, thanks very much. You take a look at why they drafted Ronnie Brown. Over the last couple of years, the Dolphins' rushing attack has gone from solid to about as soft as an orange creamsicle. So they really need to solidify that thing, and that's where Ronnie Brown comes into play. Much more on the draft. The Raiders on the clock in the second round.
He does.
Nebraska, his great-grandfather, his father, and 2 uncles started at Nebraska. His father was the #1 pick of the Buffalo Bills in 1975.
That's exactly
He knows football.
Well, he does. Tom Rood went to the Buffalo Bills in 75. Now Barrett, of course, goes to John Gruden. You talked about a smart football player. That's what Gruden likes. Barrett Rood, 149 tackles as a junior. This past season, 143. That's consistency from year to year. Sideline to sideline speed. You see him there, number 38. Making plays, smart. You talk about diagnosing the play quickly, being a good leader. I mean, he's 240 pounds, and he runs in the 4.65, 4.74 range, actually around a 4.75 at the combine. Well, he run a little better than that. 25 reps, he's strong, and he's a very good athlete. I thought late in round 1, maybe New England, because they like smart football players, would think about Barrett Rood. They opted for Logan Mankins, an offensive guard from Fresno State. And here in early second round, Barrett Rood to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at a positional need area for John Gruden's Bucs.
So their first 2 picks, Cadillac Williams, the running back, and now linebacker Barrett Ruud. So, I mean, look, this is a team that, you know, was the Super Bowl champs a couple of years ago, but looking to pick things up. And
big draft for the Buccaneers with John Gruden and Bruce Allen.
A trade, and Detroit moved up to Tennessee's spot. They moved up 4 spots here in the second round. It cost them a 4, which you'll see on tomorrow. And by doing that trade, the Lions got to pick the other of the tandem of defensive tackle. And that would be Sean Cody, trying to get through him, trying to get through a toll booth. One of the members of the Trojan back-to-back national championship team.
And that's the thing. I think you look at the Detroit Lions at defensive end spot with James Hall got him a lot of sacks. That was the first time in his career he really stepped up to that level, and they need somebody opposite him. And certainly Sean Cody, versatility, played tackle and end at USC. This past season, you know, he had 13 tackles for loss, a career-high 10 sacks, and he led the USC Trojans in that area. 6'4", 291, reliable, tough. I don't necessarily think he's ever going to be Pro Bowl material. Solid, though, very reliable, and the ability to play inside or outside, especially for Detroit Lions, who surprised a lot of people by taking Mike Williams, a wide receiver, knowing that they had some defensive line needs. They go back and they move up to get Sean Cody, who figured to be maybe a late first-round pick. And, of course, the other Cody, if you're tuning in now, Dan Cody from Oklahoma, still on the board at this point, which really surprises me because Dan Cody can play on his feet or down, and I thought he'd maybe drop from 17 to 25. He's still here, and we're approaching pick 40 in the second round.
Those are 2 players from USC that knows how to win.
They do.
They understand how to win. I think that's a great addition for Detroit.
See, Mooch, 1-year head coach in the Pac-10 at Cal. Look at it. See, he's picking all Pac-10 guys. Mike Williams and, as Torrey points out, Sean Cody, who, you know, if you were to go into this past season, Mel, wouldn't you have had him maybe mid-1, right?
You would have thought late 1 at worst, not early second. And I think you look at it now, and that's what you're seeing. These guys are going. I thought Stanford route, by the way, going to Oakland in round 2 was a reach at that point. Great speed. We know he's a track star. I thought cover skills and the ability. Talked about the toughness of a Pac-Man Jones to support the run. And Antrell Rowe, tough to support the run. Will Stanford route hold up in that area and give you that run support ability that all defensive coordinators now are looking for? Recovery speed, he has it. Ball skills, overall cover skills, he needs to show in the NFL he can get it done in those areas. There's no question he's one of the fastest corners in this draft. He was a late riser. There was speculation he could be a second-round draft choice, but I didn't think all the time throughout his career at Houston, in most games, he looked like any better than maybe a 3rd to 5th round pick. So they're hoping coaching at the pro level will get the most out of a kid who's got unbelievable recovery.
But once again, we talk about speed with Al Davis and the Oakland Raiders. They take Fabian Washington, who was the fastest player in this draft, another corner. They did trade Philip Buchanan to the Houston Texans a few days ago. There are questions about Charles Woodson, the cornerback, and his future in Oakland. So this is clearly something that Al Davis feels he needs to.
Let me show you something. Let me jump in right here, Mel, and you can point it out. Mort mentioned it. The fastest speed in the combo. This is just corners, but still, they're going to be about your fastest guys, except for some wideouts. Fabian Washington, 4.25?
Yeah.
I mean,
Deion Sanders didn't run that at the
That's
combine.
right. Look at that. Here's Route. He's close.
I bet Darren Williams, Oklahoma State, he's got return ability, he's got the special teams dynamic, and up until this year when he got hurt, he was a heck of a player as a junior. Darren Williams, Oklahoma State, is probably in that maybe second, I thought third. But there were, I thought, some corners on the board that played better football on a game-to-game basis than Stanford route. You go back to a Justin Miller at Clemson. He gives you special teams ability. And you look at Eric Green at Virginia Tech as well, a good football player. So I thought to take Stanford route ahead of some of those other corners, questionable in my opinion.
Well, and now we're moving along to Chicago, and they have just drafted in their second round. Remember, they signed Muhsin Muhammad. The first day he was available, boom, he went to the Chicago Bears, and now here's another receiver. Remember, David Terrell, the former #1 pick, picked up by New England, hoping to change his scenery, but that did not pan out. So they signed Muhammad, and now here's Mark Bradley from Oklahoma.
That kid who I really like. I think this is one of the best picks of the draft so far, first and second round, in terms of getting a guy who's a big-time player potentially, and he's still getting his game together as a wide receiver, former defensive back, was at Arkansas, Pine Bluff, then to Oklahoma, but he's going to help you right away as a gunner on special teams and be one of the best gunners, and he'll protect that gunner. He'll keep that gunner away from your coverage guy on the other side. outside. They did that effectively in the Texas game, tremendous in that area. You watch his ability after the catch. We raved about Mark Clayton. This kid is actually better in the open field after the catch than Mark Clayton is. He's just raw, and I think he's still developing as a wide receiver. But down the road, this pick could pay big dividends at wide receiver. And right away, guys, it's going to pay huge dividends on special teams.
Look at the Chicago Bears. Let's just talk about the Bears. Jerry Angelo, the general manager there, Lovie Smith, the head coach. They really like their defense, especially when Brian Urlacher and Mike Brown are healthy on the defensive side of the ball. They have a #1 pick invested in Rex Grossman. They get him a big-time running back today in Cedric Benson. They sign Muhsin Muhammad, the wide receiver. In order to get your investment out of a guy like Rex Grossman, you do have to put players around him. And again, Ron Turner, the new offensive coordinator with the Bears. And so I think they really believe that they can compete with the Vikings and the Packers in that division.
And the Lions.
With this, and the Lions, of course, the Lions.
Well, we talked about all the fathers, too. Danny Bradley, you remember the quarterback at Oklahoma in the 80s, his son Mark. I think getting it done, when you go from small college to the Big 12 and to Oklahoma, Mark Bradley has a chance, as I said, for the Chicago Bears. They don't know about Bernard Berry, and he could be a vertical stretch guy. Bobby Wade's okay. The disappointment was Justin Gage. We know that really dropped back, and they don't know what they have yet with him. So you need somebody. You have Muhsin Muhammad. Now you can develop Mark Bradley if, in fact, Bernard Berry really steps up. And as I said, on special teams, Mark Bradley is going to be sensational this year in the NFL.
And I know we've been harping a lot about football players, but here is another football player with a history of people in his family playing football. So I think this is a big addition to Chicago Bears. You have Muhsin Muhammad, who can play outside, who can move, you can motion him, and then you have Bradley, who's a big kid. He's 6'1", 201 pounds. You can line him up on the line of scrimmage. He can beat you off the line of scrimmage. He's smooth, he's fast. He's a playmaker, and he came from OU. He was right there with Mark Clayton and those guys. And it's another guy out there from Oklahoma, too, that's good. Don't forget him. It's Jones, 81.
You know what? A time, and our friends at ESPN, you will probably be commenting on a simulcast here. 2 wide receivers from Oklahoma. Whoa!
Who won the Heisman Trophy a couple years ago?
I understand. I'm not saying where did it come. It's just like if you had said that 15 years ago, we'd have 2 wideouts in the first 39 picks from Oklahoma. I don't think so. Times have changed. The Bears last year drafted almost all defense. This year, offense. We'll be back.
Bears are making a move.
Marquee Hotel here in New York. You know what's good? Let's see. It took to the 6th pick now. Joe, Mel, 2 minutes for rock. I'm writing it down right now. And late in the first period, you both go off. We'll skate at equal strength. A new attendance record set here at the draft. I think it was 4,406. Now, if all those people will just buy a season ticket to the Hartford Whalers, we in Connecticut could save our hockey team, and do it now. I hope you like these headphones. It makes us feel like we have the old Joe Theismann one-bar helmets on, and also makes us feel like Madonna that we're giving a rock concert at the same time. The Eagles are ready, and I don't know, that was a big album for Boss Skaggs. Wasn't it Silk Degrees, Lido Shuffle? That was a big album. Let's see if it's making a comeback.
The 26th choice in the 2002 draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Lito Shepherd, cornerback from the University of Florida.
One more for the road. I think Fred Flintstone's about to be teed up.
With the 12th pick in the 2004 NFL draft, the New York Jets select Jonathan Vilma, linebacker, University of Miami.
This is prime need. Speed, linebacker, and as Fred Flintstone would say, Vilma! Did I do all that stuff?
Man.
Have we had some fun through the years? Boy, you look young once.
Oh, I
Me.
know. Still looks young. No, not now.
Hair's the same.
It's very scary, that stuff. But you know what? Look, it's a long time for everybody, but we enjoy it. It's football. We've enjoyed bringing it to you ever since ESPN was just a glint in somebody's eye. And so through the years, our coverage hopefully has grown. We certainly have grown. And GROANED. And hopefully we've not so much taught you football, but talked football with you as we're doing today and tomorrow. And I think that's been our goal. And sometimes you have fun with it. In 10 hours, you're going to sing Lido Shuffle. These things are going to happen.
It's a great weekend. It's the weekend where the college football, which is one of maybe the most popular sport outside of the National Football League, and the NFL get together and basically have their weekend together. The NFL passing their grades down to this collegiate class of players, and it's a great weekend.
And also for the fans, it's a time, there's been no football since early February. there's now football in late April, and then football will resume again in the summer. We go to camp. It's kind of like an oasis in the middle of a desert, and so it's a labor of love for those behind the scenes and those that you see on the camera. But believe me, you have no idea how hard the people behind the scenes work to bring you highlights of everybody that possibly could be drafted. Even if Mel got drafted, we have some highlights. But we won't stoop to that at this moment.
No. Josh Bullock, so you look at Fabian Washington, corner Nebraska, going in the first round. Now we have Barrett Root in round 2 to Tampa Bay. And now Josh Bullock's in New Orleans, a safety who had a big year in 2003 with 10 interceptions. That was a Nebraska record. Changed the defensive scheme this year, and he dropped back and only had 2 picks. But he's got good size at 6 foot, 210 pounds, runs under 4.5. Good athlete. I think what you hope now is, okay, this year it was because of the change in defensive structure. He can go back to the way he was as a real ball hawk, a guy who was a real playmaker in that secondary. If he can, it's a good pick. If he doesn't, then he's just an average player. So we have to see which Josh Bullock shows up for the New Orleans Saints over the next few years.
You just wonder about Bill Callahan, whether he's helped these teams taking these Nebraska players. The former Raiders coach Bill Callahan, now the Nebraska head coach. You know, Fabian Washington was picked by Oakland. That's Bill's old team. Tampa Bay picked Barrett Root. That's his good buddy John Gruden, where he used to serve under. And, of course, now this one, Bullock goes to New Orleans. I don't have a connection there between Callahan and the Saints.
Well, Mort, I'm sitting here trying to connect the dots.
You got 2 of the dots. You got 2 dots.
Hanging.
They got
2
a good,
dots.
they got a
Don't
good
leave me
system
hanging
going
like
right
that.
now.
You're so
I'll find
excited.
one.
You're still all excited about Matt Jones. Well, when we return, Tennessee, Dallas, and the Giants.
Rolls on. First round in the books as we check out the Mazda draft track. Here's the highlights. The #1 overall pick, San Francisco selects Utah quarterback Alex Smith. And then the wait was on for Cal quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Almost 5 hours, finally selected at number 24 by Green Bay. A huge relief. 4 Auburn players picked in the top 25. Ronnie Brown to Miami, Cadillac Williams to Tampa Bay, Carlos Rodgers to Washington, and quarterback Jason Kiper also to Washington. The first wide receiver taken, Braylon Edwards of Michigan, goes to Cleveland. And now with our Coors Light video conferencing, we welcome in the head coach of the Detroit Lions, Steve Mariucci. Steve, 3 straight years a wide receiver. How come?
Hi, Susie. How are you?
Hi, Steve.
You're right. We had Charles Rodgers a couple of years ago in the 2nd pick, Roy Williams last year in the 7th, and now Mike Williams from USC in the 10th pick. And when we got there, we had a decision to make, whether it would be Mike or a couple other players that we really liked. But boy, there's just a premium on guys that can score points, and he had such a great career, even though it was quick at USC. Great production, 30 touchdowns in a couple years, and he's been out there a year, and I think he's matured and even improved himself, so he was just too good to pass up.
But how can you be sure when you haven't seen a guy on the field in this long? So what do you look for?
You know, in talking to him, there was a certain maturity that you could notice over last year, and I think most teams had him ranked very high last year, as you recall. And in interviewing him and visiting with him, he seemed to mature not only mentally and emotionally, but physically as well. He's in better shape now. He's lost some % body fat, it looked like, and I think he's improved his skills, and I think he's going to be ready. He handled the year very well. It was very difficult on him, but I'm sure he's anxious to get back to football, and we'll be in this mini camp on Friday.
Quarterback Joey Harrington, surrounded by so many great young weapons. What are your expectations for him this year?
Well, we need to be more explosive on offense, and we signed Marcus Pollard from the Colts as a tight end as well. And Kevin Jones led the league in rushing the second half of the season last year as a rookie. And, you know, you add all those young, talented, skilled players and put them together, and they should just grow up and be explosive. That's what we expect. And it's, you know, they don't have a lot of starts under the belt, but, boy, they're going to gain experience quickly. So, you know, we've got some other areas that we'd like to address, but when you can get some guys that score points on your team and you know, you got to do that.
What kind of peace of mind does having Jeff Garcia give you?
Well, he added to our pitching staff. You know, we have Joey entering his 4th year, and he's played a lot of football as he's developing here. But Jeff gives us a guy that we added to what we call our pitching staff, and he's got 3 Pro Bowls under his belt, in this offense. So he's got some more football in front of him too, and he's ready, willing, and able to play and play well if need be. And he's here working like crazy, just like everybody else. So we think we've improved our football team.
Pretty exciting times in Detroit. Steve, thanks. We'll see you again throughout the draft.
Okay, Susie, thank you.
And round 2 continues here from New York. The Dallas Cowboys on the clock. 2 picks in the first round. What's in store?
York teams is going to pick. The Jets and Giants have not had a first-round pick. It's going to be the Giants after Dallas. If you want to get technical, not even Buffalo has made a pick yet. So nobody in the Empire State has made a pick. So Giant fans are on deck. Dallas is right now, but Tennessee, that swap they made with Detroit, and we just heard from Mooch. Now, I like this guy a lot. I know, Mel, down the board, this is the part of the time when we all lean on you. He's from, Michael Roos from Eastern Washington, from Estonia. All right? He's still learning the game. He's an interesting physical specimen.
He is, Boom. I think you look at a guy who played 1 year of high school football, and that was on the defensive side of the ball. And you talk about when he went to Eastern Washington back in 2001, he played both on the offensive line and on defense, played even some tight ends. So you're looking at a kid with a lot of versatility, settled in at left tackle spot, 6'6.5", 319 pounds. Look at a kid who, I'll tell you, he plays a little high. And we talked about that with Alex Barron. I think that's something he'll work on. You notice that more at the Senior Bowl practices. Still coachable, though. He'll develop. He's still a little raw with a limited football background and limited time at offensive tackle. So he's a developmental kid you have to work with for a year or two, and then you may have a guy who at left tackle can get the job done.
Well, and Floyd Reese, the general manager of the Titans, and Jeff Fisher, the head coach of the Titans, they are retooling this team, and the offensive line is going to get some attention. They do have to protect Steve McNair, number 12, who's coming off this sternum surgery, and they think he's making progress right there.
And, you know, they picked one of the smallest guys in Pac-Man, and they picked one of the bigger guys in Roos. It's just since the breakup of the Soviet Union, you know, they've had better players come out of there. So Roos, and it was born in Estonia. His family moved to the United States at a young age, and he's still learning the game. I like that. I've heard from some of the best coaches in football. Interesting second-round pick. Well, Jeff Fisher beat, not that he's not one of the best coaches in football, he beat the guys I talked to the punch. So now Dallas and then the New York Giants. So we've seen Dallas certainly address exactly what they wanted. As Eduardo reported, they were back on the phone. There's Coach Parcells in the war room. There's Jerry Jones. Stephen Jones. Somewhere around there, Rich Dalrymple's got to be.
Where's Matt Jones in this picture?
Well, Matt Jones already had airtime. The coach looking very, look at Coach Parcells in this war room. He looks very chairman of the board-like in that shot, doesn't he?
Bill?
Yes.
Bill is very chairman. I tell you, when the season ended, and he was extremely disappointed with the way the Cowboys ended the season, he did not take a day off until about 3 or 4 weeks ago. He worked every day, day and night, preparing for this draft and the free agency period. And I know he does not want to repeat what happened last season.
He's taking onus on himself that he won't be the problem next year if they don't move forward. So for him to stay around like that day in and day out, right after the season is over, you can best believe what type of demands he's going to have on that football team once the season starts.
You wonder if it doesn't go well this year. Not that Bill would never, but, you know, after 3-4 years, a lot of places, even when things were going the best, of course, Super Bowls, he's decided, you know, it's time to go. Now, it would be crazy for us to say, well, if it doesn't go well for Dallas, that's it for Bill, but the thought does creep in. What do you think?
He's got 2 years left on his contract. And really, I think this draft and getting ready for this offseason has kind of rejuvenated Bill. And I see him playing out the next 2 years, unless this season is so awful and affects his health. If it affects his health, that would be the only thing. But I think they are now actually rebuilding this defense the way Bill wants to rebuild this defense.
Well, you saw it with their first 2 picks, where they got really kind of everything they wanted. DeMarcus Ware and then Marcus Spears. So the pick is in. Dallas selected, and the Giants next, which will bring the crowd up.
With pick number 42, Dallas has selected from the University of Tennessee, linebacker Kevin Burnett.
The New York big guy?
They 6'2.5", 236.
Oh, there you go. Big.
Kid who had a high grade throughout his career. You look at it, solidified that position really with a good senior campaign. Coming back from a knee injury that he had back in 2002 against Wyoming in the season opener. Missed the remainder of that year. A guy that before the injury had a lot of sacks. Was a guy who could get after the quarterback. It's been productive, but the sack total dropped. He was the Vols team captain. You look at a kid who's a very good athlete. Strong kid for a 236-pounder. Very good upper body strength. And you look at the retooling of a defense. They go DeMarcus Ware, then Marcus Spears. They pass on wide receivers like Roscoe Parrish and Jerome Mathis. They take another defensive guy in Kevin Burnett. So Bill Parcells addressing a defense. Tired of seeing teams move the football. First 3 picks for the Dallas Cowboys, all front 7. Ware, a combo guy. Spears, a defensive lineman. Now Kevin Burnett, an outside lineman.
Getting that Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks bookend linebacker, so to speak, if you project DeMarcus Ware standing up some of the time.
They're not a bad offensive football team. Defensively, as you see, they are addressing. And like I said before, I reiterated it earlier, you have to win football games on the defensive side of the ball, and who knows it better other than Parcells?
Isn't that refreshing to hear from?
I say it all the time, and people look at me crazy, but I'm serious. If you want to win games
sooner or later,
Paulie, you have to be able to stop.
And we're in the NFC East right here, guys, and don't forget the Philadelphia Eagles have kind of separated themselves from the rest of these teams.
Absolutely. The New York Giants have their first pick of the day. The Jets will pick a few picks from now. And Giant fans have been here for 7 hours. And this is their 10 minutes in the sun. They're going to make the most of it. Next.
The good. It's time to get going, get out there. And
second round here, first shot for the New York Football Giants.
With pick number 43, the New York Giants have selected from LSU, cornerback Corey Webster.
They had it all along, those guys, right? Pretty good player. I mean, he could have been right now going into this season maybe a little higher up, right? A red one?
Going into the season, but he would have been maybe considered a top 10 to 5th pick in the first round. Yeah, he had a very high grade back in August. Going into the year, he had a phenomenal junior campaign, 7 interceptions, 25 pass breakups. He was a key guy in that national championship winning LSU team. Nick Saban had a lot of confidence in this kid. He played wide receiver early in his career. He was on both sides of the ball. They toyed with that idea and tried to work him into the mix as a guy who could do everything for them. Then he had some minor injuries with the ankle this year. I think he lost some confidence. He was out there playing at far less than 100%. Was beaten. Didn't seem as aggressive in run support as he was. Really was kind of a shell of what he was as a junior. His stock dropped to the second, maybe even the third round area. Then he ran well. They had a second workout at LSU about 3 weeks ago. Both Corey Webster and Travis Daniels, the other cornerback at LSU, ran in the 4.45 range, and now all of a sudden Corey Webster was back in the second round mix. Heard Ernie, of course, we talked to him on NFL Live. He had a soundbite there saying, hey, cornerbacks are still important. You need them in this day and age where everybody's throwing the football all over the place. Corey Webster in the second round, if you said that in August, no way. He was definitely considered. Had he performed this year like he did last year, he'd have been up there with Pac-Man and Carlos Rodgers and Antrell Roll. He had that high a grade going in.
And he wears number 13, so he's not afraid of anything.
That's like exactly. He did play through this season hurt.
And more, Nick Saban coached Corey Webster. I know Ernie, of course, he has tremendous respect for Nick Saban, the job he does getting football players ready for the National Football League. Feeling that Corey Webster's coming in at a bargain point, considering where he was, as I said, back in August.
Just an aside, Nick must be very proud today. You know, here he is. A lot of his kids are getting drafted and will next year, you know, guys that are juniors. And he's drafting for his pro team. Must be kind of a real passage for a guy like a Nick Saban, seeing some of his guys like a Corey Webster entering the pros in a different place as he enters the pros. Just an aside. A little historical note, and then let's talk where the Giants are headed with a full year of Eli Manning. The first time since 1975 that neither New York team has had a pick. The Giants had the second overall pick in 75, but they traded it to Dallas for Craig Morton. Dallas picked Randy White. Oops. And the Jets in 1975 at the 12th overall pick, they traded it to the Saints. Billy Newsome, a defensive end, was all right. That was about the last year or two of Joe Namath. Hadn't happened since 75 that the Jets and Giants haven't had a pick in the first round until this year. The Giants have picked Corey Webster. The Jets are up in 4. They're getting ready. We'll talk more Giants, Arizona next.
This could be J.J.
Mike Golick here to discuss the modern pitching staff and the new stars of the rotation.
Okay, Jenny.
My project is an analysis of the growing importance of middle relief pitching. Middle relievers, or set-up men, became a staple of major league rosters in the mid-'80s. These unsung
ESPN Radio. Get your radio on.
indicated
Invasion of the Fantanas.
Don't you wanna, don't you wanna? You look hot in all that plaster. Drink some Fanta faster, faster.
Where on earth will they show up next?
Don't you wanna,
If you're not having fun, they'll find you.
wearing hats so hot and furry. You need Fanta in a hurry. Don't you wanna, don't you wanna?
You could be next.
Don't you wanna?
Wanna Fanta?
Introducing the all-new Kia Spectra 5. It's ready for anything. Are you? Get 1,000 cash back. Hurry into your local Kia retailers.
We were on a journey to find real people who love their Weber grills.
It's amazing.
Like Mike Dean. So this is a city dweller's backyard.
8 square feet of paradise.
Are you happy with the Weber Q?
Oh, absolutely. It's like having a full-size grill, but just compacted. Turn one knob, hit the button, and you're ready to go in a couple of minutes.
Real people.
This is my happy place.
With real passion.
Ah, it's awesome.
For their Weber grills.
Life has been better since I met the little Q.
See more stories or share your own at WeberNation.com. Maybe we'll be visiting you.
Hey, Fred, we need... Oh, don't tell me. We need a whole new storage solution, need more capacity, better security. Ken wants recommendations on his desk ASAP. How'd you do that? I got the same email you did. I already called CDW. I took care of it.
Nobody responds like CDW. With fast answers to your technology questions, you get what you need when you need it. CDW. The right technology, right away.
Oh, Fred, don't tell me.
Back in New York, the picks are coming quickly now, and literally because Arizona just picked the leading rusher in the nation from last year, 2,018 yards rushing in 12 games for Cal by J.J. Arrington. We'll talk about his move to Arizona in a moment. He breaks the Cal record held by Chuck Muncie, so, you know, it's a serious player, although, you know, not the largest, but 2,000 yards and 2,000 yards. Meanwhile, Coach Parcells has come out, the CEO, if you will, and he's with our Ed Werder in Dallas. Ed?
Boomer, he's left ESPN and found a semi-important job with the Dallas Cowboys as a head coach. Bill, today you went out and you got DeMarcus Ware. You talked all offseason about the need to get a catalytic playmaker on defense. How does he fit that description?
Well, that's what we think he is, and you know, he's a guy like some of the guys I've been fortunate enough to have in the past and that you've had success with. And I think my experience in scouting and coaching is if the guy doesn't remind you of somebody that you used to have, that you've done well with, you're probably looking at the wrong guy. So this guy does remind me of a couple of the former linebackers that I've had.
Any in particular?
Well, I forget his name. He lives down there in Florida now. Wore number 56. I forget his name.
I'll try and come up with a name, maybe Lawrence Taylor or somebody like that. That's pretty high praise. You have great expectations, obviously, for this guy. How early in his career can he make that kind of difference?
Well, I don't know. You know, we're just hoping that he can make a contribution at some point in time. Whenever you pick players, you just hope they'll be good players down the road for you, and the sooner the better. With this, in this day and time, you know, the urgency is greater sometimes, but we hope down the road he'll be a good player, and we think he will.
You had an intricate series of events you wanted to happen here, and after getting Ware, you still wanted to wait 9 picks to get Marcus Spears, or you had to wait 9 picks. How much anxiety did you go through to see if this was going to work out?
Well, quite frankly, we weren't sure that we'd have that opportunity where we were. We did discuss with a couple of teams of possibly trading up just a couple of spots, but as it unfolded, we got a little bit better read on what we thought would happen, and just luckily we were right on that, and so we stood where we were. And what Marcus does for us is he gives us a little bit more size on our defensive front, along with Jason Ferguson, than what we have had in the past here, and I think that's important.
You have a history, a Super Bowl history of playing the 3-4 defense, that being what you're noted for. The Cowboys have never had that scheme in their entire history. Now that you have these two players, to what degree do you want to play the 3-4?
Well, we're still... I told the coaches at the end of the season last year that we needed to do a little research and preparation to prepare for any eventual contingency involving 4-3 and 3-4. And our coaches, to their credit, have done that. We're prepared to play both fronts if we have to. I think that we haven't fully concluded on how we're going to use all these players now that we have, but we'll discuss it, and we're prepared scheme-wise to kind of go either way, and we think these guys will fit in pretty well no matter what we decide to do.
Unlike a year ago, you've been very aggressive in free agency, spent $30 million in signing bonuses for 4 players, 3 of them on defense. You often talked last year about this was a first team, you really couldn't reach the players. What kind of psychological or physical change did you want to enable in this team?
Well, it's not so much psychological. The bottom line here was we gave up 406 points. We gave up 31 touchdown passes, and we created less minus plays than anybody in the league. Now, if that didn't change, then we weren't going to do any better than we did last year. So this is an effort, along with the free agency, to change that. You can't give up 406 points in this league and expect to be in contention to do anything.
On offense, this will be the second time that you've chosen to go with a veteran quarterback with whom you have a personal history of success, replacing Vinny Testaverde now with Drew Bledsoe. What are your expectations for him?
That he comes in, starts, and plays well, like he did last year at Buffalo the majority of the time. I think if you put a good cast around Drew and do a good job protecting him, that I think he can hurt you. And I think if we can do that. Now, we still have to do some things here draft-wise to help supplement what we have on offense.
What's your focus now from this point forward in the draft?
Well, to get some more players that could make a contribution somewhere. Now, once you get it, we don't have a third-round pick as we stand right now. I think we'd be interested in acquiring one if we could. But that being said, it's just to get guys that can fit into this kind of system that we're running. What I do know about the first 3 guys we've drafted good high-character players with a good degree of intelligence that seemingly would come in and be in a kind of program that we're trying to run here now.
You've been 10-6, and you've been 6-10 here. What role does your result, your record this coming year, play in whatever decision you make about how long you coach here?
Well, none, really. I'm excited about this year. I look forward to it. I feel highly motivated. Just witnessed what Jerry's done in a supportive way for us. And we, I think, in concert, kind of look forward to trying to get back into a highly competitive level if we can. And that's what really we're making every effort to do. Now, we have a Super Bowl team in our division, and certainly they're a team that you have to look at and say, hey, right now, just looking at it, that's the team you have to beat. So that's where our focus will be.
Is that a team you're beginning to think you have personnel to match up with?
Well, I don't know that yet. We'll find out when we start looking at them for real here.
All right, Bill Parcells, head coach of the Cowboys, looking to improve on last year's 6-10 record. Back to Andrea in the Cold Pizza studio.
Thanks a lot, Ed. Now, gentlemen, we heard Coach Parcells and Ed talk about Dallas being one of the teams that's considering moving to the 3-4. The New England Patriots, one of the 4 teams that do play a base 3-4 already. What advantage do you have playing a 3-4?
Well, I think, first of all, you get 4 linebackers on the field. And I think, as evident by that draft, or first part of that draft, they're getting productive pass rushers. So you get those guys on the field, you're getting your more athletic defensive end types, conversion types, tweeners as we were calling them earlier, guys that can rush the passer, guys that can drop. I think we talked about, identifying guys that are coming. I mean, you got 3 down guys, and then the 4th rusher could be one of 4 guys.
That's the problem that it creates for offensive linemen and for offenses in general. You have to declare if that's a 3-4 defense or a 4-3 defense. If they line up and you've got 3 big guys who one is over the center and 2 guys are over the tackle and 4 linebackers, it's pretty easy to, and obvious to declare who's where. But when you play New England, you might have 1 true defensive lineman and 6 linebackers. So you have to declare who the guys you're treating as big, that we call them defensive linemen, and who you're treating as linebackers. And at that point, you got to decide, okay, well, if we're calling Mike a linebacker and he lines up outside, we may still treat him as a defensive end, just because of his skill. So there's a lot of things that you have to do. You have to declare up front who you're going to, what your concept is, and stay with it.
What makes it tough to go against a 3-4 for you?
Well, just like these guys are saying, the declaration, the pass protection standpoint is the hardest part. And probably John would be able to give you more examples in terms of the running game, who they're going up to. But when you go into a specific game plan, if you have a team 3-4-3 or 4-3, it's basically who you're going to declare. It's pointing that guy out. And like John said, certain games, no matter where that guy lines up, like, for instance, in Baltimore with Adelius Thomas, sometimes he'll be a defensive end, middle backer, outside backer. You pretty much pinpoint that he's going to be their guy to rush, and you want to follow him wherever he's going. And so going into that game, that was someone that we pinpointed. No matter where he lined up, he was going to be declared our 4th down lineman, and we were going to pick him up in our scheme of things. And every team is a little bit different, and that's where it causes the biggest problem.
Not to mention this is a huge copycat league, so it's like,
Right.
well, if it's working up there, then let's try it and see what we can do with it.
Well, what is unique about the 3-4 that you guys run? Because it's the one thing that you always hear about the Patriots is it's not so much their scheme, it's the way that each game plan is so individualized each week.
Well, I mean, first of all, I'd like to think we got pretty good players that are doing it and then running it. Obviously, our scheme is there, and it's there every week. It changes, but we go in with a specific plan each week of how we have to prepare for a game.
And sometimes they'll do a 3-4 with 4 linebackers, 5 linebackers, 6 linebackers on, and they'll just line them up in different spots. And believe me, ask John, I mean, that's hard to declare who you're going with on that.
Yeah, it is, and especially with the way they do it. There's just so many different ways throughout the season they do it. It's tough to declare.
All right, Seattle, Miami, and the New York Jets on the clock. NFL draft continues round 2. Don't go away.